Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. I exchange for black technology by blowing up the bully. Chapter 1. No. 4 High School in Jinghai City, Freshman Registration Day. The school gate was opened suddenly, and crowds of people scrambled to enter the school gate, like an army breaking through the city. Song-hee charged with his school bag tightly, his blood pressure soaring. A new war has begun. Fight fiercely at Beijing No. 4 Middle School. As the crowd moved forward, Song-hee looked around curiously. The brand new teaching buildings on both sides are tall and majestic, exuding a faint chill. Over the years, there have been several calamities in the college entrance examination. I don't know how many gods of learning have been promoted here, and how many poor students have been bombarded into blood. It was the end of get out of class time. Sophomores and seniors stood by the windowsill to watch the excitement, layers of heads with different expressions, overlooking the crowds of freshmen. The freshmen look so immature, and those who lack homework are beaten. I don't know if there are any gods who skipped grades this year. Last year, a master in Class 8 was promoted ahead of the college entrance examination. Kids, run. There is a big horror in high school. It's a trap to say that you can become a top student by studying the questions hard. When I entered school last year, I wanted to take the Tsinghua University exam, and I slept soundly after half a month of class. Add a box of test papers to the freshmen, one box for each student, so that the school next door will see it and think we can't afford it. Song-hee's face turned dark. The seniors and sisters were really resentful. The campus broadcast suddenly sounded, overwhelming the noise of the whole school. Freshmen, please pay attention. Students in ordinary classes, please report to teaching building number 1 on the east side. Students from the elite class, come to building 2 on the west side. Students of the rocket class, please come to the principal's office of the office building to register. The crowd diverted immediately. Song-hee glanced at the building number, and rushed towards building No. 2. Right after the beginning of school, there are 3, 6, and 9 grades. Although high school is hell, there are still 18 floors in hell. High school is like the sect in fantasy novels. It really is a place where hard power speaks. Scores are like cultivation bases, high cultivation bases are respected. After walking a few steps, a hand suddenly patted on the shoulder. Song-hee, you actually came to No. 4 Middle School. You're going the wrong way. This is the elite class, and the ordinary class is in the opposite direction. Song-hee looked back with surprise in his eyes. Junior high school classmate Zhao Yi. I haven't seen her in a summer vacation. She is much more beautiful. The small face is fair, the dangling high ponytail, the figure has obviously become hotter, wearing a loose sportswear, the green hills still can't cover it, the peaks and mountains are like gathering waves and raging waves. That's right, I'm going to the elite class. Song-hee laughed. No, isn't your high school entrance examination score 620? You can only go to the elite class with a score of 640 or more. Zhao Yi was stunned when she heard this. You should be in the ordinary class. You should check the registration procedures again, so don't make a mistake. Song-hee took out the registration form in an instant and unfolded it. Song-hee 620 points elite class 2. Zhao Yi was dumbfounded. I'm also in elite class 2. Oh no, how could you get into the elite class with your score? Do you have any specialties? Song-hee smiled meaningfully. My surname is Song, and the vice principal's surname also happens to be Song. Zhao Yi was dumbfounded. Let's go, I'm destined to be a classmate for another 3 years, hurry up and get a good seat in the classroom. Song-hee skipped the topic. Zhao Yi learned that you are a related household, her mood is slightly sour, and her resentment value +1. Accumulate 10 Shueba resentment points to activate the system. Subtitles suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. Song-hee rubbed his eyes in horror, and the subtitles disappeared again. Activate the system. Hallucinating. In the future, I have to read less online novels. It will be troublesome if I really have a system. I do tasks every day, like a slave. After completing the registration procedures downstairs, the two hurried upstairs to find the classroom. The students moved so fast that the classroom was almost full. There are only 2 empty tables by the window in the front row. A tiger-like middle-aged man was sitting at the empty table, with a serious face and a sinister air from his nostrils. He exuded a terrifying aura like that of a head teacher, and he looked like he would eat people at any time. Song-hee walked over bravely. "Hello, teacher." The class teacher stood up and moved out of the way without saying a word. There were 3 desks side by side. Zhao Yi got into the innermost seat and sat down. Song-hee sat in the middle. The head teacher actually sat down again, his tiger-like body almost rubbed against Song-hee. There is a pile of freshman registration process sheets on the table, and the class teacher is busy ticking off the check marks, like the king of hell checking the life and death book. It will probably take a long time. Song-hee shrank his elbows in fear, and silently took out his math textbook. During the summer vacation after the senior high school entrance examination, Song-hee was extremely motivated, ambitiously preparing for high school courses, and studying hard from morning to night like a devil, which can be called dung painting the wall. The mathematics textbook in hand has already been thoroughly read, and the pages of the book are densely packed with notes, soaked in the sweat of learning. Song-hee took out a test paper from the interleaf of the book, pressed the gel pen and started writing. The soft sound of the pen tip hitting the table caught the head teacher's attention. A pair of tiger eyes stared at him, and his brows twitched slightly. Self-study during the holidays. The homeroom teacher looked at the test paper, his tiger eyes showing a hint of surprise. "How much have you learned?" "Study the compulsory 1, 2, 3 and elective 1. Song-hee said confidently. "Basically, I have learned it thoroughly." Zhao Yi was sitting next to eavesdropping, startled, and turned her head to look at Song-hee in horror. "School hasn't started yet. Have you learned the 4 books thoroughly?" Bragging about being happy in front of the class teacher, you don't want to die. Aren't you afraid that the class teacher will kill you? The teacher in charge frowned, and the smile he had just revealed was gone. "Have you learned it thoroughly? Tell me about the question of drawing a frequency distribution histogram. What are the basic steps?" The homeroom teacher asked serious questions with a serious face, accumulating anger notes, and silently prepared to reprimand the freshman. On the first day of school, Jung worried that he couldn't find a chance to make an example of others, so he happened to reprimand this arrogant freshman and beat up other students in the class by the way. Zhao Yi looked at Song-hee sympathetically. "The teacher really asked you a question, isn't it cool? Are you panicking now? The first step is to find the range, the second step is to determine the number of groups, the third step is to group the data, and the fourth step is to list the frequency distribution table, including grouping, frequency accumulation, frequency and frequency. The total frequency is the sample size, and the total frequency is 1. Song-hee answered quickly, brushing the pen on the draft paper to draw a sample graph. Finally, draw a histogram of the frequency distribution. The horizontal axis is the sample data, and the vertical axis is the frequency divided by the group distance. Zhao Yi was stunned. "Hey, the plot is going wrong. Shouldn't it be Song-hee who hesitated and was scolded by the teacher? Can you really answer?" A look of surprise flashed across the head teacher's eyes, and half of the accumulated anger bar suddenly dropped, and he couldn't release his ultimate move. "The basic steps to find the curve equation," the head teacher continued to ask. "Establish a coordinate system. Use ordered real numbers x, y to represent the coordinates of any point M on the curve. Write the set of points M that meet the condition P. Use coordinates to represent the condition Pm and list the equation f x, y is equal to 0, then reduce the equation to the simplest form." Song-hee responded eloquently. "There are 2 points to note here. Generally, the solution set of the equation before and after simplification is the same. If there are special circumstances, it needs to be properly explained. In addition, the second part can also be omitted according to the situation. The second step is to directly list the curve equation." The homeroom teacher stared at Song-hee's eyes completely changed, as if a craftsman knocked open a stone casually, revealing a large piece of emerald inside. This student has something. What I just asked were all big questions in the college entrance examination, and the steps and procedures were answered impeccably. I really learned very thoroughly by myself. Some high school sophomores and even high school seniors find it difficult to answer such questions fluently. It is not easy for a freshman in high school to have this level. The last question, how many methods are there to find the eccentricity? The head teacher thought for a while and asked the question. In the end, it is impossible to answer this question. It is not in the textbook, and it is rarely mentioned in the tutorial materials. Only by doing a lot of questions can you accumulate experience. Students who start early tend to drift away, deliberately asking a question that they can't answer. It's a small reminder, children, you still have to work hard to solve the questions. The homeroom teacher stared at Song-hee, trying to find a trace of confusion on his face. But no, Song-hee opened his mouth to answer. I know, 2 kinds. I also previewed here. Zhao Yi couldn't hold back, and suddenly interrupted from the side. There are more than 2, I've seen 5. Song-hee shook his head. 5 kinds. Zhao Yi was stunned, her voice lowered a lot unconfidently, are there so many? The first is to directly find A, C, and then divide them to find E. The second is to use a formula to find, for example, the eccentricity formula of a hyperbola. It is the subtraction. The third method constructs the homogeneous formula of A and C, especially the homogeneous quadratic formula. The fourth method is called the second definition method. The eccentricity is the ratio of the distance from the moving point to the focal point and the distance from the corresponding directrix. The first method is suitable for questions involving focal radius. Song-hee paused. I've only seen the last one, but I don't know how to use it yet, constructing an inequality about E and finding the range of E. The class teacher's eyes flashed a look of surprise. Why did he really answer it, and he answered it so completely? Talent. Unexpectedly, there are students comparable to the rocket class in a mere elite class. This level is high even among the freshmen in the rocket class. You send these lists, and I'll go to the office to get you the exercise booklet for the math competition. The head teacher pushed a stack of procedures on the table to Song-hee, with a much gentler tone. 3 of the students in the rocket class 1 took the math competition. Went to Qingbei. Each class in the elite class has only 1 place in the math competition. If you are interested, you can try it. Song-hee was taken aback. He didn't expect such a chance to come, so he quickly thanked him. The head teacher hurriedly left the classroom. Song-hee picked up a stack of receipts on the table, and was about to go out to distribute them, but a small hand grabbed his arm. Zhao Yi was terrified. Song-hee, you preview so much. You're crazy. Are you working on math without eating or sleeping during the holidays? Of course not. Besides mathematics, I also focused on biology. Song-hee understated. Zhao Yi is afraid of your study enthusiasm, her self-confidence plummets, and her resentment value +2. Ding Yangs watched the whole process, was greatly shocked, resentment value +1. Song-hee was taken aback when he saw the unfamiliar name, and then the boy wearing glasses behind him stretched out his hand. My brother, Ding Yangs, I scored 670 in the senior high school entrance examination, just 1 point short of entering the rocket class. Ding Yangs looked in awe. I have also previewed mathematics, but it is far behind you. You can teach me math problems in the future. No problem, Song-hee, with a score of 620 in the senior high school entrance examination. Song-hee shook hands with him and left with the formalities in hand. Ding Yangs froze on his seat. Only 620 points. The high school entrance examination is 50 points lower than me, so awesome now. The legendary overtaking on a corner during the summer vacation. Or is this brother seriously biased? Do you get full marks in math, but fail in some other subject? Classmate, I see you came with Song-hee. Do you know each other? Ding Yangs looked at Zhao Yi. I'm in the same junior high school class as him. Zhao Yi blinked, inexplicably proud. Is he partial to a serious subject? A perfect score in mathematics, but weak in another subject? Ding Yangs asked curiously. Song-hee is indeed partial to mathematics, but it's not that he is strong, but that he is weak. Zhao Yi shook his head and denied. He scored well in other subjects in the high school entrance examination, but he just reached the passing line in mathematics. Just reached the passing line. Ding Yangs didn't expect it at all. Is it true? Really, he was the worst in math in the senior high school entrance examination. Zhao Yi was full of fear. I didn't expect him to make up for math during the holidays, and he did it so fast. The only shortcoming is gone. Song-hee may be invincible already. Working hard for a summer vacation, turning a weak subject into a strong subject. This buddy is too scary. Ding Yang suddenly had goosebumps all over his body. The other side of the classroom. Song-hee is busy distributing formalities slips to the students, with which they can go to collect dormitory supplies. Suddenly, subtitles popped up in front of my eyes. Ding Yangs heard that you were the worst in math, and fear, resentment +6. The cumulative resentment value is 10. Do you want to activate the Schwebe resentment system? Song-hee blinked violently. The subtitles are still there, it's true. The system is here. Do you want to do tasks every day like a slave in the future? System, you have heard me. Scholars' resentment system. There is no fixed task. Any student who has a mentality broken by you and has resentment towards you, such as jealousy, anger, fear, hatred, etc., can accumulate resentment points, which can be exchanged for black technology lottery or purchase mall props. Currently available resentment value, 0. While sending out the formalities, Song-hee stared at the system subtitles in front of him. The resentment value returned to 0, and the 10 resentment points saved earlier became the handling fee for opening the system. 3 function bars emerged: Academic Combat Power, Black Technology Lottery, and System Mall. Song-hee clicked on the subject Combat Power first. Bio. Bronze level 22. Mathematics. Bronze level 02. Language. Black Iron level 80. English. Black Iron level 75. Physics. Black Iron level 74. Chemistry. Black Iron level 74. Simple and rude, like a game rank. It can be seen that he is currently the strongest in biology, followed by mathematics, which has already broken through to the bronze rank, and the rest of the subjects are all black and iron. He didn't show his prowess in liberal arts. Probably the system knew that Song-hee planned to specialize in science in high school. After the formalities were issued, Song-hee returned to his seat, pretending to be in a daze, and continued to check the system. The system mall is actually empty, and it seems that the products still need to be unlocked later. The Black Technology Lottery interface is an unpretentious lottery turntable. The price is marked at the bottom: 100 resentment points for 1 draw, 10 consecutive draws for 2 draws. It seems that he has to find a way to get some resentment from Schwebe. Song-hee turned his head to look at Zhao Yi, lost in thought, how to make her angry. Zhao Yi was lying on the table, writing a math test paper, seemed to be stumped by some problem, and silently gnawed on the cap of the gel pen with her small tiger teeth. Song-hee poked his head to look at the question, and whispered, "Can't you know such a simple question? Little hot chicken." Startled, Zhao Yi stretched out her hand and thumped Song-hee's thigh twice, then turned her head and continued to solve the problem. Zhao Yi feels ridiculed, resentment value +1. Song-hee was overjoyed, it really worked. The core element of harvesting resentment is to engage in the mentality of being a bully, and the cynicism is almost immediate. Zhao Yi frantically fiddled with the draft paper and finally came up with the answer. She confidently wrote down a number in the blank, 63. Song-hee took a look. Miscalculation, idiot, the answer is 68.7122, I have done this question before. Song-hee, don't be so ridiculous, does that sound like a serious answer? Zhao Yi pouted disdainfully. You look through the answers for reference, do you want to bet? Song-hee said, if the answer is 68.7122, you can invite me to the cafeteria this week. Just bet. If the answer is not the number you said, I'll treat you to a meal this week. Zhao Yi happily flipped through the answer, her smile froze suddenly. Reference answer: 68.7122. It's unreasonable. Why do you have such a ghost answer to the fill-in-the-blank question? Zhao Yi was dumbfounded, as the questioner the second one. I don't eat the best ones, I only eat the most expensive ones. Song-hee said seriously, you have to be solid in doing the questions, right, my little meal card. Who is your meal card? Zhao Yi was furious. Zhao Yi loves food money, resentment value +1. Zhao Yi feels that you are bullying her, resentment value +1. Zhao Yi loves food money, resentment value +1. System prompts kept popping up in front of my eyes. Song-hee is happy, as expected, happiness can be built on the pain of others. On the system panel, the resentment value rose to 18 in one breath and stopped. Song-hee glanced at Zhao Yi's test paper, wrong again. Zhao Yi bared her teeth, glared at Song-hee viciously, and wrote an answer. It's outrageously wrong. Song-hee said, if the bet continues, you finish this paper, and my meal money for 3 years in high school will be settled. The resentment value of the system panel rose rapidly. 20, 40, 60. Song-hee was taken aback. Is he really angry? It's good to be angry. There will be a lottery right away. The door of the classroom opened suddenly, and the head teacher rushed in, holding a thick book in his hand, walked straight to Song-hee and placed it on his desk. Analysis of topics in mathematics contests over the years. Internal information. Song-hee quickly thanked, and couldn't wait to open it, and was shocked by the content. The densely packed topics all look weirder than the last, exuding a strong evil spirit. Song-hee looked at several questions in a row, without any ideas, not in the scope of high school mathematics at all. What evil book? It must be burned. The head teacher stepped onto the podium and wrote 3 big characters with chalk, Ban Janye. I am your homeroom teacher and math teacher, Ban Janye. I'm going to tell you 3 things, all of which should be listened to carefully. Ban Janye was full of coercion, his voice was like a tiger, and his stern eyes swept across the class. All the students straightened their backs in fright. First, you have to collect dormitory supplies and textbooks and school uniforms today. Take the list in your hands, and think of a way if you lose it. Second, the military training starts in the afternoon and lasts until this weekend. During the military training during the day, there will be a teacher to teach you in the evening self-study. Your instructor is my old classmate. Whoever dares to take a nap in the evening self-study will wait for physical fitness during the day. The third thing is competition. Our school has 2 most famous competitions, math competition and biology competition. The eyes of many students in the class changed, and their breathing became stagnant. Everyone has heard about the competition for a long time. It is definitely a super shortcut. If you win the national award, you can be admitted to 985 colleges. There are many strong schools in the city, but the number 4 middle school has the highest rate of winning competitions, because there are professional competition teachers to train combat teams, and they are all famous teachers hired by the school with a lot of money. Of course, this so-called shortcut also has a very high threshold. If you want to take the competition route, you need to be selected into the school's competition team first. The competition team will continue to take tests to eliminate people. Only by surviving the cruel test all the way can you truly qualify for the competition. Ban Janye glanced whole class. The math competition team, the rocket class has 10 places in each class, and our elite class only has 1 place, and the candidates can only be determined by the exam. The biology competition team is the same. The time for our class's mathematics selection exam is set in 10 days. Prepare well in these 10 days, and wait another year if you miss it. Ban Janye's eyes fell on Song-hee, obviously looking forward to it. In an instant, several hostile eyes in the class focused on Song-hee. There is only 1 place, a life and death competition. Song-hee suddenly felt the pressure. At this moment, he was in a complicated mood. The competition question in his hand was ridiculously difficult, but the competition quota must be contested, so he had to fight hard. There are more than 50 people in the class, crouching tiger, hidden dragon, there must be a master with a math level against the sky, the battle will be very fierce. Suddenly, the system subtitles appeared in front of my eyes. Ning Mo regards you as the enemy of the math competition. Seeing that the teacher values you, he feels jealous, and the value of resentment is +5. Zhang Jilei regards you as the enemy of the math competition, and seeing that the teacher values you, she becomes jealous, and her resentment value +5. Song-hee was startled, and then saw that these 2 names continued to generate resentment points. He hastily opened the system panel and saw that the value of resentment continued to rise. 80, 90, 100, finally enough for the draw. Call out the system, Black Technology Lottery Draw. Draw. The virtual turntable rotates rapidly, stops after a while, and the result pops up. Congratulations on obtaining the Mental Arithmetic Capsule Purchase Qualification. Mental arithmetic capsules have been placed in the system mall and can be purchased at any time. Opening the system mall, a red capsule appeared on the previously empty shelf. With concentrated thoughts, the product information popped up instantly. Hey, there's something wrong with this system. Song-hee gasped. Mental arithmetic capsule. 100 resentment points capsule. After taking it, it can greatly improve the brain's computing power within 1 hour, enhance the sensitivity to numbers and geometric spaces, and easily handle mathematics. Multiple capsules can be taken at the same time, and the computing power of the brain will be doubled, but it consumes a lot of energy for the human body. Please replenish food in time and eat vigorously to avoid collapse and coma. The stuff is good, but but the price is too expensive. If you buy 1 grain with 100 resentment value, it can only increase for 1 hour. In some aspects, the 1 hour increase is really against the sky, but learning mathematics is the most time-killing, and it will disappear in the blink of an eye in 1 hour. Ningmo and Zhang Jilei's resentment points were refreshed for another minute. They continued to contribute 80 resentment points, and finally stopped. Song He memorized these 2 names silently. With such a big resentment, he must be the enemy of the math competition. Ban Zhanye on the podium was expressionless, and suddenly said, "Finally, I want to call the name of a classmate." The eyes of the whole class instantly focused on the head teacher. Roll call. Judging by the head teacher's expression, it doesn't seem like a good thing. Who is Song He? Ban Zhanye glanced at the whole class. Stand up. Song He was startled, and got up anxiously. Surprise flashed across Ban Zhanye's face. Why is it this kid? Your score shouldn't be in the elite class, but you are here. I don't like the so-called supernatural students. The ugly thing is, if you come to my class, you have to obey my rules, no matter who you rely on. Ban Zhanye said seriously. Song He nodded quickly, with a humble face, expressing that he was just a harmless relative, not the kind of son-in-law who rides on the teacher's head and poops and asks the teacher to praise his stomach. Originally, I planned to transfer you directly to the end of the classroom, and sit at the same table as the trash can. But seeing that you have done well in math prep and you are eager to learn, I will give you a chance. Ban Zhanye said aggressively, the math selection will be held in 10 days. Can you guarantee to win the first place? Song He was terrified. Is this going to sign a military warrant in public? Can't win the battle and kill the head. I will do my best to win the first place. Song He declared decisively. Isn't it just a fight? How can a man be cowardly? Very good. The selection test will be held in 10 days. If you can get a place in the mathematics competition team, you can choose any seat in the class. Ban Zhanye nodded. If you can't get it, you can go to the last row and be at the same table with the trash can. After class, the freshmen poured out of the classroom and went to the dormitory building to collect mattress sheets. Song He hugged the mattress and found his dormitory, 309, out of breath. The dormitory is a double room with 2 beds on the left and right. As soon as he entered the door, Song He was shocked by the scene in front of him. Several mahogany swords were hung on the wall, yellow rune paper was flapping beside the bed, a few red threads were hanging in the air, and the mountain ghosts hanging on the threads bumped back and forth with money. How? Assigned to a haunted house. Has someone died in this dormitory? Suddenly, a classmate appeared on the balcony with 3 burning incense sticks in his hand, chanting words. My name is Song He, and we will be roommates from now on. Song He forced a smile out of fear. My name is Yuan Guang. Yuan Guang smiled and shook the incense stick in his hand. The feng shui of this dormitory is back to the dragon, which is not conducive to the accumulation of student spirit. Fortunately, I have already cracked it, and I will put away the things immediately. Thank you very much. Song He is stupid. Is this roommate still a half-immortal? Could it be that he was admitted to high school by relying on divination? You're welcome, I'll treat you guys from now on. Yuan Guang smiled. As soon as Weilongsha is broken, our dormitory hides the wind and gathers energy, and there is a steady stream of academic energy. We can increase our scores while sleeping in bed, and we can get into a prestigious school just around the corner. Song He made the bed. Yuan Guang put away all kinds of instruments, and the 2 of them tacitly cleaned up the dormitory, sweeping and mopping the floor, wiping the cabinets, and cleaning out the incense ash in the corners. The awkward atmosphere of just getting to know each other quickly disappeared, and the 2 chatted happily while working. Brother, you want a math competition, right? Be careful with Ningmo and Zhang Jilei. Yuan Guang said. What do you mean? Song He regained his spirit in an instant, and the 2 of them contributed a lot of resentment points to themselves. I went to No. 9 middle school in junior high school. Ningmo and Zhang Jilei are also from No. 9 middle school. They are very famous in our school. They are 2 masters of mathematics. Yuan Guang said seriously. I didn't expect that they were all assigned to our class. I wanted to try a math competition, but I just gave up when I saw them. I couldn't beat them at all. Mathematics master. Many people in junior high school can get full marks in mathematics. Why are they famous? Song He asked. The usual exam questions are simple, and there are indeed many full marks, but in the multi-school joint exam, the questions are extremely difficult. There are Olympiad questions and super syllabus questions. Yuan Guang showed a lingering fear expression. There was a 5-school joint exam, and the math paper was extremely difficult. The first big question that came up was the intersection of elliptic curves and parabolas. Isn't this the content of high school? We junior high school students can only stare blankly. The rest of the questions were full of shit. When the closing bell was finally rang, everyone hadn't finished the first side. After leaving the examination room, they all scolded the person who wrote the questions. Yuan Guang was indignant. And then, Song He was nervous. We can't solve the super outline problem, but someone can do it. Yuan Guang's face suddenly changed. 40 minutes after the start of the exam, Ningmo and Zhang Jilei handed in the papers one after another. After the two handed in the papers, they played table tennis downstairs. We were blushing in the examination room, bowed our heads to understand the questions, and looked up at the window to see them playing table tennis. Do you know that feeling? That I still remember the terrifying coercion. Yuan Guang showed fear. After the results came out, Zhang Jilei scored full marks, Ningmo deducted 2 points, and the school's average score was only over 30. Song He remained silent, frowning tightly. His math grades in junior high school were not good, and he still took advantage of the summer vacation to make up for it. The stupid bird flew first before catching up, and he has not yet been tested in actual combat. Ningmo and Zhang Jilei have always been masters of mathematics. This kind of people will probably preview high school mathematics during the holidays, and their own advantages will be gone. Anyway, I'm going to die. Two rivals. Dong dong dong. There was a sudden knock on the dormitory door. Yuan Guang stood up and opened the door, seeing who came, with a look of surprise. The thin young man stood outside the door. His glasses were as thick as the bottom of a beer bottle, he was unsmiling, and exuded a strong aura of a schoolmaster. Hi, my name is Ningmo. I heard that Song He is in this dormitory. Ningmo pushed his glasses, and the lenses flashed like a knife. Hello, I'm Song He. Song He looked wary, and said that Cao is here. Is this guy calling? I asked the head teacher for the competition questions, and the head teacher told me to give them to me in the afternoon. I heard that you have a competition question here. I want to take a look first, is that okay? Ningmo asked. Song He nodded hesitantly, and took out a thick book of competition questions from his school bag. Ningmo took the test book, thanked him and sat down directly at the dormitory table, and took out the draft paper and pen from his pocket. Can I do half an hour here? Ningmo asked. Song He couldn't figure out why this person came, but he still agreed, of course. You can do the questions together, and we can communicate with each other. Ningmo moved aside to make room. See you in the picture. Song He suddenly realized that this guy was not here to look at the questions at all, he was here to test his math skills. Yuan Guang on the side was also startled, his face turned pale with nervousness, and he looked at Song He in doubt. Right now, Ningmo's attitude is very obvious, that is to provoke and ask for a fight. The dormitory suddenly smelled of gunpowder, and Song He also wanted to try Ningmo's details, so he simply sat beside him and put a pen and paper. Ningmo took off his watch, set it for half an hour, and the beep sounded. The watch was placed in the middle of the table, and Ningmo picked up the pen without saying a word, and the gel pen crackled and listed a series of question numbers on the draft paper. Song He also worked on the questions, quickly entered the state, calmly examined the questions, and did quick calculations on the draft paper. Yuan Guang closed the door of the dormitory silently, not daring to vent his anger, and watched from a distance behind, feeling nervous like a mortal watching gods fighting. He hoped that Song He would win. After all, Song He was his roommate. But reason told him that Song He had little chance of winning, and Ningmo, who came to the door, was extremely arrogant. Maybe Song He couldn't even catch up with half of Ningmo's speed in solving the questions. 10 minutes passed quickly. The difference in progress between the two sides has widened. Song He's face was ugly, and after 10 minutes of hard calculation, he only advanced to the second question, which can be called a turtle crawl. The questions are several times more difficult than expected, seriously beyond the outline, and each question spans a huge amount, and knowledge points from different directions are often mixed together. It is a trap every step of the way, which is extremely disgusting. It's burning, the brain is going to burn. Ning Mo next to him also frowned, and the difficulty of the competition questions was beyond his expectation. But Ning Mo's progress is much faster, and he has quickly advanced to the 10th question. A full 5 times the gap. If Song He's speed of doing the questions is 3 rounds of small bouncing, Ning Mo is comparable to Wuling Hongguang, who is rushing forward. The draft papers of the two are completely opposite. Song He wrote 2 large sheets of draft paper, but Ning Mo only used a small piece the size of a palm. He didn't seem to need a pen to do calculations. He pinched his fingers when he encountered a problem, like a fortune teller. Then the answer came out, faster than typing on a calculator. Yuan Guang was dumbfounded. Sure enough, Ning Mo is still strong and invincible in mental calculations. After all, Song He is a little bit better, and still relies on clumsy and primitive calculations. The food was predictable, but Song He's speed was not even half that of Ning Mo's, which was too good, and Yuan Guang was a little disappointed. 20 minutes. Song He advanced to the 4th question and began to dazzle. Thinking seems to be advancing in the chest-length mud, and the pen is struggling to calculate on the draft paper. The dense calculation formulas have covered 4 sheets of paper, and most of the calculation formulas have been crossed out, indicating that the thinking has entered a misunderstanding and a lot of useless work has been done. Ning Mo pinched his fingers faster and faster, and the first draft paper was not used up yet, but he had already written question 18. Yuan Guang gasped when he saw it. Ning Mo's mental arithmetic ability is too terrifying. Maybe this person has a built-in computer in his head. In contrast, Song He was a bit pitiful. He was desperately writing calculations with a pen, his hands were shaking, and his speed was not half as fast as his opponent. He was like a desperately struggling rookie. Mathematics progress detected, upgraded from Bronze 02 to Bronze 03. Song He was stunned for a moment. The competition questions were really high in gold content. Unexpectedly this was upgraded to a level. Looking at the time, there are only 10 minutes left. If this continues, Ning Mo will be ruthlessly crushed, and the taillights of the car will not be visible. How about, just hang up? Song He opened the system mall, decisively spent all the resentment points, and bought the mental arithmetic capsule. A red capsule appeared in the palm of the hand, unremarkable, like antipyretics. Song He rubbed his temples that were swollen from overuse, quickly took a sip of water, and quietly swallowed the capsule. A few seconds later, a chill suddenly rushed up from the spine and reached the brain. The burning brain seemed to be soaked in ice water in an instant, and the thoughts suddenly became lighter. Song He looked at the questions quickly, his expression gradually becoming unbelievable. When looking at the questions before, each question is like wearing a thick fur coat. You need to peel off the clothes layer by layer to see what is inside. Now at a glance, there are only 3-point swimsuits left for each question. With a light pull, the core questions of the white flowers are clear at a glance. The key points on the stem are still playing back and forth. Song He habitually put down his pen, ready to make calculations. But then, he raised his pen again with a look of surprise on his face. In just a short moment of writing, 7 or 8 formulas automatically appeared in my mind, as easily as if blown by the wind. The medicine given by the system is so strong, it doesn't feel like my brain has become more flexible, it seems like I have grown a few heads. Song He took a deep breath and started to accelerate. The answers to each question were written on the draft paper, faster and faster. The gap between the two has been narrowing as Song He writes. Dee. The watch on the table suddenly rang softly, and it was half an hour. Song He and Ning Mo stopped writing at the same time, and quickly glanced at each other's draft paper. Song He, solved to question 23. Ning Mo, just finished 26 questions. Ning Mo glanced at Song He's draft paper and saw the noisy calculations, which were all simple calculations for children, so he couldn't help showing a slight smile. The competition questions are really difficult. Thank you, Brother Song, I'll go back first. Ning Mo stood up. Go slowly, Brother Ning is very powerful. Song He said from the bottom of his heart. Ning Mo went out. Song He sat down quickly and continued to calculate the problem. The effect of the medicine has just begun, such an expensive medicine cannot be wasted. Yuan Guang stood at the back, watching Song He continue to do the questions at a high speed, his eyes were confused. What's the situation? The food was so good in the first 20 minutes, why did it suddenly speed up like it was hanging? Is Song-hee acting? Yuan Guang was at a loss, he couldn't see the true level of his roommate. Playground corner, table tennis table. Ning Mo and Zhang Jilei swung their rackets vigorously, the white ping-pong ball bounced back and forth, both of them had strong skills, they pulled dozens of ping-pong balls against each other crazily and many passing students looked sideways. Have you gone to find Song-hee's bottom yet? Zhang Jilei asked. Okay, there's a vegetable dog, and the place in our class's math competition team is estimated to be a showdown between the two of us. The low-level calculations on Song-hee's draft paper appeared in front of Ning Mo's eyes, and a contemptuous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A vegetable dog. Is it real or not? Can the head teacher value a vegetable dog? Zhang Jilei was surprised. Isn't he playing you? Quote. Impossible, because he copied me. Ning Mo couldn't help laughing when he recalled the scene of doing the question just now. Copy you? Zhang Jilei was puzzled. What's going on? I did the competition questions with him, timed for half an hour. In the first 20 minutes, I was far ahead. He only managed to solve a few questions, and he kept using scratch paper to do very low-level calculations. I figured out that kind of calculation after a while. Ning Mo recalled that the more he recalled, the more certain Song-hee was a math rookie and not a threat. You are a mental arithmetic freak. Normal people have to use scratch paper. Mathematics is not just calculation, but thinking is more important. Zhang Jilei did not rashly underestimate the enemy. He can even multiply 3-digit numbers by 3-digit numbers. Ning Mo laughed. Zhang Jilei was stunned. Then, there's something to eat. That's right, Chunkego. Ning Mo said. In the last 10 minutes, he drank his saliva and probably felt that it would be too embarrassing to lose like this, so he started copying mine. Looking sideways at your answer. It should be. I was concentrating on the question and didn't pay attention to him, but he didn't touch the draft paper for the last 10 minutes, and just wrote the answer on the top of the paper. The answer speed was copied. At the end of the last time, he reversed his front after 20 minutes of decline. I have almost caught up with me. Ning Mo smiled disdainfully. This guy just wants to save face. If he doesn't copy me, I still think highly of him. Indeed, what's the point of copying after a private discussion? After 10 days of the exam, his results will be bad, and he's still humiliating himself. Zhang Jilei showed a mocking smile. I guess he will claim that he is out of shape and made a mistake. What? Profit. Ning Mo laughed. In junior high school, we were the only opponents in the math test room. In high school, I didn't expect it to be the same. The math level of the students is really disappointing. We are rivals. Who is your rival? Have you defeated me? Zhang Jilei mocked mercilessly. Ning Mo choked. Zhang Jilei laughed triumphantly on the opposite side. Canteen. In the seat by the window, Zhao Yi pursed her lips and stared with resentment on her face. Song-hee, are you a demonized pig? Can you eat so much? Song-hee didn't say a word, and ate like crazy. The side effects of the mental arithmetic capsules were not just bragging, and he was just making a fool of himself when doing the questions. After making a bowl of sliced noodles, eating 2 chicken legs, 4 sausages, and an ice cream at the speed of light, Song-hee raised his head full of satisfaction. Xiaofanka, can you help me buy another glass of orange juice? Song-hee grinned. Thank you very much. Who is Xiaofanka? Call me a classmate. Don't call me by random nicknames. Zhao Yi bared her teeth angrily, like a kitten with fried fur. Go, classmate Xiaofanka. Song-hee said. I'm exhausted doing the competition questions, eat more tonic. I estimate that I will eat so much every meal this week, I hope I won't max out my Xiaofan card. Zhao Yi snorted, but obediently got up and went to line up to buy orange juice. Song-hee burped, and the value of resentment began to float in front of his eyes. Zhao Yi hates your nickname, resentment value plus 20. Zhao Yi feels that you are bullying her, resentment value plus 20. Zhao Yi loves the money in the meal card, resentment value plus 60. Song-hee is overjoyed. Xiaofanka really contributed a lot of resentment points, and he will bully him more in the future. If one day in the future, I become an academic master, sweep international awards, establish a technology giant, and come up with various zenith technology that promotes human civilization, I will definitely not forget the small meal card that made my initial contribution. Drink to death. Zhao Yi came back and threw a large glass of orange juice on the table. Song He inserted the straw, exchanged a mental arithmetic capsule from the system mall, and swallowed it quietly with orange juice. He dug out the math competition questions from his school bag, took out a pen, and Song He began to work on the questions with burning eyes. You're twisted into twists, don't go back to sleep at noon, and do the questions in the cafeteria. Zhao Yi was shocked. Mathematics competition. If I don't get the first place, I'll sit at the same table as the trash can. Song He started writing the answer without looking up. Zhao Yi rested her chin in one hand, with a worried expression on her face. They said that Ningmo and Zhang Jilei are very strong, two math monsters. Zhang Jilei shares a dormitory with me. When she arrives in the dormitory, she's just doing math problems. She's actually doing college entrance examination papers. Do you understand? She's already finished high school math. Song He frowned. It sounded like Zhang Jilei was stronger than Ningmo. Golden Horn King and Silver Horn King. He didn't think much about it. Time was running out, so he could only study as fast as he could without any distractions. Relying on the mental arithmetic capsule, Song He's brain was running at high speed, solving problems quickly in half a minute. A large series of calculations rolled over my mind, like flowing water leading to the final answer. After a few minutes, I completely entered the state. The noisy cafeteria became silent, and my attention was completely focused on the problem. Song He actually had a feeling of doing the problem. Pleasure, thoughts seemed to fly. Problem solving just got faster. 1 minute, 1.5 a minute. 20 seconds apiece. If Ningmo's problem solving speed is Wuling Hongguang, Song He is like a roaring Ferrari at this moment. Zhao Yi muttered for a while, and found that Song He had entered the state, so she wisely stopped talking and silently watched from the sidelines. After watching for a few minutes, Zhao Yi got goosebumps. Is this the legendary contest question? The difficulty of the topic is terrifying. If you do this kind of problem by yourself, I'm afraid you can only stare blankly. Song He can answer one question in 20 seconds. Zhao Yi knew that Song He's mathematics had become stronger, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he realized that he was stronger than expected. It was ridiculously strong. Canteen corner. The tiger-like man was chowing down on mutton steamed buns. His aura was like that of a soldier from the Qin dynasty. He was indeed Ban Zhanye. A gust of fragrant wind hit, and the graceful long-haired beauty put the dinner plate on the opposite side. The beauty is wearing a simple and elegant white dress, but her figure is still proud, her temperament is bright and elegant, and she is quite eye-catching. Teacher, we're cooperating again. I just received the schedule, and I'll lead your class's biology class this semester. The beauty sat down with a smile. Teacher Lulu. A rare smile appeared on Ban Zhanye's serious face. It is a blessing for class 2 that you come to teach. You are the first sister of our school's biology competition. The class teacher praises me too much. I don't dare to be the first sister. There are many teachers who are better than me. Lulu pursed her lips and chuckled. Have you met the students? Are the students good this year? Whether he is good or not, we have to observe again, but I met a young man named Song He in a math competition. He can already do a few big questions in the college entrance examination. Ban Zhanye looked delighted. I plan to train him, and he will participate in the freshman winning prizes in competitions is unrealistic, and this kid might be able to compete for a provincial prize next year when he is a sophomore in high school. The teacher in class has found a lover. I haven't looked for it yet. I'll go to a class for self-study in the evening. I have all the test papers ready. I will take the test to find the seedlings of the biology competition. Lulu explained the purpose of coming. It's easy to say, and I hope there are lucky people in the class who can catch your eyes. Ban Zhanye was in a good mood. The two teachers exchanged work, unknowingly finished their lunch, and left together with their plates. As he walked, Ban Zhanye stopped and stared in one direction. What's wrong? Lulu looked over curiously. There is a boy over there doing the question. It seems to be that kid Song He. Ban Zhanye said. A freshman in high school. Do you fight like this on the first day? Are you really doing a problem? Lulu was surprised. Go and see. Two teachers walked over quietly and approached Song He. Zhao Yi turned her head and saw the teacher. She stood up quickly in fright, and opened her mouth to say hello to the teacher. Ban Zhanye raised his finger and made a gesture of silencing, signaling Zhao Yi to sit down. Zhao Yi sat down anxiously, watching the two teachers standing behind Songhe, silently watching Songhe solve the problem. Songhe was so excited to do the problem that he didn't notice the teacher standing behind him. With fiery eyes, he continued to write the answers, maintaining a high speed of 20 seconds per question, killing the sea of questions like no one else. After spying silently for a few minutes, Ban Zhanye and Lulu looked at each other, their expressions shocked. Although Lulu is a biology teacher, she is also a high-achieving student with a good grade in mathematics. The competition questions are very strange, and perhaps the knowledge points involved are not advanced. But the angles were tricky and the calculations were cumbersome, and she found it difficult to read the questions. Such a difficult question is definitely not something that ordinary high school students can easily solve, let alone freshmen who have just entered high school. However, this freshman named Songhe is a different kind, and his problem-solving speed has dropped by 1,000 miles. You don't even need to type straw paper, and you can do mental calculations all the way. This kind of calculation ability is too scary. Math prodigy. Lulu immediately made up her mind, and couldn't help but look down at Songhe's side face. He was quite handsome. Lulu looked at Zhao Yi, who was next to him, with a disturbed face, as if she understood something. She smiled meaningfully. It is understandable that when she was in school, she couldn't help being attracted to the handsome Shuiba. In high school, Songhe was definitely a high-risk group for puppy love. Ban Zhanye frowned, and his shock was even more thorough. After all, he is a math teacher, so he knows the difficulty of the competition questions very well. And he remembered the answers to the questions. Compared with Songhe's answers, the correct rate was around 70%. If you can get 50% correct in this part of the question, you can almost get the qualification for the competition, and 70% correct rate, there is great hope for the provincial prize. Ban Zhanye thought to himself, this kid seems to be stronger than expected. I haven't seen such a good math seedling in 5 or 6 years. Maybe I don't have to wait for the second year of high school and work hard this year to win the prize. Songhe shook suddenly, took a long breath, and put down the pen wearily. Mathematics progress detected, upgraded from Bronze 03 to Bronze 06. The effect of the mental calculation capsule expired, and the thoughts that were silky smooth just now became dull in an instant, as if the front of the Ferrari tilted and rushed into a mud puddle. Xiao meal card, I'm hungry again, go buy me a hamburger. Songhe turned his head. Zhao Yi looked terrified, and raised her finger to point behind her. Songhe turned his head and stood up hurriedly in fright. Hello, teacher. Lulu showed an appreciative smile, and Ban Zhanye, who was always serious, also showed a rare gentle expression. This set of competition questions, have you read the catalog? Ban Zhanye asked. Not yet. Songhe quickly flipped through the table of contents. He was reckless as soon as he got the question, and didn't look at the table of contents at all. This set of competition questions is divided into 3 parts: elementary questions, intermediate questions, and advanced questions. Ban Zhanye pointed to the catalog. Songhe felt chills on his back. Judging from the page number of the catalog, he did all the elementary questions. It is obviously very difficult, but it is still only a beginner. How bad is the mid to high level? The author of the question wants the students to die. Seeming to see through what he was thinking, Ban Zhanye explained. Elementary questions are basically the knowledge points in the high school stage. During the competition, this kind of questions accounted for 1/3. That is to say, if you only learn high school mathematics, it is far from enough to score more than 30 points in the competition. If you want to eat up the scores of intermediate and advanced questions, you have to learn super class knowledge. Songhe was speechless. Teacher, do the intermediate and advanced questions involve college mathematics? That's right. There are university mathematics textbooks in the school library. You can read them. Tongji's version of advanced mathematics in green leather, linear algebra in purple leather, probability theory and mathematical statistics in blue leather. There are also Tang Jaifeng's tutoring notes. Use 30 lectures, Li Yongle's linear algebra lectures, you can read these first. Ban Zhanye casually listed the cheats. Songhe's face turned pale, Teacher, these sound like books for the postgraduate entrance examination. Indeed, if you pass all the studies, you won't have to worry about taking the postgraduate entrance examination for mathematics. Ban Zhanye nodded. Song He was frightened. Teacher, I'm still a freshman in high school, isn't it a bit too advanced to study mathematics for the postgraduate entrance examination? Zhexuan Dao won the gold medal in the International Mathematics Olympiad at the age of 13, a bachelor's degree from Flinders University at the age of 16, a master's degree at the age of 17, and a doctorate at the age of 21. Ban Zhanye said, go to the library to find the book on advanced mathematics, which contains the content of calculus, which Terence Dow taught himself when he was 7 years old. The middle school textbooks in the Soviet Union also contained the content of calculus. How can a student, Hida, compare with a mathematician? Song He was stunned. Want to recommend the top 10 universities? Ban Zhanye patted Song He on the shoulder. Think. Song He's slack eyes became clear instantly. Then learn it. As long as you learn it, college mathematics is actually very simple. Ban Zhanye smiled encouragingly, patted Song He on the shoulder, turned and left. Song He froze in place, watching the two teachers leave. His thoughts were confused. As long as you learn it, college mathematics is actually very simple. Teacher, feel your conscience, are you really not lying to me? If you didn't lie to me, I really went to learn. Song He, your image in my mind has grown, and the teacher actually asked you to learn advanced mathematics. This is so important to you. Zhao Yi was dumbfounded, her small face was full of admiration. Then buy a hamburger for the tall Song He, classmate Xiao Fengke. Evening self-study. Freshmen in camouflage uniforms poured into the teaching building, sweating profusely. After all, they had been training all afternoon. Many freshmen were playing around in the corridor, and they had obviously started to get acquainted. Millennium kill, double kill, triple kill, quadruple kill. Let's go together, this guy must be killed today. The students of Elite Class 2 entered the classroom squabbling, suddenly quieted down, stopped their smiles for a second, and obediently returned to their seats. The beautiful teacher in the white dress stood on the podium and waited, with a thick stack of test papers in her hand, like a long-awaited ambush holding a heavy machine gun. Song He took his seat, and heard Ding Yang's whispering at the same table behind him, his tone excited. Here she comes. She's here. I came to know. For middle school just because of this teacher. He actually teaches our class. The ancestral grave breathes fire. Ding Yang slapped his thigh excitedly. This teacher is so beautiful, why are you running towards her? She is your relative, asked the deskmate. What kind of relative? This is the famous teacher Lulu. The first sister in charge of the biology competition in our school. In the past few years, she was in charge of our school's biology competition team. She can send 4 or 5 Qingbei students every year, and even 985 people are recommended. There are more than 20. Ding Yang's was incoherent in excitement, holding teacher Lulu's thigh tightly as holding tight to the prestigious school. Song He's eyelids twitched when he heard this. I saw this beautiful teacher in the cafeteria at noon. Seeing her young and beautiful, I thought she was a new teacher who came for an internship, but I didn't expect her to be so powerful. First lady in biology competition. 4 or 5 Qingbei, more than 2,985. Ding Yang's behind was still excited, but his tone was more murderous. This summer vacation, I've been studying biology madly at home. I've been studying in the dark. I will definitely get the quota for the biology competition in our class. No one can stop me. Ding Yang said firmly, this wave of Lao Tzu is blocking and killing gods and Buddhas. Block and kill the Buddha. Song He's eyelids twitched again, calling out the system subject combat power list. Bio. Bronze level 22. Mathematics. Bronze level 06. Language. Black iron level 80. English. Black iron level 75. Physics. Black iron level 74. Chemistry. Black iron level 74. Song He has also heard for a long time that the mathematics and biology competitions in No. 4 middle school are very strong, so he has been studying these two subjects hard during the summer vacation. Song He easily scored full marks in biology in the senior high school entrance examination, which is his strong subject. After another summer of hard study, the biological combat power has been enhanced to an epic level. Judging from the combat power list given by the system, his strongest is not mathematics, but biology, with a gap of more than 10 levels. Therefore, the opportunity of biological competition must be given a go. The teacher is here with the test paper. Is he ready to choose candidates? Ding Yang's became a little fanatical, and he crackled the ballpoint pen. Come on. I'm ready. I just want to kill everyone, or be killed by everyone. Kill. You're crazy. The deskmate was horrified. Crazy. If I go to the rocket class, I will definitely be a man with my tail between my legs. In the elite class, Ding Yang's glanced at Song He, who was sitting in front of him, and his lips got stuck. In the elite class, I might not be able to do mathematics. No, this subject of biology, I haven't put anyone in my eyes yet. The whole class is here. Lulu closed the classroom door. The noise in the corridor was blocked out, and the classroom was immediately silent. Hi students, I am Lulu, your biology teacher. Some of you may have heard of me. I have been in charge of the school's biology competition for the past few years. Lulu introduced herself with a smile. Her smile turned into spring rain, and her voice was soft and charming, which made many students' bones crumble when they heard it. Compared with Ban Zhanye, the head teacher who is like a man-eating tiger, Lulu is completely the image of a beautiful and gentle big sister. Let me know first, how many students in our class want to participate in the biology competition? Raise your hand. In an instant, more than half of the class raised their arms high. The arm is like a forest. The scene is quite spectacular. Song He also raised his hand resolutely, and Ding Yang's, who was sitting behind, changed his face slightly and poked Song He's back lightly with his finger. Dude, aren't you a math contest? You are so strong in math. Ding Yang's asked in a low voice. I'm better at biology than math, Song He said. Ding Yang's heard that your biology is better than mathematics, and he was frightened. Resentment value plus 20. Ding Yang's remembered that you were a related household, and felt scared. Resentment value plus 30. Song He froze for a moment. This Ding Yang's was quite good at associating. On the podium, Lulu quickly scanned the classroom, and suddenly saw Song He raising his hand in the corner. Hey, Song He, aren't you a math contest? Lulu smiled. Teacher, I'm better in biology than math. Song He said to himself, I basically didn't fail the junior high school biology exam. Really? Let's test it later. Lulu nodded, but her smile was clearly dubious. As soon as the words were finished, a lot of subtitles suddenly burst out in front of Song He's eyes. Ding Yang's found out that the teacher actually knew you, and was afraid that you have a good relationship, so he can make a default quota, and the resentment value plus 50. Hu Zhengqing is worried that your hands and eyes are open to the sky, so you can set a quota by default, resentment value plus 30. Li Yumeng thought you had something to do with the teacher, and became angry, the resentment value plus 30. Song He was dumbfounded, flashing dozens of messages of resentment value in front of him. The names of most of the students in the class floated again, and some students had a lot of resentment, and even contributed several resentment points. Looking back, many faces were staring at me with complicated expressions, and the atmosphere of the whole class was a little different. Song He quickly called up the system to check the balance of resentment points. 1700 points. Sent. Can change 17 hours of mental arithmetic capsules. Let's take a small test today. It's not a formal selection test, but to find out. You don't need to copy it, because the students around you probably won't know it either. Lulu began to hand out the papers and said half-jokingly, if there are students who can ask 1 or 2 questions, get the score, and the teacher will give you a precious mysterious gift, worth 888 yuan. The test papers were quickly distributed to each student. But most of the students did not start writing, and stared blankly at the test paper. The atmosphere in the classroom was strange. Everyone was at a loss, wondering whether the topic is difficult or not, but they have never heard of it. 1. What is the widely criticized off-target effect of CRISPR-Cas9 technology? 2. Where was the world's first CRISPR-Cas9 human experiment started? What is the goal? 3. Why does the zinc finger nuclease assembly platform, OPEN, take so long? 4. What does epigenetics study? Why is it said that epigenetics deviates from Darwin's theory and is the revival of Lamarck's theory? 5. Please give an example to illustrate the Red Queen effect in the theory of evolution. There are a total of 20 questions before and after, all of which are short answer questions, with a large blank area waiting for candidates to answer. The examinees looked at each other in a daze, with a look of dementia on their faces. The whispering voice gradually spread. What the hell is this all about? The main thing is that some textbooks are not tested at all. Who can solve this very question? It's impossible for anyone to do it. It's not an exam at all, it's just a slap in the face. If someone can answer a question, I'll eat my deskmate on the spot. Are you a ogre? I won't feed you. Suddenly, there was a soft sound of writing with a gel pen, sonorous and powerful. Someone answered. Such a ghostly question, someone actually started to answer it. All the students in the class stretched their heads excitedly, looking for the god who answered the question. Finally, all eyes were fixed on the front row. Ding Yang's is writing furiously. A low exclamation sounded, and students in the back row began to ask for Ding Yangzi's name. Everyone is in 9-year compulsory education, why is this old man so handsome? Where there are crouching dragons, there are phoenix chicks. There was another light sound of gel pen writing, which complemented Ding Yangzi's answering sound. The sound of the two pens writing is very clear in the silent classroom, like two machine guns firing alone on the battlefield of dead bodies. The whole class stretched their heads excitedly, looking for the second fairy who answered, turned their eyes around and returned to the front row. In front of Ding Yang's, Song He also wrote to answer the question. The two people wrote crazily like a competition, and the surrounding students faintly felt a murderous aura rising. However, the two only lasted 10 minutes to answer the questions, and the flags died down one after another. These two can only do a few questions, not the entire paper. Lulu stepped off the podium and took away the test papers of Ding Yang's and Song He. Have any students answered? There was dead silence in the classroom. Lulu seemed to have expected it a long time ago, returned to the podium with a smile, and looked down at the two test papers. What a coincidence! Song He's paper answered the second and third questions, and Ding Yangzi's paper answered the first question and the fourth and fifth questions. The two of them happened to divide the work to complete the first 5 questions. Lulu surprised, great, let's see the correct rate now. Both Song He and Ding Yang's were nervous, staring at the teacher on the podium. The eyes of the whole class were focused on the two of them, like a flock of chickens looking at two intruding cranes. The first question, Ding Yangzi's answer, the off-target effect means that when the guide RNA sequence tries to destroy and modify a certain gene, it mistakenly cuts the gene sequence outside the strike range. Lulu recited. Correct. Ding Yang's gets 1 point. There was a burst of applause in the class. Although I couldn't understand it, it felt awesome. Ding Yang secretly clenched his fists, condensing the back of Song He's head in front of him. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. The second question, Song He's answer. The world's first CRISPR-Cas9 human experiment was launched in West China Hospital of Sichuan University, with the goal of overcoming lung cancer. Lulu nodded. Correct. Song He gets 1 point. Song He let out a sigh of relief. He saw this answer in a scientific magazine by chance, and his memory has been blurred, so he almost got it right. There was another burst of applause in the classroom, and the sound was even louder. Watching the gods fight, the students' emotions have already heated up, and now the score is 1-1 on the court. The third question is still Song He's answer. Lulu suddenly showed surprise on her face. I am quite surprised by this answer. Ding Yangzi's expression was serious. Song He's answer surprised the teacher. Is it rightly scary, or just downright wrong? Lulu cleared her throat and continued to read Song He's test paper under the gaze of the whole class. The process of applying the open zinc finger nuclease method is relatively violent. If scientists want to get 3 zinc fingers in series and recognize a segment of 9 DNA bases, they need to first split the 9 bases into 3 DNA sequences of 3 plus 3 plus 3. As for the 3 base sequences, 95 zinc fingers need to be taken as spares, and then 95 plus 95 plus 95 zinc fingers are randomly combined to generate the cube of 95, that is, 857,375 combinations, and then their ability to bind to the target DNA sequence is tested. And thus very time-consuming. After Lulu finished reading, she raised her head, and the class was full of dull expressions with their mouths open. For freshmen in high school, This answer sounds like a Bible. The answer is correct, more detailed than the reference answer. Song-hee gets another point. Lulu nodded appreciatively. A moment of silence, thunderous applause. Song-hee began to feel resentment in front of his eyes. Ding Yangs feels that you are very strong, as if facing a big enemy, resentment value plus 100. Hu Zhengqing is desperate for your strength, resentment value plus 50. Li Yumeng's self-confidence was defeated by you, resentment value plus 50. Another 200 resentment points, and the accumulated resentment value is 1900 points. Song-hee suddenly realized that Xiao Fengke had a good impression of him. When he bullied her, the value of resentment was in the single digits, but the strangers in the classroom produced dozens of hundreds of resentments at every turn. The next two questions, Ding Yangzi's answers. Lulu continued to read. Question 4. Epigenetics studies the effect that does not affect the DNA sequence, but can exist in future generations for a long time. Lulu nodded. Half of the answer, correct, give 0.5 points. Fifth question. The lion chases the zebra. The slow-running zebra is eaten, and the slow-running lion will starve to death, so the zebra and lion run faster and faster from generation to generation, but the relationship between eating and being eaten is still the same. Lulu nodded. Yes, 1 point. In the final score, Song-hee got 2 points, Ding Yangs got 2.5 points. Ding Yangs was slightly better, both students are excellent. Lulu looked appreciatively. The questions are very difficult. As long as you answer one question correctly, you have the potential to enter the biology competition team. There was bursts of applause in the classroom, and countless eyes of envy and jealousy cast their eyes on the front row. Song-hee's face was serious. He was very confident in his biological strength, but he didn't expect to overturn. Fortunately, it was not a selection test, otherwise I would have missed the competition quota. He resisted the urge to look back at Ding Yangs. Why is Ding Yangs so strong? Although Ding Yangs narrowly won, his face was ugly. The difference of only 0.5 points narrowly wins. The element of luck is too big. Maybe Song-hee wins by changing the set of papers. The grading process of the questions is too sloppy. Questions of different difficulty are given 1 point. Song-hee's zinc finger questions are extremely profound. If there is a formal exam, questions like zinc fingers must have high scores. Maybe Song-hee's total score depends on this question. Just pull it up. Ding Yang stared at the back of Song-hee's head vigilantly. This person is definitely not a good person. Song-hee and Ding Yangs follow me to the office to receive a mysterious gift worth 888 yuan. Lulu laughed. The other students are going to self-study. Under the envious eyes of all the students, Song-hee and Ding Yangs left their seats. Another string of envious resentment points floated in front of Song-hee's eyes, and the accumulated resentment points just reached 2,000 points. Office. Song-hee and Ding Yangs entered the door. They couldn't help showing surprise. The other teachers are a group of teachers crammed into an office as cramped as an Indian train. Lulu's office is actually a spacious and luxurious single room, with a large air-conditioned leather sofa, and the salary is almost as good as that of the principal. Your little gift, do you like it? Lulu opened the desk drawer and took out 2 handbags. Song-hee and Ding Yangs quickly took it. Sure enough, there were several biology exercise books in the handbag. Our class only has 1 spot for the biology competition team. The selection test is scheduled for 10 days later, and it will be more difficult than this test, so if you want to participate in the competition, prepare well, or you may not be able to solve a single question by then. Lulu seriously urged. Teacher, the price of these books can't reach 888 yuan. Song-hee took out each exercise book and looked at the barcode price at the back. It's only 355 yuan and 50 fen. Lulu was stunned for a moment, then laughed. The brat is still picking and choosing, with my signature on it, and adding my signature isn't worth 888. Ding Yangs asked nervously, Teacher, is it possible that after finishing these books, you can get high marks in the selection exam? Yes, the scope of the selection test is in these books. Lulu nodded. Ding Yangs, are you going to take the path of biology competition? Yes, teacher, I have been preparing. I have studied more than a dozen sets of biology papers during the holidays, and I have also read 7 or 8 sets of real questions from competitions over the years. Ding Yangs was full of fighting spirit. I am confident that I will win the competition. Very good. Lulu turned to look at Songhee. Songhee, what are your plans? I also want to take the biology competition, Songhee said seriously. Lulu looked surprised. What about the math competition? The class teacher has high hopes for you. I also want to try the math competition. I want to enter both competition teams. As the saying goes, children make choices, adults. Songhee replied without hesitation, and his expression changed slightly. I rely on me, adult. Brother Song, you can't chew too much. You are good at math, so it's very suitable for you to take the math competition. Ding Yang smiled stiffly. Ding Yang wants you to join the mathematics team. After all, there is only one place. If you join the biology team, he will not be able to get in. Lulu felt the smell of gunpowder between the two students. I am neutral. Look at the two of you. The results of the selection test. The strong will get this year's quota. All depends on the score. Teacher, I will do my best. Songhee replied bluntly, as if to fight as soon as he wanted to. Ding Yang's face changed from cloudy to cloudy. Although he was very confident in his biological level, Songhee exuded an aura that made him afraid. If Songhee only engages in mathematics competitions, he can easily enter the biology competition team, but why does Songhee have to be greedy? Is he delusional to win the prizes of two competitions at the same time? This is too ignorant, crazy and ridiculous. Teacher, Songhee participated in both competitions at the same time, and he must throw one in the end. It is still difficult to win a prize in one competition. How can he win prizes in both competitions at the same time? This test, the two of us are the only ones in the class who are capable. Why don't you let me enter the biology competition and Songhee the mathematics competition? Ding Yang spoke anxiously, and gave Songhee a warning look. It's good for both of us. Otherwise, a precious spot in the class will definitely be wasted. Why be so excited? If you don't get selected this time, you can wait another year. Songhee deliberately provoked him. Can't you just wait another year? I got a high score. Ding Yang instantly became angry. Songhee, don't be too selfish. Ding Yang is furious because of your provocation. Resentment value plus 500. Songhee was taken aback, then ecstatically, a sentence in exchange for 500 resentment points. I'm selfish, you're selfless, give me the spot. Songhee continued to provoke him decisively. Songhee, you are too deceitful. Ding Yang raised his voice angrily. Ding Yang is furious because of your provocation. Resentment value plus 1000. Enough. Both of you want to compete for a place, and use your grades to grab it. Lulu suppressed her smile, and knocked on the table seriously. Go back to study. Instead of arguing here, the real thing is to learn more. The two students looked at each other tit for tat, thanked the teacher at the same time, and left angrily. The office returned to silence. Lulu supported her jade-like face with her slender hands. She didn't know what she was thinking. A fat female teacher came in through the door holding a teacup. Ms. Liu, are the students arguing in your office? Fat teacher laughed while sipping tea. Lulu smiled helplessly, and explained the cause and effect. Actually, it's really unrealistic to have a double competition, but that kid Songhee is pretty good, so I have selfish intentions. If he is successfully shortlisted and has a good grade in the biology team, I can let him withdraw from the math team. Lulu chuckled. If you let him drop out of the math team, wouldn't it be a waste of the class's math competition quota? Isn't the old class going to blow up? Fat teacher laughed. Let him blow it up. I'm afraid of him. Lulu snorted disdainfully. I was only one vote short of the election for the grade director last time. The old class promised to vote for me, but I voted for myself. The student that the class likes to grab over, I'm looking forward to seeing his reaction. Fat teacher noticed that the topic was sensitive, so he changed the subject with a dry smile. Speaking of double competition, I think of Yuan Bong. Yuan Bong. Lulu was at a loss. 5 years ago, there was a student in our school, Yuan Bong, who was also in the first year of senior high school. He participated in the mathematics competition and the biology competition at the same time. In the end, he competed for the national award and the student competition for the provincial award. He caused a sensation in the whole school. He is like a shooting star. Yuan Bong, a sophomore in high school, was recommended to be sent to Beijing Institute of Technology for a combined master's and doctoral degree. Now it seems that he has signed a high-paying agreement with the Military Research Institute. After graduation, he will do research on explosives and then switch to chemistry. Fat teacher took a sip of tea. Principal, a few days ago, I was still thinking, when will the school produce another Yuan Bong? Wizard. Lulu was surprised. I came to our school 4 years ago, and I have never heard of this person. Can there be a student with double competition and double prizes this year? Can your Song Hee do it? Fat teacher asked. Lulu shook her head and laughed. How can it be so easy to fight on two fronts? Although I am more inclined to Song Hee, he may not be able to pass the Ding Yang's exam. In just a few days, Song Hee has to prepare for both math and biology exams. So much time. Does he keep studying without sleeping? At 10 o'clock in the evening, the boys' dormitory. Song Hee sat upright in front of the table. In front of him was the black technology lottery panel that was called up. The resentment value has accumulated to 3,500 points, at least half of which was contributed by Ding Yang's. My heartfelt thanks to Ding Yang's, the big brother on the list. It can be drawn 10 times in a row. Song Hee gritted his teeth and spent 1,000 resentment points, starting the black technology lucky draw wheel. Congratulations on getting the mental arithmetic capsule, X1. Congratulations on getting the mental arithmetic capsule, X1. As the turntable spun, lottery results popped up one after another. Red capsules kept popping out of Song Hee's palm, and he quickly found out the vitamin bottle he brought with him, and put the capsules in. This system is a little bad. The things for the lottery can't be stored temporarily, and they will appear directly. And I don't know what's in the lottery prize pool, which is quite exciting. If a star warship is drawn out later, wouldn't the dormitory building collapse in an instant? But the explosive prize that Song Hee was worried about did not appear for a long time, and soon, 10 mental arithmetic capsules appeared in the vitamin bottle. Song Hee frowned. He originally thought that mental arithmetic capsules were awesome stuff, but the lottery was full of them. Feelings are the lowest prizes, similar to, thank you for your patronage. This 10 consecutive draws will get 2 chances for free draws. Lucky draw wheel continues to roll. Congratulations on getting the mental arithmetic capsule, X1. Congratulations on obtaining the deep sleep capsule purchase qualification, which has been placed in the system mall. Song Hee's eyes lit up, and finally something different came out. Maybe 10 consecutive draws will give out rare prizes. Opening the system mall, a brand new blue capsule appeared next to the bright red mental arithmetic capsule. Deep sleep capsule, 1000 resentment points capsule. Shenshui capsules can compress 8 hours of sleep to 1 hour, accelerate the process of brain detoxification during sleep, without obvious side effects, but it is not advisable to take too much. 1 capsule a day after falling asleep for 1 hour can ensure full energy. Song Hee clenched his fists excitedly. During the day, he was still worried about not having enough time to study. Now that he has the deep sleep capsule, he can spend 6 or 7 hours more every day, so he can study the questions all night. Don't underestimate these 6 or 7 hours. You must know that during the daytime military training this week, the real time for studying is very short. Suddenly, a few extra hours will double the study time, and the odds of winning the selection test after 10 days will also increase by a few percent. Song Hee swallowed a mental arithmetic capsule, opened the biology textbook given by teacher Lulu, and instantly entered the learning state. The biology textbook in hand has many calculation topics. Most calculation questions are relatively simple, such as the calculation of peptide bonds in protein peptide chains, the number of free amino carboxyl groups, protein molecular weight, etc. When encountering this kind of problem, Song Hee had to do some calculations. Now with a glance, the answer pops up directly, and the mental calculation speed is so fast that you can't feel the process. There are also computationally intensive questions, mainly genetic questions. The genetic question looks messy. What pea fruit flies? Crazy hybridization, backcrossing, self-crossing, test crossing. The main focus is a collapse of ethics. The style of painting is more chaotic than the movie, Little Days, and the orthopedics department is considered fresh. Usually, for similar genetic questions, Song Hee would be bald for at least 10 minutes before he could sort out the relationship and carefully calculate step by step. Now that the mental arithmetic capsules are in full swing, Song Hee is shocked to find that a virtual gene chain has automatically appeared in his mind. In just 10 seconds, the gene chain splits and crosses rapidly, the arrangement changes, and it is divided into different colors, and the final calculation result is clear at a glance. There's still this kind of mental arithmetic. Go against the sky. Song he muttered to himself, feeling like he had opened up a new world. The pen in my hand dropped frequently, like a typewriter, quickly writing down complex fractions one by one. The heredity problem that used to take 10 minutes to solve is now compressed into 1 minute. Biological progress detected, upgraded from bronze level 22 to bronze level 23. Song he is so cool. He decided to take advantage of the effect of the medicine and attack a wave of biological genetic problems tonight, trying to improve his biological combat power to bronze level above 30. Study. Study all night. Boom. The dormitory lights suddenly went out and plunged into darkness. Song he was taken aback, then turned to look at his roommate Yuan Guang on the opposite bed. Did the lamp blow up? Yuan Guang laughed. What light is blown up? Look out the window. Song he looked out the window, and the dormitory building opposite was also pitch black. He realized in an instant that it was the school that had switched off the power. Holy shit, the lights are turned off at 10:30, is high school a place to keep healthy? I still want to stay up late to study. Song he anxiously asked, is the school library still open? Yuan Guang heard that you were going to stay up late to study, the resentment value +10. Don't imitate my brother, why bother so much? Aren't you tired from the military training? My legs would break if I kicked the goose step. Yuan Guang yawned. The school turns off the lights at 10:30, just to let us go to bed early and get up early. The door of the building is sealed, and you can't get out now. Song he was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly picked up the exercise book and got up, and ran to the balcony to face the window. The moon is not bright enough today. Song he said in a resentful tone, where is the moonlight in front of the bed? How bright is this? Yuan Guang discovered that you were trying to learn with the help of moonlight, resentment value +50. Brother, don't be so ridiculous. Yuan Guang complained. It's the first day of school, brother, it's not like the college entrance examination is coming soon. Do you know who has a night light in the dormitory? The kind with batteries, Song he asked. Night lights don't work either. The auntie in charge of the dormitory will come around at 12 o'clock and report criticism to any dormitory with light. In short, strictly prevent students from staying up late to study and not being energetic in class the next day. Yuan Guang paused, but if you really want to learn. What? Song he came to his senses, buying auntie the housekeeper. No, the toilet, Yuan Guang said. Bathroom. This is a public toilet on the first floor, and many students usually come to use the tub. There is a voice-activated light in the toilet, which turns on when you stomp your foot, but the light is dim and the lighting is seriously insufficient. Song he took the biology questions and a pen, frowning, and entered the toilet. Smelly. It stinks. There was still urine flowing across the ground, like a shed for raising livestock. Song he could only set his feet carefully to avoid splashing. As soon as he walked into the toilet, Song he saw a familiar figure standing by the window. The figure by the window turned around, glanced at Song he, and then looked sullen. Ding Yangs. Ding Yangs held a biology book in his hand, which looked very familiar to him. Song he looked at the cover of the biology exercise in his hand, it was the same style. They are all given by Lulu. Ding Yangs found out that you also came to the toilet to stay up late to study, resentment value +100. I will definitely get the spot in the biology competition team. Ding Yangs said coldly, with a murderous look on his face. Song he smiled, you really want this quota so much, call dad, I can give it to you. Ding Yangs thinks you humiliated him, resentment value +200. You don't need to let me down. I will beat you upright in the examination room. Ding Yangs raised his voice, his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Don't pull it down, there will be times when you regret it. Song he curled his lips, and couldn't help laughing again after a while. Actually, I just coaxed you to play, how could you let such a precious quota? I just want to trick you into calling you dad. Ding Yangs thinks you are playing tricks on him, resentment value +300. I'll go down and inform the auntie of the dormitory, and ask her to arrest you for staying up late to study. Song he suddenly said again. Ding Yangs stared angrily, obviously anxious. Idiot, Isn't it shameful to make a small report? Can a man be above board? Song Hee laughed loudly. I also came to study with a book, how could I report to my aunt? Dude, you are a bit stupid. Learn it, let's learn it together, and you will be convinced during the exam. Wishful thinking. I will definitely get the spot in the biology competition team. Ding Yang's almost roared. Ding Yang's has strong hostility towards you, resentment value plus 400. Song Hee was overjoyed. Ding Yang's is like a big brother, his temper is like a gunpowder keg. These few words contributed up to 1000 resentment points. Buying the deep sleep capsule tonight is equivalent to free. Stay up late to study, can you survive me? I will let you know what is the god of war all night. Song Hee stopped talking to him, found a corner, bowed his head and started to work on the problem. In the toilet late at night, an exciting learning competition is underway. Song Hee and Ding Yang's occupied a corner alone, doing biology problems frantically. The voice-activated light above the head was turned off every minute, and the two of them kicked the wall and made a slap to wake up the voice-activated light. At the beginning, the two were chaotic and often kicked the wall together. Later, a tacit understanding was formed unconsciously. Song Hee kicked, Ding Yang's kicked, and the lights were turned on alternately, very regularly. Those who didn't know thought that the two Wang brothers had agreed to take turns to turn on the lights. Occasionally, some sleepy-eyed classmates came to the bathroom, and when they saw two people holding books in the corner, they couldn't help but groan, showing a ghost-like expression. Song Hee also had resentment values sporadically in front of his eyes. Du Yucheng was frightened by your behavior of studying in the toilet, resentment value plus 10. Zhang Liao found out that you were doing the questions extremely fast, and thought with disdain that you were writing nonsense, resentment value plus 10. Ni Shuiwen thought that the urine on the floor was yours, the resentment value plus 20. Li Hua's eyes are sleepy, he sees you as a ghost, he is frightened, his resentment value plus 80. Yin Junji feels inferior because of his small size, he dare not pee when there are people around, resentment value plus 60. Ling Wen feels inferior because of the size of a certain place, he dare not pee for fear of scaring you, resentment value plus 50. Outrageous, what the hell is this riding on a horse? Song Hee was speechless. I do not know how long it has been. Drowsiness came to mind, and eyelids finally started to fight. Roommate Yuan Guang suddenly appeared at the toilet door, looking at Song Hee in shock. Song Hee, you're dying. It's already 1 o'clock in the morning. Still learning. You will die suddenly in the military training tomorrow. Song Hee was startled, it's so late. Looking through the exercises in my hand, the time seems to be right, and I have finished more than 40 pages. Biological progress detected, upgraded from bronze level 23 to bronze level 30. The upgrade speed is gratifying, and the upgrade progress of creatures has reached the goal for tonight. Song Hee turned his head to look at Ding Yang's, and Ding Yang's was also looking at him. Both of them were exhausted, and their faces were ugly, like young men dragged to the battlefield. How much did you learn? Song Hee asked. No matter how much you have learned, I will study for half an hour more. Ding Yang's tired eyes flickered with flames, it's kind of all night. Go all night by yourself, I'll go back and sleep. Song Hee sneered. Yuan Guang and Song Hee went out of the toilet one after the other, and walked back to the dormitory through the snoring corridor in the dark. Brother Song, you can't go all out. Ding Yang's is just a dumbass. Yuan Guang lay on the bed. I got up at night to go to the bathroom, and seeing your bed was empty, scared me to death. Stop fighting, sleep well. Song Hee took out a blue deep sleep capsule and took it with a drink of water. The room fell silent, and soon the even breathing of two people could be heard. After 1 hour, among the two even breathing sounds, one suddenly changed. In the darkness, Song Hee sat up and stretched. The system mall is really childlike, and the effect of the deep sleep capsule is amazing. When I opened my eyes, I felt refreshed. It didn't look like I had slept for an hour, but it was like I had slept comfortably all night. Look at Yuan Guang on the opposite bed, sleeping soundly. Song Hee smiled crookedly, you can continue to sleep, I'm full of blood and blue, I'm about to open the book hard. Song Hee found out mathematics compulsory 4, quietly opened the door of the dormitory and went out to the public toilet. Before reaching the door of the toilet, I heard the crisp sound of shoes kicking the wall inside. Someone is waking up the voice-activated lights. Song He was secretly startled. This Ding Yangs is so stunned, he is still learning. Are you really not afraid of sudden death? After entering the toilet, the figure in the corner changed, not Ding Yangs, but a thinner and taller person. Take a closer look. Hey, they are also old acquaintances. Brother Ning Mo, get up early to study. Song He asked. Ning Mo in the corner turned his head, a look of astonishment flashed under his thick glasses. In Ning Mo's eyes, Song He's mathematics is very good, and he is not an opponent at all. He came to study mathematics in the early morning, mainly to defeat his old enemy Zhang Jilei in the selection test. However, I was quite surprised to see Song He take a book to the toilet in the middle of the night, and I felt a little bit of goodwill in my heart, like a sympathy for each other. Are you coming to learn too? Ning Mo pointed to the math textbook in Song He's hand with his chin. Hey, I can't sleep, just take a look. Song He smiled, lowered his head to open the math textbook, and secretly took a mental arithmetic capsule. The two stopped talking, and stood at the corner of the wall, bowing their heads and brushing the questions, as if they were playing a pen fairy game. Occasionally, classmates who went to the toilet at night came in, and they were frightened one after another, giving Song He a series of resentment points. After a long time, Song He suddenly remembered something and turned to ask. Brother Ning Mo, you are very strong in mathematics, what have you learned now? I just started learning Kramer's law. Ning Mo's tone was erratic, his face was obviously a little weak, probably because he got up too early and felt sleepy. What the hell is Kramer's law? Song He was stunned. Is there such a thing in high school mathematics? I'm done with high school mathematics during my vacation. Kramer's law is a university course, and Tongji University's linear algebra. Ning Mo said in a daze. If you finish the study before the selection test, maybe you can get more than 10 points. Ning Mo had a showdown and told Song He his study progress without reservation. After all, Song He is very good, and he is not a threat, so there is no need to be wary. Besides, Ning Mo felt that Song He was quite pitiful. He obviously had no chance to be shortlisted at all, and he had to come to liver math in the early morning, and he was dying. Now that he has shown his strength, he also hopes that Song He will recognize the situation and go back to sleep. Is this the pity of the strong for the weak? Although I am strong, I must also be a good person. Ning Mo thought to himself. Niu Wanshi, you're learning so fast. Song He was really taken aback. There is also the scope of advanced mathematics in the competition questions. Have you learned it yet? It's too late. Before the selection exam, I can only master linear algebra in college mathematics. I can learn advanced mathematics after I enter the competition team. Ning Mo yawned. Are you still studying? Won't you go back to sleep? No, you've already studied mathematics in college. I haven't figured out high school mathematics yet. I have to work hard to catch up. Song He smiled. If you can't catch up, why don't you go back and rest early, and it won't be too late to compete next year. Ning Mo smiled. Although your math level is not as good as mine, you still stand out from the crowd. Study hard for a year and win the provincial prize in next year's competition. There is hope. At that time, I should have won the award, and I can tutor you. After all, I am in the same class. That's good. If I win the award first this year, I'll tutor you next year. Song He nodded seriously. Ning Mo left the toilet with a smile, only taking Song He's words as a joke. There was only one person left in the toilet. Song He took a deep breath and took out 3 mental arithmetic capsules from his pocket. Before the selection test, the progress must exceed Ning Mo. Speed through high school math at least once, and then speed through linear algebra, and it is best to learn advanced mathematics, so as to ensure that the quota is guaranteed. Time is running out, we can only add medicine. Can't mental arithmetic capsules be superimposed? Try it out. Song He salivated a little, and quickly swallowed 3 mental arithmetic capsules. Boom! There was a sudden explosion in my mind. The superposition is so fierce. Song He's face twisted. Chapter 11. A strong icy coolness rushed to the top of the sky in an instant. It's so cool that the soul is out of the body. Song He looked down at the math textbook, and the activity level of his brain increased significantly. A large series of formulas and numbers can be seen all over the place. Lightning flashes across the mind, fast and bright, bursting out brilliant sparks. Each spark is a derived knowledge point and an answer to the exercises. It may be due to the skyrocketing speed of mental arithmetic, but the content of the textbook suddenly became easier. He had the illusion of going back to elementary school math textbooks, and the difficulty plummeted. Song Hee's page-turning hand began to accelerate. The eyes scan the pages like a scanner, the brain processes quickly, and a new page is solved in less than a minute. Turn the page, turn the page, turn the page. At the same time, upgrade prompts popped up in front of Song Hee's eyes. Mathematics progress detected, upgraded from Bronze 07 to Bronze 08. Mathematical progress detected, upgraded from Bronze 08 to Bronze 09. Mathematics progress detected, upgraded from Bronze 12 to Bronze 13. Time flies, and an hour flies by. Song Hee suddenly trembled, and the hand that turned the page stopped. The effect of the medicine is gone, and the numbers in my mind are dimming one by one, like a city without power, changing from bright lights to darkness. The sky outside the window lit up, gray and white. Song Hee breathed a sigh of relief exhaustedly, but his heart was filled with joy. The achievement of the all-night god of war has been achieved. Ding Yangs and Ning Mo have survived successively, and they stubbornly stood alone in the toilet until dawn. Tonight's battle can be described as Dugu seeking defeat. Mathematics compulsory 4 in my hand, unknowingly turned to the end, only 7 or 8 pages thick, basically finished. The effect is also quite obvious. Mathematics has risen from Bronze 7 all the way to Bronze 13, and it has been promoted to 6 levels in a row. Song Hee groaned in disbelief, reaching out his hand to wipe the hot sweat from his forehead. Just now his brain was excited and he didn't realize anything. Now that he calmed down, he realized what a horrible thing he had done. In just half a night, I successfully taught most of the math textbooks by myself. This cannot be described as super fast, it is simply a toilet miracle. According to the normal teaching schedule, these contents would take at least 2 months to finish, but I was able to speed through them in just a few hours. You don't even dare to say this kind of thing, who can believe it? After a brief moment of excitement, Song Hee's shoulders suddenly collapsed. So tired, so hungry. Although the addition of the medicine brought about a super speed, the side effects were also terrible. The intense hunger came, dizziness and abdominal pain followed one after another, and the adverse reaction for a moment was like being shot in the stomach. False, really false. But it was too early, and the school cafeteria hadn't opened yet. Where can I find food at this time? Song Hee looked at the toilet sadly, if only this place was a restaurant. The next day, night. At 10:30 in the evening, Song Hee entered the toilet holding the biology test. Sure enough, Ding Yangs was already writing questions in the corner. What time did you learn tonight, old man? Song Hee asked provocatively. Learned half an hour more than you. Ding Yangs turned his head, his eyes were cold and his expression was full of fighting spirit. Song Hee smiled, lowered his head to answer the questions. In the smelly toilet, the voice-activated lights flickered on and off, and the sound of the two kicking the wall was as tacit as last night. At 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, Song Hee closed the biology question with a snap. Biological progress detected, from Bronze level 30 to Bronze level 35. Turning his head to look at Ding Yang's opposite, he was so sleepy that he yawned repeatedly, and his standing posture was a little wobbly. But aware of Song Hee's gaze, Ding Yang still stubbornly raised his head and tried his best, with a tough expression of, I can hold on, like a beast baring its teeth in demonstration. No way, old Ding, it's only the second day that you'll be exhausted, I'll go back to sleep, take your time. Song Hee taunted and ran away. An hour later, 2 in the middle of the night. Song Hee was brimming with blood and blue, looking radiant, striding towards the toilet with his math textbook in his arms. The state of the whole person is not like sleeping for only 1 hour, but like sleeping for 8 hours and just waking up. Coming. The person in the corner has been replaced by Ning Mo, and the thick glasses reflect the light. Here we come. Song Hee nodded his head and opened his math textbook. The two kicked the wall tacitly and took turns turning on the voice-activated lights. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Ning Mo finally couldn't stand it anymore and yawned wildly. I'm going back to bed, and you should go to bed early too. Okay. Song Hee looked up, his eyes were very clear. Ning Mo frowned and left, muttering to himself, why is this guy so tough? Day 3, night. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Song-hee slammed the biology book shut. Biological progress detected, from bronze level 35 to bronze level 40. With a haggard face and disheveled hair, Ding Yangs tried his best to stare at Song-hee, pretending to be energetic, but his heavy breathing still exposed his weakness. Military training during the day and staying up late at night, the physical exertion is really terrible. No, old Ding, look how rosy my complexion is. The floor is full of piss, you can take a picture of yourself without peeing, your dark circles are almost a relative of a giant panda. Keep going, come on. Say it's like I study for half an hour more, so don't run away early. Song-hee taunted skillfully, turned around and left. After a while, Ding Yang squatted down wearily, out of breath. Why is Song-hee's complexion so rosy? You don't eat tiger penis every day, do you? It doesn't matter, I'll be sick for a few more days, and Song-hee must be beaten in the biology selection test. Let the whole class see that I am the biological king. Ding Yang staggered to his feet, and continued to read with energy. In the past, this kind of high-intensity sprint study would have caused him to collapse, but when he thought of Song-hee's taunt every night, his tired body would always burst out with energy again. 5 o'clock in the morning. Ningmo staggered and put away the math competition questions, his tone trembling. I can't stand it anymore, go back to sleep. Go to sleep, the military training is very tiring. Song-hee nodded. Ningmo took a serious look at Song-hee's face, and then left the toilet with a question mark in his head. No, this kid suffers like me every day, why doesn't he look sleepy at all? Ningmo murmured. Day 4. At 1 o'clock in the morning, there was a mocking sound from the toilet. Old Ding, the kidney qi is insufficient, both qi and blood are deficient. If you continue to suffer like this, you will fail to lift. Stop talking nonsense, go back to sleep. I need to study for half an hour more. I'm going to confirm the quota for the biology competition team. Urging me to go back to sleep. Actually, you can't stand it for another half an hour, right? If I sleep half an hour late today, how should you deal with it? You go to bed half an hour later, and I go to bed an hour later. I have plenty of energy. Ding Yangs almost ran out of oil, and when he heard you say to continue to boil, he was frightened, and his resentment value plus 300. It was 4:30 in the morning. I can't do it, I'm going back to sleep. Song-hee and you go to bed early too. Brother Ning, what a dream. Then what? Brother Song, aren't you sleepy? Ningmo was about to step out of the toilet when he finally couldn't help but stop. Sleepy. Of course I'm sleepy. Song-hee smiled, his face refreshed. Ningmo is puzzled by your super energy, resentment value plus 300. On the 5th day, at 10 o'clock in the morning, the sun was scorching like fire. The instructors, whistles and shouts echoed on the playground, and more than a dozen military training phalanxes in camouflage uniforms marched forward. In the corner of the playground, the instructor of Elite Class 2 blows his whistle. Just walked well this time. Take a 5-minute break. The phalanx that had just stood upright suddenly turned into a liquid, and the students collapsed to the ground, howling. Song-hee was so tired that he lay on his back on the playground, held up a math test paper, and used his fingernails to make marks on the multiple-choice questions. In the distance, Ningmo and Zhang Jilei sat cross-legged together and saw this scene. This Song-hee is so good, is it real or fake? Zhang Jilei looked suspicious. I'm afraid it's true learning. He has been staying up late in the toilet for the past few days to do his homework. Ningmo said with a serious expression, although his current math level is not as good as yours and mine, with his crazy learning spirit, he may catch up in a few months. He stayed up late in the toilet doing questions. Zhang Jilei was a little shocked. How do you know? Because I also stayed up all night in the toilet doing questions. Ningmo smiled. Shameless. Study secretly behind my back. Zhang Jilei stared. How long will you two be up? I went from 2 in the middle of the night to 5 in the morning, but every time I left, Song-hee was still learning. Ningmo's smile was restrained, as if thinking of some unpleasant experience. I can't get over him, I tried too much to persevere for a while, I really can't stand it. You and Song-hee stayed up late to study. From 2 o'clock in the middle of the night to 5 o'clock in the morning. Ding Yangs, who was lying next to him, suddenly sat up, his eyes widened, his face full of ghostly expression. It's impossible. How is this impossible? Tonight I will go to the toilet to stay up late to study. It is still between 2 and 5 o'clock. You can meet me when you go to the toilet at night. No accident, Song-hee is also there. Ning-mo was faintly proud, thinking that it was his hard work that shocked his classmates. I also stayed up late to study in the toilet. I learned from 10:30 to 1:30 in the middle of the night. Ding Yangs rolled his eyes. When I was studying, Song-hee was there. Zhang Jilei and Ning-mo were both stunned. The atmosphere suddenly became a little weird. What? Zhang Jilei suspected that she had heard it wrong. What time did you just say? I'm in the public toilet in the dormitory building, from 10:30 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. Ding Yang said earnestly. Song-hee is only half an hour less than me, and he learned a little from 10:30. Has it been like this for the past few days? Ning-mo was stunned. That's right, it's been 4 days in a row. Ding Yang's expression was incredible. Holy shit, this is impossible. Are you kidding me? Ning-mo was completely messed up. Song-hee and you are studying in the bathroom from 10:30 to 1 o'clock, and Song-hee and I are in the bathroom from 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock. Staying up late. What kind of species is Song-hee? Zhang Jilei next to her was also dumbfounded, with a look of disbelief. It's outrageous. How could Song-hee stay up in the first half of the night and the second half of the night? It's enough to stay up all night for 1 day, but can he survive for 4 days? Is he an alien? Zhang Jilei looked up at Song-hee in the distance with a suspicious expression. Fake. Song-hee looks better than the two of you combined. He doesn't have any dark circles at all, and he seems to have had enough sleep. On the contrary, both of you look pale. Are you two cheating on me together? The three looked at each other, and a crisis of trust broke out. I don't believe it. Ning-mo stared at Ding Yang suddenly. Old Ding, are you coaxing me to play? If you don't believe it, I still don't believe it. Lao Ning, you lied to me, right? Ding Yang also widened his eyes. Ning-mo and Ding Yang stared wide-eyed. Their eyes were bloodshot from staying up too late. The 5th day, night. Song-hee, as always, walked into the toilet with the biology test in his hands. Unexpectedly, both Ding Yangs and Ning-mo were there. Song-hee was surprised. Did I walk into the toilet in the wrong posture today? Why is the direction of the script different from the previous few days? Ning-mo, didn't you haunt in the middle of the night? Why did you change your habits? Ding Yangs turned his head to look at Ning-mo, with an expression of, what am I talking about? Ning-mo was dumbfounded. He originally thought it was a joke of Ding Yang's, but he didn't expect to see Song-hee walking in with a biology question at 10:30. This scene is so shocking, like hell. But soon, Ning-mo's eyes returned to suspicion. Could it be that Ding Yang's and Song-hee colluded? Team up and play a joke on yourself. Let Song-hee deliberately change the time to study today. Ning-mo turned his head suspiciously, and looked at Ding Yang's beside him. Ding Yang's also looked at Ning-mo suspiciously, slandering himself. Song-hee obviously came to study at this time. I watched him come and go every day. How could he come in the middle of the night? Coincidentally, Ning-mo and Ding Yang's had the same plan in mind. Not leaving tonight. Just stare right here. See if Song-hee can really learn all night. The two competitors next to them were having a lot of inner drama, but Song-hee in the corner didn't pay attention to them. He unfolded the real biology questions and quickly entered the state of learning as if no one else was there. Lightning flashed in his mind. Ning-mo and Ding Yang's also took out their own exercise books and wrote silently. Time passed by every minute and every second. The three quickly formed a tacit understanding of kicking the wall, and took turns kicking the wall to light up the voice-activated lights. Occasionally, a classmate who went to the toilet found that there were more and more people reading in the toilet, and couldn't help feeling a lot of resentment. Rolling in the classroom during the day is not enough, roll in the toilet at night. If this continues, the shitting place will become a study room. I will step on the horse and pull it hard, it will stink you to death, let you learn. The students gritted their teeth and cursed in their hearts, and Song-hee saw messages of resentment value recorded in the account. Finally, 1 o'clock in the morning. Song-hee closed the biology question with a snap. Biological progress detected, from bronze level 45 to bronze level 50. Song-hee frowned, and the progress was still a bit slow. His plan was to break through to silver in biology and 80 bronze in mathematics before the selection exam. But now that the combat power list is called up, the progress is not optimistic. Biology, bronze level 50. Mathematics, bronze level 36. The levels of other subjects have not changed, and they are still black iron ranks. Song He turned his head and looked at the two opponents in the opposite corner. Both Ding Yang's and Ning Mo's eyes were bloodshot. Compared to when they just started school a few days ago, both of them have lost a lot of weight, and they faintly look like they are exhausted. At this moment, both of them were breathing heavily, and they looked at Song He with difficulty, quite tenacious and unyielding. Old Ding, go to bed at 1:30 and wake up at 6 o'clock, and drink millet in intensive care. Don't fail the exam and let the ambulance take you away. Song He taunted habitually. Old Ning, I'm going back to sleep, and you should go to bed early too. Song He nodded kindly at Ning Mo again. After speaking, Song He turned and left, yawning and returning to the dormitory. In the toilet, Ding Yang's and Ning Mo looked at each other with complicated eyes. It's like this every night. He gets sleepy and goes back to sleep at 1 o'clock, and runs away after taunting me. Ding Yang's raised 3 fingers. If I tell a lie, I'll go to the intensive care unit and drink millet. But at 2 o'clock he will come to the toilet to study math again. I'm not lying, otherwise my whole family will accompany you to drink millet. Ning Mo raised 3 fingers and swore viciously. The two looked at each other suspiciously, then lowered their heads and continued to study. So far, the two still find it hard to believe that Song He can study all night continuously. This thing is so absurd that, approaching science, can shoot at least 10 episodes. Half an hour passed quickly. Ding Yang staggered suddenly, obviously unable to hold back. In the past few days, he has retreated to sleep at this time, and he has reached his limit by now, and continuing to endure is completely a breakthrough. If a person has a blood bar and a blue bar, then the mana bar was used up before, but now the mana bar is exhausted and ready to lose blood. But the stubborn old Ding still pinched his thighs to refresh himself. If you persist for half an hour, you will know the truth, hold on. I don't believe it, Song He can really stay up all night. How is this possible? Ning Mo must have tricked me. Ning Mo next to him suddenly squatted down and leaned on the wall. My stomach hurts. Ding Yangzi's legs trembled, and he also squatted down. How about we go back to the dormitory and get a chair? Good idea. Ning Mo slapped his thigh. Right, there are chairs to sit on, why are you standing bitterly? The two left the toilet together, walked towards the dormitory, returned to the toilet at the same time 2 minutes later, placed 2 small chairs by the window, and sat down wearily. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Song He was refreshed and high-spirited, carrying his math textbook into the toilet. This is the last mathematics elective textbook, and it is estimated that I can finish it tonight, and all the contents of high school mathematics will come to an end. This will undoubtedly be an exciting night of victory. After completing the study of high school mathematics, he only needs to learn another book of linear algebra to catch up with Ning Mo's progress. Just entering the toilet, Song He froze. Ning Mo and Ding Yang's were leaning on the 2 chairs under the windowsill like a couple. They were sleeping soundly with their mouths open, and their sleeping appearance was sweet. Song He is confused. What kind of operation is this? Don't sleep in a good dormitory bed, move a chair to sit and sleep in the smelly toilet. Do you have any special hobbies? Song He shook his head, lowered his head to open the math textbook, and ate the 3 mental arithmetic capsules in his palm. Excitement and fighting spirit danced in his eyes, and the veins in Song He's hand holding the pen bulged. High school mathematics, tonight is your death day. The voice control light is off. Song He kicked the wall alone, time and time again. Ding Yang's was awakened by the sound of kicking the wall. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar figure looking down at a book in the opposite corner. It's Song He. He really came to study again. Ding Yangzi's drowsiness disappeared in an instant. He rubbed his eyes hard, and opened them again. Song He is still there. This scene was really horrifying. Ding Yang's quickly twisted his thigh to make sure it was not a dream. Ah! Ning Mo woke up with a scream of pain. Who twisted my leg? Ning Mo froze in the middle of speaking, kept his mouth open, and stared straight at the other side. Ning Mo's pupils trembled, his expression unbelievable, and he stood up directly. He really did it again. How the hell is that possible? Ding Yangs and Ning Mo looked at each other, and they both saw fear in each other's eyes. The horror of seeing Song He in the toilet at this moment is tantamount to seeing a ghost. Both of them thought that Song He would never appear again tonight, but now seeing him again, they couldn't help but feel like playing a pen fairy game and really attracting a pen fairy. This learning is getting more and more exciting. Could it be that the student Song He in front of him is not a living person? At the same time, Song He's eyes suddenly flicked the system notification. Ding Yangs was frightened by your appearance, his 3 views cracked, resentment value plus 500. Ning Mo suspects that you are a dirty thing, resentment value plus 700. Ding Yangs originally thought that he had been studying for a long time, but suddenly reversed, and he was careless, resentment value plus 900. Ning Mo's thoughts are confused, recalling various school horror legends, resentment value plus 1000. Song He was also taken aback, and looked back at the 2 people by the window. They were obviously in extreme shock, their bodies froze and they didn't blink their eyelids. In the past few days, Song He sprinted intensively to study, and bought a bunch of mental calculation capsules and deep sleep capsules in the system mall. The expenses were huge, and he almost spent all his resentment points, leaving only 1000 points. He is still worrying today, how to get more resentment points and ensure sufficient combat ammunition. Now open the system panel, only to see that the value of resentment is rising at an unprecedented speed. 4000, 4500, 5000. Song He was ecstatic, watching the resentment value rise to 5000, just enough to buy all the deep sleep capsules before the selection test. Thanks to the 2 big brothers for the carnival. Song He, do you study like this every day? Ning Mo summoned up the courage to ask, after studying in the first half of the night, sleep for an hour and then study in the second half of the night. That's right, Song He admitted bluntly. Aren't you sleepy? Ding Yangs roared excitedly. Every day you said you went back to sleep, but after I went back to the dormitory, you came back to study again. Liar. Old Ding, you can't spout blood. I really went back to sleep for an hour. I said I went back to sleep, but it's not like I'm going to sleep forever, and I'm going to study after I wake up. Song He looked puzzled. Woke up in an hour. Ning Mo's shocked eyes were a little dull. You only sleep for an hour a day. Are you an alien? Don't you need to sleep when you live? I'm nicknamed All-Night God of War, is it for nothing? Song He looked disdainful. How can you sleep at this age? You don't have any real skills and want to join the competition team. Do you think I'm not sleepy? That's right, I'm really not sleepy. As soon as I see the title, I feel refreshed. Song He smiled charmingly. No matter how strong your perseverance is, you must at least conform to the laws of nature, right? Ning Mo went crazy. I agree. Song He looked innocent. It fits your sister. Which human is not sleepy after sleeping for an hour every day? Ning Mo collapsed, holding his head in his hands. ADRB1 gene, carried by 1 person in 25,000 people, has a rare gene mutation that cuts sleep time in half, and is more excited than ordinary people when awake. DEC2 gene, a naturally mutated short sleeping gene, can cut off an hour and a half of sleep time. Sleep time. Song He smiled dismissively. The distribution of the ABCC9 gene is more common, and many people have it, but whether this gene is expressed or not will also change the sleep time. You have a genetic mutation. Ning Mo was stunned. I've evolved. Song He smiled. It's still the same sentence. I am a god of war all night, not for nothing. Ning Mo and Ding Yangs were completely shocked, unable to say a word for a long time. It turns out that there are no miracles in the world, it's just that I am ignorant. Looking at Song He's radiant complexion, it seems that he is really the chosen one. Shock. The existence of this person in front of him is undoubtedly a huge impact on the 3 views. Both Ning Mo and Ding Yangs felt that the life experience of the past 10 years had been overturned, and the word Huojujian popped up in their hearts for the first time. Song He lowered his head and continued to study, the corners of his mouth curved slightly. He was very curious about the working principle of the deep sleep capsule, so he went to the school library 2 days ago to check the relevant information on short sleep, and the only clue he found was the short sleep gene just mentioned. Although the deep sleep capsule may not have the same principle, it is enough to coax the classmates. Song He also didn't want to look like a monster. He would have to study all night for a long time, so he had to come up with a scientifically tenable and reasonable explanation to avoid being pushed into the cusp of public opinion. Ding Yangs is afraid of your potential, resentment value plus 500. Ning Mo regards you as a terrifying enemy, resentment value plus 500. Song He looked up, and the two big brothers had already moved the chairs and left the toilet. It seemed that they knew they couldn't make it through, so they retreated decisively and went to sleep. The resentment value has accumulated to 6,000 points, which means getting rich overnight. If I earn a little more in the next few days, I will be able to buy mental arithmetic capsules and deep sleep capsules before the selection test, and there should be some surplus. Song He thought, since he has a lot of money, why not have a tense and exciting 10 consecutive draws? As soon as he gritted his teeth, 1,000 points of resentment were spent, and the Black Technology Lottery turntable started. Congratulations on getting the mental arithmetic capsule, X1. Congratulations on getting the mental arithmetic capsule, X1. Sure enough, the lowest end mental arithmetic capsules began to be produced again. But it's not a loss, there are 2 free draws for every 10 consecutive draws. Even if all the mental calculation capsules are sold out, it is equivalent to buying 12 capsules for 1,000 resentment points, which is a little cheaper than buying them individually in the system mall, which is a small discount. Especially for mental arithmetic capsules, Song He is now in increasing demand, and he keeps eating them like jelly beans when doing problems. Although they are low-end and cheap, they are just needed. Soon, the results of the first 10 lottery draws came out, and 10 mental calculation capsules were put in the pocket for later use. The following giveaway link is the real lucky draw. This 10 consecutive draws will get 2 chances for free draws. The lucky draw wheel continues to roll. Congratulations on getting the brain neuron growth promoting capsule, X1. Congratulations on obtaining the purchase qualification for combat power detector, which has been placed in the system mall. Wow, the drop rate is really high. Song He was pleasantly surprised. 2 new things came out. There was a golden capsule in the palm of his hand, his eyes were focused, and the system subtitles popped up. Rare props. Brain neuron growth promoting capsule. Price. Not yet available for purchase. Efficacy. After taking it, it can promote brain neurons to produce more dendrites and axons, slightly reduce thinking energy consumption, slightly increase thinking speed, slightly delay brain aging, and slightly increase intelligence. Song He seriously suspects that the system sells medicine, and the current props are small capsules of various colors. However, the quality of the medicines is against the sky, pure Black Technology medicines. While Song He ate the golden capsule in his hand, he couldn't help fantasizing. If you start a pharmaceutical company in the future and do a reverse research on the medicines given by the system, even if you copy the lowest level mental arithmetic capsules, you may still be able to kick Pfizer and punch Johnson & Johnson. Only relying on this one capsule, it is not a big problem to become the world's overlord of medicine. Open the system store to view another prize draw. Combat power detector. The system introduction popped up, and Song He's eyes became wonderful. This thing came too timely, but the price is a bit of a kidney pain. Combat power detector. 1,000 resentment points time. The combat power detector can detect a person's current combat power in a single subject, but it should be noted that the combat power level is an estimated comprehensive value. In the actual exam, there will be differences due to different questions, so the combat power level is for reference only. Things are indeed good things. If you want to know who is stronger or weaker than your opponent, just test it and you're done. But the price is dead expensive, measure 1,000. The most pitiful thing is that it is not enough to measure the combat power value. The opponent will continue to learn and upgrade. It may be measured that the opponent's level is slightly lower today, and the opponent will explode and upgrade tomorrow. Therefore, repeated measurements are required, and the cost gradually becomes outrageous. The next morning, the playground. During the precious rest time, a group of students slumped on the playground, almost melted by the scorching sun. In the corner, 3 students gathered together and whispered, "Lao Ning, Lao Ding, you two are going too far, and I'm not a fool, why are you fooling me like this?" Zhang Jilei rolled her eyes, how is it possible to stay up all night? Song He is not a monster. Really, the 2 of us witnessed it with our own eyes. He studied Song He all night. Ning Mo anxiously said, He said he evolved, and he has some short sleeping genes. I'm not lying to you, I'm lying to you, and we will fight 5 thunders every day. Ding Yangs vowed. Zhang Jilei hurriedly moved aside, looked up at the sky worriedly, and was relieved to see that it was sunny. Why don't you believe it? Ning Mo gritted his teeth. If the school didn't allow cell phones, I'd have to record a video for you. Zhang Jilei snorted and smiled mockingly. Has he evolved? What has he evolved into? Doesn't he sleep with the golden immortal? How can anyone believe this? Even people with normal brains wouldn't believe it. Did you two have hallucinations after staying up all night? I think the two of you were scared out of your wits by Song He. Before, you said harshly that you would get a place in the competition team, but now you feel that you can't pass him, so let's let this create a myth. Old Ding, Lao Ning, you two can't do it. How can you be cowardly before you go to the examination room? Ding Yangs and Ning Mo looked at each other, sighed together, with very helpless expressions. No wonder Zhang Jilei didn't believe it. If it wasn't for her personal experience last night, neither of them would believe it. All-night god of war. At first glance, it sounds like a joke about the exploding breath of the second child. But when they really witnessed the existence of God of War all night, the two of them couldn't laugh at all. Especially the God of War is still the enemy all night, and the fight will start in a few days. The pressure is soaring. Old Zhang, we just told you that Song He studied hard all night, but it doesn't mean we are discouraged. Ning Mo's face became serious. Although Song He studying all night is scary, there are 4 days left in the selection exam. I have already studied mathematics in college. He hasn't figured out high school mathematics yet. He must not be in the mathematics competition team. In terms of mathematics, only you, Zhang Jilei, are my opponents. It's not his turn to be in the biology competition team. Ding Yang snorted. If Song He specializes in biology, he might be able to overtake me, but if he fights on 2 fronts, it's like us 2 against 1. How can he win? In the past few days, I have studied biology for half an hour more than him every night. He has mocked me these past few days. When I win the competition team spot, I will ask him to mock me all back. Ning Mo and Ding Yangs looked at each other, and after expressing their opinions, the shadow of Song He's all-night study dissipated a lot in his heart, and his fighting spirit was restored. Song He made a wrong choice of subjects from the very beginning. He shouldn't have chosen mathematics. Lao Ning and I's mathematics can blow him away. He chose mathematics and then biology. He made mistakes. Zhang Jilei nodded confidently, and didn't take it too seriously. The so-called all-night god of war took it to heart. The 3 of us joined hands to strangle him, and the selection test 4 days later will make him completely useless. The 3 looked at each other and smiled, as if they were sure of winning. Far away, Song He sat under the tree, called up his combat power list, and checked his own strength. Biology, bronze level 50. Mathematics, bronze level 39. Open the system mall, stare at the combat power detector for a moment, and grit your teeth to buy. A virtual pistol appeared in his hand. It seemed that only he could see it. There were subject options at the end of the pistol. Song He first selected biology, then aimed at Ding Yangs in the distance, and pulled the trigger. Ding Yang's biology, bronze level 48. Song He frowned. This Ding Yangs has something, only 2 ranks lower than himself. This level difference is too unstable. Just like the previous test, if the questions are biased and strange, it is still unknown who will win the game. Luck will determine success or failure. Song He clicked on the system mall, and gritted his teeth to buy 2 combat power detectors. With 2 guns in hand, both were switched to mathematical mode, aimed at Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo, and both guns fired at the same time. Zhang Jilei, mathematics, bronze level 44. Ning Mo, mathematics, bronze level 43. As expected of 2 great gods of mathematics, both of them are of a higher level than themselves. But the high level is limited, less than 5 levels, and after finishing linear algebra, I can catch up with my own level. Song He took a deep breath. He had to work hard for the next few days. The level gap with the 3 opponents is very small, and it may be reversed after a few hours of hard work, and there must be no slack. The sun suddenly disappeared, and the students who were limp on the ground raised their heads one after another. Leaden gray clouds are being pushed up from all directions. The clouds are thick and seem to contain abundant water vapor. Yuan Guang suddenly got up. knelt down with his knees together, clasped his hands together, and bowed reverently to the sky, chanting words. The surrounding students burst into laughter. Yuan Guang, are you begging for rain? Ha 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 ha, Yuan Guang, what are you doing? The weather forecast says there will be no rain today, so stop messing around. I'm dying of laughter. If I can really succeed in praying for rain, Yuan Guang might lose his life. Come on, Yuan Guang. If you succeed in praying for rain, all the freshmen in the school will not suffer from military training, and each of you can borrow your life yuan for one day. Song He was also amused. This roommate always did some mysterious things. Suddenly, a few students who were laughing were stunned, looked up at the sky, and stretched out their hands to catch water. Immediately afterwards, white rain lines fell one after another, and the military trainees in the entire playground shouted excitedly. It's really raining. Yuan Guang is awesome. Priest Yuan Guang. Yuan Guang is so fierce. Don't go to school, go to the northwest to support the drought. The radio on the playground suddenly rang. Military training is suspended. All students return to the classroom. The instructors will play war movies to each class later. With overwhelming cheers, the students all over the playground ran up one after another, happily rushing towards the teaching building. Song He turned his head and looked at the school library building in the distance. Washed by the rain, the white walls of the library building gradually turned dark, like a loaded building in a game. 10 minutes later, the school library. The layout of each floor of the library is the same, with bookshelves on the east side and long tables for self-study on the west side. Song He found an empty table by the window, and placed the 2 books he had just borrowed on the table. College entrance examination mathematical questions, linear algebra. He moved a chair and sat down, unloading his school bag on the chair next to him. The school bag was bulging, filled with large and small bags of snacks and drinks, and the bottom was the military training uniform that had just been changed back to the dormitory. At this moment, all the freshmen are watching a movie in the classroom, and Song He sneaked into the library, so he specially changed his military training uniform into a school uniform on the way. Fortunately, the school uniforms from the first year to the 3rd year of high school are the same, so it is not conspicuous at all to mix in the school uniform. The surrounding tables were full of self-study students, almost all of them were high school seniors at a glance. The senior high school students have obvious characteristics: messy hair, lack of energy and blood, all of them have dark circles left by staying up late to study, and the scene is like a zombie meeting. Song He, the only living person with a ruddy complexion, seemed a little out of place, like a scholar in a chat room strayed into a ghost house. Suddenly, a figure sat opposite Song He. Song He looked up, his nosebleed almost dried out. The senior with long hair hanging down her shoulders sat across from her. She was an absolute beauty, her face was as delicate as a model, and her cheeks were as white and tender as a porcelain doll. Maybe it was too hot, so the senior sister unzipped the school uniform jacket, and inside was a white low-necked vest. It is obviously a very ordinary dress, but this senior is really too big, her chest curves like a mountain, and her vest is exaggeratedly stretched out. The senior sister took out a set of math test papers and flipped through them. As the pages were turned, her chest shook and dangled elastically. Song He is stupid. As a fresh-blooded boy, when he suddenly saw this scene, the blood left his brain, and his mind went blank. After blanking for a few seconds, his reason returned to his mind, and Song He suddenly woke up. No, mess with me. The Buddha said, form is not different from emptiness, and emptiness is not different from form. The Buddha said, all appearances are illusory. If you see that all appearances are not appearances, you will see the Tathagata. The Buddha said, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, walking in the deep prajna paramita for a long time, sees that all 5 aggregates are empty. Barely calming down, Song He quickly took out the mental arithmetic capsule from his pocket and swallowed it, and opened the mathematics tests for college entrance examination to divert his attention. Seeing the title, he felt a little emotional in his heart. I never expected that within a few days after entering school, I could already do the college entrance examination paper. If it weren't for the bunch of small capsules given by the system, even if I study hard, it will take at least a year to reach this level of progress. Song He found the scratch paper, entered the state in a second, and quickly wrote the answer. The effect of the medicine erupted rapidly, the wind and thunder in the mind. A large number of numbers flashed across the sky, stretched out like dazzling lightning, retracted quickly and ruthlessly, and shrunk into hot answers one by one. Multiple choice questions, 8 minutes, complete. Fill in the blanks, 4 minutes, done. Mathematical progress detected, from bronze level 39 to bronze level 40. Song he gradually entered into a state of frenzy, and the speed of killing the topic was so fast that he was so red-eyed. It takes at least 30 to 40 minutes for ordinary students to fill in the blanks in the mathematics paper for the college entrance examination. Song he only took 1/3 of the time. Of this 1/3 of the time, nearly half is spent on the last one or two choices to fill in the blanks. The other questions can basically be answered with a few glances. The speed is as fast as pulling a bolt rifle, and one shot kills one question. The next big question, the speed is slow. The idea of solving the problem can be seen almost at a glance, but the steps of the big math problems are more critical. You must write step by step steadily, look forward and backward to ensure that the steps are in hand, and most of the time is spent on writing. Song he wrote wildly with his right hand, his hand speed almost left an afterimage, splashing the process of big questions on the draft paper like machine gun fire, with overwhelming momentum. Thinking of the countless days and nights of crying over math problems, Song he felt refreshed. You've got aliens in offense and defense. You also have math problems today. More and more problems are solved, and fewer remaining problems. The first few big questions were solved quickly, and quickly advanced to the last two most difficult questions. His hand was already a little cramped. Song he gritted his teeth and kept writing at a high speed. Quick, quick, quick. The last two questions are characterized by smelly and hard, heavy calculation, cumbersome steps, many traps, and strange changes in the questions. In the real college entrance examination, the final question is precisely the watershed that distinguishes students from prestigious schools from ordinary students. Song he stopped writing for the first time, stared at the question seriously, and fell into deep thought. It felt like a blitzkrieg raid. The enemy infantry killed on the plain was bleeding into rivers, and suddenly encountered a towering city. The attacking troops hesitated for a while, observing around the city, looking for a breakthrough. Found it. Song he continued to attack, writing answers like a torrential rain. Although his hand speed was not as fast as the previous few questions and occasionally stumbled, he still finished the last line smoothly. The first college entrance examination math paper, complete. In total, 1 hour and 14 minutes. Mathematical progress detected, from bronze level 40 to bronze level 41. Song he was a little surprised. He just took a test paper and was promoted 2 grades in a row. Is the college entrance examination math paper a luxury experience package? Can it be used to level up? Song he first corrected the math test paper he had just finished against the answers. It's a pity that I didn't get the full score, and I didn't even get over 140 points. I only got a mere 135 points. Moreover, this test paper is a local test paper from a certain place, and it belongs to the lower difficulty of the college entrance examination paper. The easiest paper has not yet got a high score, which is really wrong. I'm so hot. Song he couldn't help frowning. After quickly correcting the wrong questions and remembering the mistakes, Song he took out the second college entrance examination math paper, took out a few mental arithmetic capsules from his pocket, ate them, and started fighting. Song he was busy working on the questions, and there were several long tables around him. Senior high school students had already noticed him and started whispering. That guy is so crazy about doing the questions. Hand speed is so fast. Are you writing a recitation question for a liberal arts paper? No, I'm Joe, I seem to be writing mathematics. The operation is so fast, the math papers are so fast, this person doesn't need to think much when doing the questions. I'm so envious. If I'm so good at math, I'll be on the safe side. Before Song he's eyes, there were a few sporadic resentment points, which came from the jealousy of the nearby high school seniors, and the amount was not large. The senior high school students only regard Song he as their peers. If they knew that he was only a freshman in high school, I am afraid that the value of resentment would not be so small. I am afraid that many senior high school students would immediately explode in their hearts. Song he didn't pay attention to the resentment that flashed in front of his eyes, and continued to write furiously, finally completing the second test paper. In total, 1 hour and 12 minutes. The time is shortened slightly. Compared with the answer correction, the score rose slightly, 137 points, but still failed to reach more than 140 points. Song-hee has done all the real problems, and the deduction points are all small details. If it is a real college entrance examination room, there is more than an hour to check the test papers, and Song-hee is confident that he can check them out. However, compared to checking out the mistakes, he hopes that through the practice of brushing the questions, he can guarantee a score of more than 140 in the first pass, preferably a full score of 150. Unfortunately, after completing this test paper, the system did not show the math upgrade. It seems that the college entrance examination paper is not a luxury experience package that can be used to earn levels. Just now, the first paper has been upgraded to 2 levels in a row. Song-hee guessed that there may be some special bonus, such as completing a college entrance examination paper for the first time to upgrade to 1 level. Song-hee put the finished test paper on the scratch paper and put it aside, planning to learn linear algebra. It is difficult to upgrade after rereading the college entrance examination papers, but learning the new content of linear algebra will definitely upgrade. Suddenly, a fat little hand reached out and took away the draft paper that Song-hee had just finished writing. The senior sister on the opposite side. Song-hee raised his head and glanced, his blood surged immediately, and his mind was in a mess. The senior sister's figure is too hot. Who can stand this? Student, are you good at mathematics? Can you give me a lecture? The senior sister lowered her voice and smiled a little flatteringly. Yes, Song-hee nodded decisively. The process of lecturing to others is also a process of reviewing. The famous Feynman learning method also has the step of teaching what you have learned to others. So Song-hee is very happy to give lectures to senior sisters. As for the appearance and figure, that's all passing by. There is no such consideration at all. The senior sister showed a smile, quickly picked up the exercises, walked around from the opposite side, and ran to Song-hee's side. Song-hee hastily removed the school bag from the chair beside him to make room for the senior. Normal Class 1, Zhuang Qian. The senior sister stretched out her fair hand. Elite Class 2, Song-hee. Song-hee shook hands quickly, his heart beating faster. Kui Yuanwei saw that you have a close relationship with a goddess-level classmate, and felt jealous, resentment value plus 200. Du Zhengqing witnessed the goddess he had a crush on take the initiative to shake hands with you, his mentality was distorted, and his resentment value plus 300. Yi Zhou finds out that you are sitting next to school belle Zhuang Qian, envy and jealousy, resentment value plus 100. A series of resentment points suddenly popped up in front of him. Song-hee turned his head to look around, and sure enough, some jealous eyes hurriedly avoided. Song-hee suddenly understood the term, beautiful women are in trouble. The fault was not the beauties, but the wolves who wanted to eat meat. Do you know this question? It was given by our teacher, and there is no reference answer. Zhuang Qian moved the chair over, opened a book of wrong questions, and pushed it in front of Song-hee. Song-hee looked at the question quickly. It was a very routine question, which should be modified according to the final question of the college entrance examination. This kind of question is difficult for ordinary students, but it is nothing to Song-hee. After reading the question for a few seconds, a series of steps popped up in his mind, and the final answer was calculated in his mind. The first question is monotonicity. Can you do it? Song-hee asked. Yes. Zhuang Qian nodded. No to the second question. For the second question, I will tell you a conventional method, a method of separating variables. The conventional method is cumbersome, and the separation of variables is simpler, but it takes practice. Song-hee said. Zhuang Qian quickly took the pen and paper, put on an attitude of listening attentively, like a good student humbly asking for advice from the teacher. As a general practice, first set g x equal to f x. Pay attention to the range of x. Here is 1 point. Song-hee picked up a pen and sketched on the draft paper, then derivate g, once, and g, again, then monotonically decreasing from 0 to lane 3, and monotonically increasing from lane 3 to positive infinity. Here is another point. Zhuang Qian hurriedly followed, sketching on the draft paper with a pen, her eyes tense. Song-hee wrote a large piece of paper eloquently, discussed 2 situations, step by step, and even marked each step with a score, and finally got a dazzling result. Do you understand this routine? Song-hee turned his head. Zhuang Qian rested her chin in thought, bit her lip lightly. Song He's blood pressure rose beside him, and the two of them were so close that their legs were almost touching each other. Senior sister Zhuang's scent was exceptionally clear, her face was delicate and fair, and her lip-biting movements were even more unstoppable. Song He is in a bit of pain. Senior sister, just think when you think, can you stop biting your lip? I probably understand, I'll sort it out later. Zhuang Qian smiled shyly, is the second method easier? The steps are simple, the method of separating variables, but it requires your eyesight. Song He quickly wrote two inequalities. The above formula is always true, so when x is equal to 2, there is a maximum value, and the value range of a will be shown gone. Zhuang Qian was taken aback, the result came out before she could react. I've seen this method before. It's amazing. It takes one page to write and it's easy to make mistakes. This method produces results in just two formulas. Yes, I always use separate variables when answering questions, and it disappears in seconds. Song He nodded. But I don't know how do I know what to separate? Zhuang Qian cast admiring gazes. I feel that people who know this method are very smart. Did they calculate it directly in their minds? I do direct mental calculations, but there are also techniques that can help you determine variables. Song He said, I will teach you, and then I will write a few questions for you, and you can try to see if you can do it. Thank you. Zhuang Qian was excited. Song He quickly wrote on the draft paper, listed a few sample questions, and poked with the tip of his pen to start the lecture. Zhuang Qian's body kept leaning, approaching involuntarily, focusing entirely on the topic, nodding non-stop. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer, until Song Yi's elbow accidentally touched an elastic and soft part. There was a loud bang in Song Yi's head, and he quickly retracted his elbows. Zhuang Qian didn't seem to notice it. She fixed her eyes on the question and asked in a low voice, then the value range of this place. The range of values is the same as above, but there are special cases. Song He said dryly, I'll tell you a few questions, and you can try to do it yourself. 4 years ago, the last question of the first national volume of science, the penultimate question of the Su Wan last year, the last question of the 5-school joint examination last year, and the last question of the second mode paper the year before the university. Go to the bookshelf over there to find a red book. Pies, 100-day sprint math questions. The questions I will tell you are on pages 66 and 80 respectively. Song He spoke quickly. Zhuang Qian cast admiring gazes. Song, you are awesome. You can actually remember the title and page number. Zhuang Qian took out a box of yogurt from the pocket of her school uniform jacket, and put it in front of Song He. It's too late for you to do the question, please drink milk. After finishing speaking, she got up and ran to the bookshelf area to find the exercise book. Song He picked up the yogurt, plugged in a straw, and started to drink. Du Zhengqing sees that the goddess who has been in love with for a long time gave you yogurt to drink, breaks the defense, resentment value plus 300. Luo Lei saw that the school belle has a close relationship with you, and was very jealous, resentment value plus 400. Zhao Kai saw you drinking the milk of the school girl, so jealous that he twisted, resentment value plus 400. A series of subtitles popped up continuously, very dense, like a movie barrage. While drinking yogurt, Song He watched contentedly as the value of resentment continued to increase. Senior sister Zhuang is a cash cow. In just a few minutes of speaking, the surrounding seniors actually contributed more than 3,000 resentment points, which are still rising. It made Song He somehow feel like he was next to a rich woman. After drinking the yogurt, lower your head and open linear algebra, and continue to study hard. Originally thought that college mathematics courses would be difficult, but Song He learned to learn, and suddenly found that this linear algebra is quite simple. Determinants, matrices, linear equations, vectors, linear transformations. A lot of new knowledge poured into my mind, and the river-like digital formulas kept rushing. Soon, upgrade, mathematics progress detected, from bronze 41 to bronze 42. Inner product of vectors, eigenvalues and eigenvectors, similarity matrix, quadratic form and its canonical form. Mathematics progress detected, from bronze 42 to bronze 43. Song He was excited. He just learned a part of linear algebra, and his level has already caught up with Ning Mo, who is level 43. I didn't expect to catch up with such a fast speed. With the blessing of the mental arithmetic capsule, learning mathematics is indeed a leap forward. The clock on the wall beeped softly, and it was already 12 o'clock at noon. I just concentrated on doing the questions and didn't feel anything, but now I'm distracted, and I'm suddenly hungry. Song-hee opened his school bag, took out shikima kaka and ate some snacks at noon to deal with it, saving the time of queuing in the cafeteria and doing quizzes. Dimensions, basis and coordinate transformations, matrix expressions for linear transformations, positive definite quadratic forms. Mathematics progress detected, from bronze 43 to bronze 44. Finally, catch up with Ning Mo, who is at level 43, and tie with Zhang Jilei, who is at level 44. The linear algebra in his hand is approaching the end page, but this book has not been thoroughly understood. Song-hee only learns the concepts and looks at the examples, and has not done the homework after class. According to previous experience, if you can increase the knowledge points of the textbook by 1 level, then you can increase by at least 3 levels after completing the exercises. If linear algebra is a mine that can dig out mathematical experience, then Song-hee has only dug the surface layer of the mine, and there are rich veins in the deep layer waiting to be excavated. Looking up at the watch, it was 1:30 in the afternoon. Time passed so fast, Song-hee almost suspected that the watch was broken. Student, I'm going back to class, thank you for giving me a lecture. Zhuang Qian opened her school bag, took out a few packs of potato chips and put them on the table. I see you didn't go to the cafeteria at noon, it's so hard, I'll save some snacks for you bar. Thank you, then I'm welcome, it's just for dinner. Song-hee thanked. It's not good for dinner. Snacks can't be eaten as meals. It hurts the stomach. Zhuang Qian's tone was concerned, but suddenly he thought of something, and his eyes became excited. Student, if I still have math problems, can I ask you? You speak very well, even better than my teacher. I have asked many people who couldn't learn that question. After listening to you, I finally understand. You are in elite class 2, right? Yes, elite class 2. Song-hee readily agreed. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Zhuang Qian smiled and waved, picked up her school bag and left. Song-hee was in a good mood, bowed his head and continued to study linear algebra, wandering in the ocean of mathematics, devouring knowledge greedily, and improving his mathematics level. After a while, Song-hee suddenly raised his head. Broken. I only told senior sister Zhuang the elite class 2, but didn't say it was the first year of high school. She must have thought it was the elite class 2 of the 3rd year of high school. Exam day. At 6 o'clock in the morning, it was already light. In the dormitory, Song-hee sits at the table, burying himself in a biology book. There was a creaking sound from the bedboard on the other side of the room, and Yuan Guang yawned and sat up. Seeing Song-hee who was studying hard, Yuan Guang felt a little admiration. In the past few days, he woke up early in the morning and saw the same scene in the dormitory. As a roommate, Yuan Guang didn't even know what time he got up to study. My roommate is the role king. Select the competition team today, are you ready? Yuan Guang asked. It's almost there. Song-hee silently called up his combat power list to check the first 2 items. Biology, bronze level 90. Mathematics, bronze level 68. The level has far surpassed the 3 opponents, but it is a little regrettable that he did not reach his previous goal. The goal is to break through the silver rank in biology, and above 80 in mathematics. Song-hee has not slackened in the past few days, but the further the upgrade, the more difficult it is. It is obvious that each level needs to be doubled, and the later upgrades may become more and more difficult. A bit of a headache, the devil sprinting day and night for the past 10 days made Song-hee feel a little sick. It's like eating only pig intestines for 10 consecutive days. If you eat too much, you will feel physically uncomfortable. But eating pig intestines is not bad. For many people, the learning experience is like eating cakes. What is the chance of winning? Yuan Guang asked with concern, is there a 60% chance of winning? 10%. Song-hee said bluntly. So confident. Yuan Guang was taken aback. Brother Song, don't underestimate the enemy, our class is Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Ding Yang's is very good at learning. It rained in the military training 2 days ago, everyone watched a movie in the classroom, and only Ding Yangs was alone in the corner brushing the test paper. Guess what test paper he is doing? Real exam questions. Lao Ding is a pervert. He finished his high school biology. Now everyone in the class respects Lao Ding as the emperor of biology. While Yuan Guang was talking, he recalled the rumors in the class in his mind, and felt a creepy feeling. He hasn't learned the biology textbook yet, so it's hard to imagine how terrifying Ding Yangzi's ability is to master all high school biology textbooks. Lao Ding did the biology paper for the college entrance examination. How many points did he get? Song He became interested. I don't know, don't care about the score, it's outrageous if you can do it. When I'm waiting for a freshman in high school, I can only stare blankly when I see the college entrance examination paper, can't I? Yuan Guang looked in awe, as if admiring Ding Yang's, and then tried to comfort his roommate. So, brother Song, don't expect too much. As the saying goes, great expectations lead to great disappointments. The god Ding Yang's will definitely be promoted to the rocket class in the next semester. There is no shame in losing to him in the exam. In the middle of Yuan Guang's speech, he suddenly fell silent. Song He picked up a test booklet from the table and handed it to him. It was real biology test paper for college entrance examination. Yuan Guang's face turned green. Old Song, don't scare me. Don't tell me that you also started to do this college entrance examination paper. Of course not. Song He shook his head. Scared me. Yuan Guang breathed a sigh of relief. It's all done. Song He smiled. Yuan Guang was dumbfounded, his face turned greener, he stretched out his hand tremblingly, took the exercise book in Song He's hand, and opened it. There are dense black pen characters, as well as traces of red pen corrections and scores. Turning the page and looking back, a set of more than 30 college entrance examination papers over the years is actually full of writing. It's okay to finish it, and the scores are not low. Song He basically scored more than 90 points on the papers with a full score of 100 points, and only 1 or 2 papers scored more than 80 points. Not to mention high school students with such high scores, it is rare even among high school students. I'm a big fool. Ruthless. Yuan Guang was too horrified, and stood up directly. When did you hold back your big move, Song? Why the hell did you learn it so fast? You just hang up. Open. Song He nodded frankly. Yuan Guang was frightened by your biology test paper, resentment value plus 500. I take back what I said before, it seems that you can really fight Ding Yang's. Yuan Guang returned the test paper to Song He tremblingly, even the way he looked at him changed, like a Shinsho village player looking at the boss in awe. But both of you have done the college entrance examination papers, and your level can only be regarded as 50 to 50. Brother Song, you must not underestimate the enemy in the examination room. Don't worry, I've learned more than this. I'm sure I'll beat Ding Yang's hard in this biology selection test. Song He was quite calm. Since you are confident in biology, why don't you give up the math competition? Yuan Guang took it for granted. Why did you give up? Song He smiled. I also want to join the math competition team. The chances of winning are smaller, maybe 90%. It's unrealistic, brother Song. Ningmo and Zhang Jilei are both super strong, don't you know? These two math masters are busy studying college math recently. They're crazy tight, Yuan Guang said sincerely. Song He picked up a copy of Advanced Mathematics from the table and handed it to Yuan Guang. Yuan Guang took the book and opened it. The dense notes almost covered the blank pages of the book. Silence. Yuan Guang was frightened. Resentment value plus 800. Lao Song, you are too cruel. Yuan Guang was about to cry. It's nothing more than biology, mathematics can be so fast. Classroom. In the morning reading class, the whole class holds textbooks in their hands, and the sound of reading is loud, competing with the morning reading sounds of other classes in the corridor. But different from the atmosphere in the past, today's classroom is clearly filled with tension, as if a war is coming. In the sound of books, there are also many whispers. Front row of the classroom. I'm going to select the competition team today, so excited. Why are you excited? I don't have any waves in my heart. There are so many great gods in our class, and there is only one place. When the gods fight in a melee, it's not for me and other mortals to meddle in. Nothing. How do you know if you don't give it a try? What if the topic happens to be the plenum, and the blind cat hits the mouse, and we meet a spot? You are wishful thinking. Look at Ding Yang's in the row by the window. He scored more than 70 points in the biology paper of the college entrance examination. When you open the biology paper of the college entrance examination, can you understand half of the questions? Look at the middle column again. Ning Mo and Zhang Jilei, both of them started with a score of 130 on the college entrance examination math paper, and even learned linear algebra. Have you heard of linear algebra? That's college mathematics. Despair. What a classmate. It's right to be desperate. As I said, there are so many great masters in our class, and the precious opportunity of the competition quota is not something that mere mortals can get their hands on. Only the cattle among the cattle have a chance to be selected for the competition team. In the middle of the classroom, Ning Mo and Zhang Jilei sat at the same table, and a circle of classmates came over and talked in a low voice. Mathematics class in the first quarter in the morning, and the number of places in the competition team should be determined by the two of you, right? Zhang Jilei smiled confidently. It must be me. Lao Ning Wanian is the second child, and I am the first child of Wanian. He has never won. What is the second child of 10,000 years? Ning Mo's forehead twitched, and he quibbled. In the monthly exam of the second year of junior high school, I scored more than you in math. Look, this is what Lao Ning is good for. I had a high fever in the exam and let him seize the opportunity to win a little, and he has remembered it until now. Zhang Jilei ruthlessly mocked. Lao Ning has to remember this for a lifetime. It will be engraved on the epitaph for future generations to look up to. The surrounding students laughed softly, and Ning Mo's face changed, quite embarrassed. Since junior high school, the math competition between Ning Mo and Zhang Jilei has begun. It was said to be a competition, but it was actually crushed by Zhang Jilei unilaterally. Zhang Jilei almost always maintained full marks in various math quizzes and major exams. Even experts from other schools couldn't beat Zhang Jilei. Ning Mo participated in several city-level math competitions, and the final champion was Zhang Jilei. No one can beat Lao Zhang in the math test room. Ning Mo formed a stereotype. Being shrouded in Zhang Jilei's shadow for too long, Ning Mo almost lay flat. Every time he felt, I can do it, Zhang Jilei would teach him to recognize reality in the next exam. The difference between the two is only 1 or 2 points every time, but this one step away can never catch up. As time goes by, Ning Mo can only look through the old calendar when his mouth is stubborn, and use the only victory to barely protect what little decency is left. I heard that Song He is also very good. Does he have a chance? A classmate asked in a low voice. Song He is very hardworking. Of course he has a chance, but this year is out of the question. We have to wait for next year. Zhang Jilei smiled. This time he is absolutely impossible. Unless Lao Ning and I take the initiative to give up the exam. Even if I give up the exam, Lao Ning the score can blow him up. Back row of the classroom. Give it a try to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Today's 2 races are an opportunity for a carp to leap over the dragon's gate. This is a great opportunity once a year. You should strive for it. For a dick, the quota has basically been determined by default, and there is no place for us at all. Determined by default. Impossible. Isn't the candidate determined by the score after the test? It's true based on the test scores, but the difference in strength is too great. Ding Yangs has already done the biology test for the college entrance examination. Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo have also taken the math test for the college entrance examination, and we have just started learning the first year of high school. How can we compare with them? Quote. That's right, I've heard that too. The candidate for the biology competition team is definitely Ding Yangs. The math competition team has a high probability of Zhang Jilei, and a small probability of Ning Mo. Suddenly, a calm voice interjected, Song He. The students around turned their heads one after another, and the one who spoke was Yuan Guang in the corner. Priest Yuan, who did you just mention? Song He has a great chance of winning, and he will win a spot. I don't know whether it is mathematics or biology. Yuan Guang said seriously, with an extremely firm tone. How is it possible for Song He? The surrounding students all laughed. Yuan Guang looked at the front row firmly, with an expression like a Song He fanatic. Just wait and see, I bet that Song He will win a spot with 5 packs of spicy noodles. Do you want to bet? The students in the back row looked at each other in amazement. Can you win the bet on Song Hee? Yuan Guang is in a hurry to give everyone spicy noodles. Just bet. I bet on Ding Yang's and Zhang Jilei, 3 packs of spicy sticks. I call Ding Shen and Zhang Shen, 4 packs of spicy strips. I bet Ning Zhe. Why are you shouting for Zhang Jilei? I think Ning Zhe is also very strong. 3 packs of spicy strips. For a while, the students in the back row placed their bets one after another. Yuan Guang took out a piece of paper and asked the gamblers to sign their bets. The scale is getting bigger and bigger. At the end of the morning reading, more than 20 students placed bets. Yuan Guang calculated that if Song Hee won the next game, he would get a full 60 packs of spicy sticks, which he could eat in the middle of the day. Take an exam. Yuan Guang was agitated, quickly tore off a few sheets of white paper, spread them on the desk, quickly sketched a bunch of runes with a pen, and then made weird gestures with both hands, muttering words. What are you doing, Priest Yuan? The students in the back row were dumbfounded. Let's fight. Yuan Guang's expression was terrified. Take advantage of luck. Help my roommate Song Hee. Priest Yuan is cheating and engaging in magic attacks. The students in the back row burst into laughter. ... The class bell rang. The whole class fell silent, and an invisible tension gradually permeated. The competition team is undoubtedly a great opportunity that everyone is looking for. Entering the competition team means that you have the opportunity to be admitted to a prestigious school, or have the opportunity to be admitted with a significant reduction in points. For high school students who are desperately working hard for 1 or 2 points, the temptation of such shortcuts is naturally irresistible. Therefore, even though many students feel that they are useless, they still can't help but fantasize. What if all the masters overturned? What if the test questions happen to be within the scope of my knowledge? Finally, Ban Zhanye entered the classroom under pressure with a thick test paper in his arms. Prepare for the exam. The only place for the math competition team is selected for this exam. Cheating is strictly prohibited. Ban Zhanye said loudly, listen now. The students in the even-numbered row don't move, and the students in the odd-numbered row sit upside down. The aisle tables are moved outwards, leaving space between them. The classroom was suddenly chaotic, and the students were busy moving tables and simply arranging the examination room, making the atmosphere even more tense. Soon, the examination room was set up, and the classroom fell silent. Ban Zhanye distributed the test papers quickly, distributed the test papers to the first row of each column, and then quickly passed them backwards. This class and the next class are both math classes. Be sure to do the questions carefully and seize the opportunity. Ban Zhanye said in a rough voice, if you miss this opportunity, you can only wait for next year. Start answering now. Suddenly, there was a shower of writing sounds in the classroom, the sound of the pen tip hitting the test paper. But this spectacular sound lasted only a few seconds, and soon stopped. Everyone finished writing the name of the class, and then, they couldn't understand the topic, and they stared blankly in bewilderment. This selection test paper is quite brutal, it doesn't even have multiple choice questions. There are only 2 types of questions, 30 questions to fill in the blanks, followed by 10 big questions, hard bridges and hard horses. It is impossible to get a little bit of trouble, it is purely based on strength. Half of the students were immediately devastated and disillusioned. In the corner of the front row, Zhao Yi nervously began to read the test paper. She believes in a principle. Skip over the questions you don't know quickly, and do the questions you know first. First question, skip. Second question, skip. Third question, skip. 30 questions, skip. 31 questions, skip. Zhao Yi skipped the paper from beginning to end. Her small face was blank. Why didn't there be any questions in the meeting? Obviously, I have previewed a lot. The crackling sound of writing can be heard around me, light, fast, and firm. Zhao Yi was startled, and looked sideways, and it was indeed Song Hee who wrote the answer. After spying briefly for a few seconds, Zhao Yi's face turned pale. The scene in front of him was too outrageous. Song Hee is writing the answers to the fill-in-the-blank questions, one in a few seconds, and one in a few seconds. Just a few minutes after the start of the exam, he advances to the 10th question like a blitzkrieg, but the draft paper next to him is white and untouched at all. Zhao Yi is stupid. Is this the legendary mental arithmetic fill-in-the-blank problem? It's unbelievable to be able to do mental calculations on ordinary questions, but how can you do mental calculations on such a difficult selection question? Brother, are you crazy? Questions that others can't understand, you can take it face to face. Zhao Yi gave up struggling, and the sliver of luck in her heart was completely extinguished. She put down the pen, rested her chin on her hand and began to be dazed, while secretly watching Song He non-stop. Wow! Suddenly, there was a sound of turning the pages of the test paper in the classroom. Most of the students gave up early. At this time, someone turned the page, indicating that they are still working on the problem, and they just finished one side. Immediately, dozens of eyes turned to the position where the page was turned, and Zhao Yi couldn't help but look back. It's Zhang Jilei. Wow! After just a few seconds, Ning Mo next to him also turned the page. There was a gasp in the class. The impact of this scene was too great, and it left a psychological shadow on everyone. Some people can't understand the topic that others can't understand, but someone can do it as fast as it flies. Crash! Song He turned the page. Dozens of eyes looked at the front row in surprise, not expecting that Song He was also working on the question. However, most of the eyes were quickly withdrawn with disinterest. Judging from the page turning speed, Song He was already behind, and his chances of winning were not great. Zhang Jilei remained unmoved, maintaining absolute confidence on her face. Ning Mo couldn't help but looked up, with a complicated expression, and immediately lowered his head to write the question. The most confident candidates on the field, besides Zhang Jilei, is also Song He. Song He didn't hear any page turning at all, and he didn't care about the other candidates at all. After taking 4 mental arithmetic capsules, his concentration was unprecedentedly concentrated at this moment, his eyes swept across the question, and his thoughts burst out like fire. He answered the question with a pen on his face expressionless, and his hands were so fast that afterimages appeared. 80% of this test paper covers the scope of high school mathematics, 10% is linear algebra, and 10% is advanced mathematics. Coincidentally, Song He has learned enough knowledge points, and the calculation speed is not in vain. So, rattle and kill. 20 minutes into the exam, 30 fill-in-the-blank questions, kill them all. Song He took a deep breath, and the corners of his mouth curled up a bit. He thought that the selection test paper would be extremely difficult, but he didn't expect it to be so good. I watch the selection test papers, such as chicken and dog, and sell them in Seoul. The last 10 big questions, here I come. Unexpectedly, compared with the full-bodied fill-in-the-blank questions, the difficulty of the big questions plummeted. The first few questions are very simple determinant calculations in linear algebra, which is so simple that Song He can get the result at a glance, but he has to write it down step by step honestly. The next few big questions are simply the model of the college entrance examination math questions, but it is slightly more difficult. Song He sneered disdainfully, thinking that he would encounter some heaven-defying problems, so he was so weak. Quacking and killing, all to my death. The other side. Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo also began to sprint with all their strength, writing quickly like a machine gun, and the nib of the pen made a dense sound like a sewing machine on the paper. In the first few linear algebra questions, the two stumbled very consistently for a while. After all, it was a new learning content, and it was understandable for those who were slightly unfamiliar. Soon advancing to the routine math problems of the college entrance examination, the speed of the two of them was soaring in a straight line, accelerating like a competition. Zhang Jilei twisted her mouth, all hand in the paper first. Wishful thinking. I'm faster than you. Ning Mo's forehead was sweating. The battle quickly became fierce, as if electric sparks flickered in the air. The two old opponents used pens as guns and test papers as battlefields, sprinting with all their strength, and launched a desperate struggle. The terrifying coercion of the bully was scattered everywhere, and the students around were terrified. Although I know that these two mathematicians are powerful, but experiencing the atmosphere of the examination room is still chilling. My 9th question, Zhang Jilei whispered. It's the 9th question for me to step on a horse. Ning Mo gritted his teeth. My last question. Zhang Jilei's eyes were murderous. I have the last question too. Ning Mo was dull for 3 seconds. Finally, Zhang Jilei rewrote the last line and threw the pen violently. Almost at the same time, Ning Mo also desperately finished the last line, and shook the pen violently, as if the gel pen was a bomb. The two raised their arms almost at the same time, and looked up at the podium suddenly, like the assault soldiers who planted the flag first in the enemy's position. In the next second, both Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo were stunned. On the podium, Ban Zhanye was holding a math test paper and was silently reviewing it with his head down. That test paper is full. Someone has already handed in the test paper. Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo were both stunned, their eyes were incredulous, then they thought of something together, and turned their heads to look in a certain direction in the front row. Song He rested his chin in one hand and turned his pen in the other, yawning boredly, with a lazy look of nothing to do. Sensing that someone was watching, Song He suddenly had itchy ears, and stretched out a middle finger to scratch up and down. Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo's pupils were shocked. Song He actually handed in the paper earlier. How could he be so fast? He may have few questions, and he didn't do many questions. Zhang Jilei suddenly remembered something. I hope. Ning Mo's face was not good looking, and he had a faint premonition. On the podium, Ban Zhanye finally saw the two people raising their hands, and nodded to signal to come up and hand in the paper. Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo hurried up and handed the test papers to the teacher. At the same time, both of them seized the time and took a hard look at Song He's paper. It doesn't matter if you don't watch it, a sense of horror immediately floods your heart after watching it. Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo only studied high school mathematics and linear algebra, but did not have time to learn advanced mathematics, so the relevant parts were left blank. There were not many blank questions, 2 fill-in-the-blank questions and 1 big question. But on Song He's test paper, there were no empty questions, and there were even more. He wrote all the topics about advanced mathematics. After handing in the test papers and returning to their seats, Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo were silent. Both of them had a serious premonition. The surrounding students also witnessed the whole process, and whispered comfort. Song He handing in the papers earlier may not be more correct. Wait for the teacher to correct the papers. That's right, it's not about speed, it's about scoring. If I had competed for speed, I would have won, and I wouldn't hand in a question in seconds. Don't panic, Sister Jilei, I believe you are the strongest. Long wait. On the podium, Ban Zhanye was busy correcting the papers, and the corrections were extremely meticulous, almost reviewing major questions line by line. It can be seen that Ban Zhanye is also very cautious about such a key and important candidate. Ning Mo and Zhang Jilei are in torment, and the whole class is waiting for who will be able to fight to become a god. Finally, Ban Zhanye raised his head. Are there any papers to submit? If not, the result will be announced. The whole class was silent, and they all looked up at the head teacher. Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo have the same score. The full score of 150 is 128 for both of them. Ban Zhanye smiled. If it wasn't for the fact that the two people made mistakes in different questions and different steps, I would have thought it was. I copied it. Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo stared at each other. A look of joy appeared on Ning Mo's face. He actually drew with Zhang Jilei this time. A major breakthrough. One more line can be engraved on the tombstone. If Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo were the only students who handed in the paper, it would be troublesome, and there would be an extra match. The class teacher said with a smile. Fortunately, Song He also handed in the paper, and the score happened to be higher. To be precise, it was high a lot of. Song He, 141 points. Boom. There was an uproar in the class, exclamations and groans one after another, followed by overwhelming applause. What an amazing high score, 141 points. Did you get more than 140 points for such a difficult question? At first I thought it was a life and death confrontation between Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo, but I didn't expect both of them to be blown away by Song He. Emperor of Mathematics, Emperor of Numbers Song He. The rumor of the god of war all night can't be true. I'm going, big upset, big dark horse. Welcome the Emperor of Mathematics, Song He, to the throne. Among all the applauding students, Yuan Guang applauded the hardest, but he was so excited that all the Latiao for the next month will be available. This room made Song He as a cash cow. The surrounding students also cast strange glances at Yuan Guang. It's outrageous. Priest Yuan's method of starting the formation in the morning reading class before will not really work, will it? Yuan Guang has something. If he asks for rain, it will rain. If he lends luck to Song He's score will rise to the sky. Teacher Yuan, are you still accepting apprentices? Want to learn spells? Old immortal Yuan Guang has boundless mana. On the podium, the head teacher coughed twice, and the class quickly quieted down. Ban Zhanye glanced across the class and said, I'm very relieved. In the past few years, I took the elite class. The highest score in the class was only 60 points in the test area for the same difficulty. I sent it to the school competition team, and within a month, I was returned by the competition students of the rocket class. This year, our class actually produced 3 masters in mathematics. This paper can do more than 100 points, and the college entrance examination paper must start with 130 points. I have many years of experience as a class teacher, and I can get 130 to 40 points in all mathematics exams. In terms of points, the success rate of impacting 985 famous schools is more than 90%. The 3 students, Song He, Zhang Jilei, and Ning Mo, have half a foot into a prestigious school. There was another burst of applause in the classroom, and envy and jealousy spread everywhere. Song He, tonight at 8 o'clock in the school auditorium there will be a competition team inauguration meeting, so you don't have to go to the evening self-study, go to the meeting. Ban Zhanye fixed his eyes on Song He, full of appreciation. Thank you teacher. Song He replied simply. Zhang Jilei, Ning Mo, don't be discouraged. We have places for promotion in the final exam of Jinghai number 4 middle school. Your math is good enough. You should work hard on other subjects and strive to be promoted to the rocket class in the second year of high school. There are many places in the rocket class competition. You have a place. The head teacher shifted his gaze to Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo. Participating in the competition a year late may not be a bad thing, just practice hard. Thank you teacher. Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo said in unison. There was no expression on the faces of the two, but it was obvious that they were trying to restrain their loss. After the results were announced, the two had already collected a lot of resentment points for Song He. Ning Mo's resentment value is slightly lower. He has seen the mighty god of war all night, and he has long realized in his heart that Song He may be a variable, but he has been reluctant to admit it for the sake of comforting himself. With this result, he could only accept the reality with a wry smile. Zhang Jilei was completely stunned. The sudden failure made her at a loss. She found that she didn't even think about losing. Other students, you have also seen the level of top students. You have been severely divided at the beginning of school. I hope everyone will be brave after knowing the shame. For this paper, half of the class's scores are not as high as Song He's, so reflect on it. As soon as the words fell, Song He saw a lot of resentment reminders from the whole class. In the afternoon, biology class. 5 minutes before the start of class, Lulu came to the classroom with the test paper in her arms. It seems that teacher Lulu is very rich, and there are brand new clothes every day. Today is a white knitted top and a black knee-length skirt. Her calves are plain white. She is well proportioned like a fashion model. She simply goes there and looks beautiful. Fashion poster. Seeing the teacher appear, the class was suddenly excited and shouted in a low voice. There are still a few minutes to start the exciting biology selection test. Be prepared, everyone. The competition team is a great opportunity every year, and the candidates are all masters. Mathematics is not true, but biology can more or less make up some words. Blindly optimistic, have you forgotten the preliminary test at the beginning of school? I'll tell you what will happen when you open the paper, lose or lose. Song He has already entered the mathematics competition, and Ding Yang's is sure to win the biology competition. Let's just wait and see Ding's performance. If Song Shuhuang wins the place in the biology competition again, there will be a good show. Impossible. I've never heard of a double playing competition by one person. Song He is not a Superman. How can he have so much energy to learn 2 competitions at the same time? Do you really believe the rumor of the all-night god of war? This rumor is by no means groundless. There are many people who go to the public toilet at night. It is said that many people saw Song Shuhuang fighting at night in the toilet. It is quite scary. Fragments of what the students in the back row were discussing sporadically passed into Ding Yang's ears. Ding Yang lowered his head to face a collection of biological wrong questions, with a painful expression on his face. He wished he could stab forward with a knife now and let Song He die. He comforted himself all noon. Song He entered the mathematics competition, which meant that his chances of entering the biology competition plummeted. At least that's how it stands. But Song-hee didn't play his cards according to common sense at all. According to common sense, how can there be God of War all night? The exam was just around the corner, and Ding Yangs was suffering from extremely unbearable pressure. Song-hee sitting in front of him looked like a monster, exuding a dreadful majesty inexplicably. Ding Yangs didn't know why he was under so much pressure. He hadn't even been so nervous in the high school entrance examination room. Could it be that he was really scared out of his wits by Song-hee? Or has it been too long? The school bell rang suddenly. Lulu raised her head instantly, her face serious. This class is an exam. Select the biology competition team. There is only one place in the class, and the students will go all out. Ding Yangs clenched his fists under the table. Why is there only one place? Will the school die if it gives one more place? Song-hee looked calm, took the test paper from Lulu, quickly pulled out one, and passed the rest of the test papers back. The moment he got the test paper, Song-hee's eyes changed suddenly, and his murderous aura rose instantly. The first step, an overview of the test questions. The amount of questions is quite large, 40 short answer questions, each question is worth 2.5 points, and the full score is exactly 100 points. The second step is to judge the difficulty. Topics mainly involve the scope, high school biology, variations of biology competition questions over the years, frontier research news in biology, and the use of various biology laboratory instruments. Song-hee glanced at it, and basically understood the difficulty of the test paper, and identified it as a dish. I am the god of war all night, and I will push all enemies in the examination room. Pick up the pen, let's go to war. The scene in the classroom is very similar to the previous test. The whole class is silent. Most of the students stare at the questions, and they collectively enter a state of brain shutdown. Many students couldn't help thinking of the philosophical triad, who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? But in the front row, there was the answering sound of tapping on the tip of a pen, from Song-hee and Ding Yangs. Including teacher Lulu on the podium, all the eyes of the whole class turned to the front row, witnessing the performance of the two masters of biology. In the corner of the back row of the classroom, Yuan Guang saw his roommates answering. His eyes lit up. He hurriedly took out a few large white papers, drew strange runes with his pen, chanted the mantra with his hands, and began to practice. The students around laughed lowly, mocking one after another. Yuan Daxian, you are the first one to do it with scratch paper and 0.5 mm black gel pen. Don't waste your lifespan, Yuan Daxian. Feudal superstition cannot change fate against the sky. Song-hee has already won the mathematics competition, and it is impossible to win the biology competition again. Ding Yangs has passed high school biology quickly, and there is no possibility of losing. Yuan Guang, if you succeed this time, I believe that you really have something, and I will come back to your fortune-telling business. I'm dying of laughter. Yuan Guang, what's the use of writing Darwin in front of you? Darwin is a foreigner. His real name is Darwin, and Dashin has a spirit in the sky, and he can't understand that you are calling him. Stop making noise. If my roommate wins another round, you will all lose your pants. Yuan Guang sneered. Time flies by. Song-hee and Ding Yangzi's writing speed became faster and faster, and the tip of the pen kept tapping like a sewing machine, weaving densely packed small characters on the test paper. Soon, the get-out-of-class bell rang. The next class is a self-study class. Continue to answer, Lulu said. In fact, she didn't need to say. Song-hee and Ding Yangs didn't intend to raise their heads. The two of them went deep into the test paper. Their consciousness seemed to jump into the sea of questions, and they temporarily lost awareness of the changes in the outside world. Lulu couldn't help but walked off the podium, stood in the aisle, and looked closely at the answer sheets of the two of them. The difficulty of the test questions in previous years is similar, but the students in the elite class can rarely answer the questions for more than one class. Even the best students should hand in the paper after 20 minutes of writing. Finishing 10 of the 40 major questions is already an excellent level. Even the students in the rocket class can only answer 20 questions at most, which is considered to be quite qualified. This year, there are actually 2 biological tops in elite class too. Right now, Song and Ding Yangs have written half a test paper with more than 20 questions, far exceeding the level of previous years. You can even fight against the top of the rocket class. Lulu couldn't help showing amazement. Song He's advanced speed is faster, and he has advanced to 26 questions, while Ding Yang's is still hesitating on 21 questions, and he seems a little bit at a loss. Judging from the current situation, Song He has a clear advantage, and he has a greater chance of winning, which is really unexpected. The school bell rings. Before, there were always two pens tapping on the table, making a high-frequency answering sound like a scramble, but now, one sound suddenly disappeared. Ding Yang stopped answering the questions. After he finished writing question 23, he suddenly got stuck, and was horrified to find that he had never seen the following questions before. Questions 24 to 30 are all about the operation steps of various instruments in the biology laboratory. But not to mention knowing the steps, Ding Yang has never even heard of the name of the instrument. What is a clean bench? What is a spectrophotometer? What are the electrophoresis apparatus and the decolorization shaker? From question 31 to the last question, they are all unheard of frontier advances in biology and unfamiliar terms. Ding Yang held his pen tightly and stared at the question for a long time. After a long time, he suddenly realized that his answer was over. The questions that can be answered have been answered. However, Song He in front continues to answer. Deep fear gripped Ding Yang's heart. In the morning, the math was a competition of who could hand in the paper faster, but in the afternoon, it was a competition of who could hand in the paper slower. Song He didn't stop. Success or failure seemed to have been determined. Ding Yang's face turned pale, and he clenched his hands tightly. Is this really his own big defeat? No, there is still a turning point. Chapter 21. Ding Yang picked up the pen again, hesitated for a long time, and continued to write to answer, but the stroke of the pen changed from firmness to hesitation. One of the supreme rules of the exam: no blank questions. Even if you don't know how to do it, you can fool around, guess, apply rote, list formulas, and talk nonsense. In short, you must never leave empty questions. It's like suppressing firepower on the battlefield, whether it can hit the enemy or not. Let's hit a few shuttles first. Ding Yang read the questions over and over again, began to guess the questions based on his feelings, and made them up bluntly. Although he was making up nonsense, he didn't feel guilty at all. Could it be that Song He can solve all these questions? Impossible. Maybe Song He has already finished the questions he knows, and he has been scribbling for a long time. Fight until the last moment. Everything is possible before the paper is handed in. Ding Yang temporarily suppressed the fear in his heart, and started to make up wild nonsense, doing the final desperate fight. The previous battles were full of guns, but now after the ammunition was exhausted, they had to fight hand to hand with bayonets. 30 minutes until the end of the exam. 20 minutes. 10 minutes. Ding Yang's forehead was sweating, and his face turned red. He has learned all the questions that should be covered, and made up all the questions that can be made up, and there are a few remaining questions that are really helpless. But Song He in front was still answering. Instead of slowing down, his writing speed was getting faster and faster. There was already a murmur of uproar in the classroom. Although the test papers of the two great gods could not be seen, judging the state of the two great gods, one could basically guess the winner. Song He wrote the questions calmly and at high speed, almost non-stop from the beginning to the end. Ding Yang's face was obviously ugly, and he was at a loss while holding the pen. In the back row of the classroom, a group of betting students had completely different reactions. Yuan Guang's eyes lit up, and he faintly smelled the smell of getting rich again. Before seeing Song He's college entrance examination paper in the dormitory this morning, Yuan Guang didn't believe that his roommate could be so strong. At this moment, Yuan Guang felt the pleasure of insider trading. He knew in advance that his roommate Chang would criticize him. The other students were stunned, never expecting the trend of the battle to be like this. Originally, Ding Yang answered the questions at high speed, and everyone thought that he was sure of winning, but suddenly Ding Yang pulled away. Another big upset. In the middle of the classroom, Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo stared blankly. The current battle situation had as much impact on the two of them as the math test in the morning. Song He is still answering questions, and Lao Ding seems to be unable to write anymore. Ning Mo exclaimed in a low voice, Song He won't really get the biology competition, right? No way, he can win both battles on both fronts, he is too strong. Zhang Jilei's face turned pale. There is still a turning point. This is not a composition test, and it is not a win if you have more words, it depends on Lao Song and Old Ding has a higher rate of correctness. Do you want Song He to win the creature, or lose the creature? Ning Mo asked. Zhang Jilei frowned for a long time. I hope he wins the creature. Why? Ning Mo raised an eyebrow. Song He wins the creature, which means that he is ridiculously strong and different from ordinary people. Will it appear that we are not so good? If Song He loses, Ding Yangs can beat him, and if we can't beat him, wouldn't we be inferior? Ding Yangs, Zhang Jilei analyzed tangledly. It makes sense, since we have been defeated, we still hope that the one who beat us will be the champion. It would be too embarrassing for us to be defeated by the little miscellaneous fish. Ning Mo sighed, hurry up and win, Song He, and then we and Lao Ding cried with his head in his arms. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the whole class, Song He put down his pen and raised his hand with a long sigh of relief. Ding Yangs hesitated for 2 seconds, then raised his hand. Lulu waited by the side for a long time, and couldn't wait to take the test papers of the two, and took out the red pen to make corrections. The whole class was silent, staring nervously at the teacher. Lulu's corrections were extremely smooth, and each question was scored at a glance, and the 2 test papers were quickly graded. Ding Yangs did a great job on the first 20 questions, and he got 5 points more than Song He. Lulu paused, but the last 20 questions are just the opposite. Ding Yangs obviously started to make up things, and Song He answered them instead. Good. The final score, Ding Yangs scored 63 points. Song He scored 90 points. Lulu announced loudly, congratulations to Song He for being selected into the biology competition team. Applause burst out, and exclamation was everywhere. The shock to the whole class was even stronger than the math in the morning. Song He became a dark horse for the second time. Moreover, in the 2 exams, the whole class saw Song He's terrifying quality as a top student. He could win the math exam with lightning speed, and he could also hold his breath in the long battle of the biology exam. It's horrible. Monster. This evaluation appeared in the minds of many students. There were still various discussions in the class in the morning, but now the whole class was completely stunned and could only applaud mechanically. Ding Yangzi's expression was dull. Lose, lose. Song He's score is so high, it turns out that he didn't get any questions at all, but knew all the questions. In contrast, his last act of scribbling on the subject looked like a dying clown, so powerless and ridiculous. Big defeat. Ding Yang scratched his head with both hands in pain. The sadness and exhaustion of staying up late and studying hard for the past 10 days flooded in like a gate. Ding Yangzi's mind went blank, and he froze on his seat like a stone statue, motionless. In the middle of the classroom, Ning Mo and Zhang Jilei looked at each other and raised their hands to applaud. He really did it. Ning Mo was completely numb, with goosebumps all over his body. Goddess. All-night god of war is really strong. The 3 of us want to join hands to kill him. What a fart. Zhang Jilei sighed. Just now I said I expected Song He to win, but he really won again. Why am I so uncomfortable? The back row of the classroom. A group of students took out spicy strips from their school bags and passed them to Yuan Guang in the corner. Yuan Guang's table hole and school bag were full of spicy sticks, so much that they almost spewed out. Yuan Guang's mouth is crooked. What a day of abundant wealth. The front row of the classroom. Lulu stared at Song He with unconcealable admiration and liking in her eyes. She thought Song He might win, but she didn't expect him to score such a high score. If she hadn't just finished the test paper from the office at noon today, she would have suspected that Song He had stolen the test paper ahead of time. After all, some students who have trained in the competition team for 1 or 2 months, it is extremely difficult to get more than 80 points in this test. At 8 o'clock in the evening in the school auditorium, the competition team's inaugural meeting, you know. Lulu smiled. I know the teacher, the class teacher told me this morning. Song He said quickly, I will go there on time. The head teacher told you this morning. Lulu was slightly startled, and then thought of something, with an incredulous expression, you have also been selected for the math competition team. Yes teacher. Song He nodded calmly. Lulu was surprised that this kid really won the Grand Slam. Immediately, the corners of her mouth curved meaningfully, for the seats in the auditorium at night, the mathematics competition students sit on the left, and the biology competition students sit on the right. Which side does Song He plan to sit on? Song-hee was stunned. This seat is divided into left and right. Of course I sit on the biological side. Song-hee hastily stated. Good boy. Lulu nodded in satisfaction. Evening self-study. Senior 3, Ordinary Class 1. Zhuang Qian frowns as he frowns on the math test paper. Suddenly, the deskmate patted her on the shoulder and handed over an exercise book. Sister Zhuang, can you understand this conic section? The deskmate blinked expectantly. Coincidentally, look which problem I'm working on. Zhuang Qian put the math paper in his hand, and the two problems were exactly the same. Can't you too? The deskmate was frustrated. Ask Lao Zheng and the others. Zhuang Qian said. This question was given to me by Lao Zheng. They discussed it for half a class and didn't understand it. The deskmate continued to be frustrated. Sister Zhuang, you are the number one in mathematics in our class. You don't even know the question. You expect us who can do it? Zhuang Qian sighed, quite helplessly. The level of the students in the ordinary class is indeed inferior. She feels that she is average in mathematics, but she can maintain the first place in this class. She seems to be a general who wins all the time, but she is actually a general among dwarfs. Whenever she encountered a math problem, she fell into an embarrassing situation. There was no one in the class who could solve the problem, so she had to go to the math teacher. But the math teacher in this class recently had a second child, and usually ran home after class to nurse the child, and there was no one to find. Hey, didn't you meet a mathematician in the library a few days ago? The deskmate suddenly remembered something. Do you want to ask him? Zhuang Qian's eyes lit up. Just as the bell rang for the end of get out of class, she grabbed the test paper, got up and ran out of the classroom. After a while, Zhuang Qian found upstairs, elite class 2 of the third year of high school. The students in the elite class seem to have selective deafness, and they don't go out of the classroom to play when the bell rings, and they are all bored in the class discussing the topic. Zhuang Qian had no choice but to stand at the door, poking her head out to find a familiar face. The school bell suddenly appeared outside the class, looking like she was looking for someone, and soon the whole class was attracted to it, and the voice of the discussion quickly switched to discussing beauties. Isn't that Zhuang Qian? The real person is so beautiful. Is this figure real? I really want to ask why she is so big. I'm going to go. Who is she looking for? Could it be some pig in our class who pushed the cabbage? No way. Whoever dares to push the cabbage will kill $1,000. Cut it into thin slices. Please eat hot pot for the whole class. Finally, those who have trouble mustered up the courage to ask at the door. Hello classmate, are you coming to our class to find someone? Zhuang Qian was slightly panicked, nodded and whispered, I'm looking for Song-hee from your class, is he there? Song-hee. The few busybodies at the door were at a loss. There is no one named Song-hee in our class. Are you looking for Song-jong? Zhuang Qian was stunned. Song-jong. Lengshan bandits carry Song-jong. Before she could deny it, the troublemaker had already turned his head and yelled at the class, Song-jong. Song-jong. A beautiful woman is looking for you. The whole class suddenly burst into a loud commotion. Boys and girls were all erupting, their admiring gazes focused on the back row. A certain black fat man stood up with a dazed expression, and walked towards the door of the classroom nervously. The fat black man's heart beat so fast that he was about to fly out. Am I dreaming? School bell. Zhuang Qian came to see me specially. Zhuang Qian looked at the fat black man who was approaching, and couldn't help being stunned. Is this Song-jong or Li Kui? No, I'm not looking for him, I'm looking for Song-hee. Song-hee is thinner, whiter and more handsome. Zhuang Qian was halfway through the description, and found that Li Kui's face on the opposite side was getting darker, so he hurriedly changed his words. Song-hee is good at math, I asked him a math problem. The fat man broke his guard and left with a sad face. He sits in the back row of the classroom because he is not good at math. This Song-hee sounds better than himself in every way. There is indeed no Song-hee in our class. You may have misremembered it, classmate. The good-natured person asked earnestly, what kind of question is it? Although I can't provide you with Song-hee, it is still possible to provide you with the answer to the question. Zhuang Qian hesitated for a moment, and took out the test paper. The troublemakers at the door stretched their necks over in an instant, looking at the questions on the test paper. Unfortunately, we happen to be discussing this problem in this class, and we haven't solved it yet. The troublemakers were embarrassed. I'm sorry, classmate. It's okay, thank you for bothering me, Zhuang Qian said politely, then turned and left quickly. Going downstairs, Zhuang Qian looked depressed. Absolutely remember correctly, Songhe said that he is in elite class too, and he didn't need to lie to me. How could there be no such person? Suddenly, Zhuang Qian thought of something, and widened his eyes in disbelief. Songhe just said that he was in elite class too, but didn't say what grade he was in. Maybe he is not the third year of high school, but the elite class 2 of the second year of high school. The top students in the rocket class and some elite classes took the college entrance examination in the second year of high school and soared. If Songhe was a student who took the college entrance examination ahead of time, it would be reasonable for him to be so strong in mathematics. Zhuang Qian felt a sudden realization, and quickly went downstairs to look for the elite class 2 of the sophomore year. Soon, Zhuang Qian came to the area of sophomores. Compared with the silence of the third year, the painting style of the second year area changed suddenly. The corridor was full of noise, full of boys and girls fighting and screaming, and the atmosphere was similar to that of a kindergarten. As soon as Zhuang Qian appeared, the corridor became much quieter. The younger brothers and younger sisters were all stunned, and they all had delusions. After Zhuang Qian appeared, it seemed that the lights in the corridor were much brighter, probably because her skin was too white, and her delicate face like a porcelain doll seemed to be glowing. Many students were laughing, and when they turned their heads to see Zhuang Qian approaching, they were so startled that they all fell silent, silently watching the school beauty go away. Zhuang Qian walked forward silently, looking for elite class 2, ignoring the silence and surprised gazes around her. There were more and more people in the corridor, and many students in the classroom heard the news and came out to watch. They were surprised by Zhuang Qian's super good looks, and whispered in low voices. She's so beautiful, I want all the information about the beauty in 3 minutes. You don't even know the school bell, Zhuang Qian. Can you be more ignorant? There are too many school flowers, don't they all be sealed casually? This pretty one is the school flower, and that pretty one is also the school flower, and the school doesn't post pictures of the school flowers and grass on the bulletin board. How can I recognize them all? This is not only a school girl, but also a rich woman. The biology laboratory in the west campus of our school was donated by Zhuang Qian's family, and the equipment in the laboratory starts at 6 figures. My suggestion is that if you meet a rich woman, you can seize it. Live in a big villa overnight. I can't grasp it, the top by Fumei, just take a look, it's not something you and me ordinary people can touch. Finally, Zhuang Qian found the elite class 2 of the second year of high school and stopped. The students in elite class 2 were collectively overexcited, the whole classroom was quiet, and they were staring at the door anxiously. The students in the corridor quickly gathered around to inquire, but they didn't dare to get too close, and finally the female monitor stepped forward. Senior Zhuang, what's the point of coming to the cold class? Hi girl, I'm looking for Songhe from your class. Zhuang Qian was a little embarrassed to be watched by the crowd. Why do sophomores like to watch the show so much? The female squad leader was at a loss. Songhe. There is no Songhe in our class, not even a song. No, Zhuang Qian blushed suddenly, I'm sorry to bother you. The crowd quickly moved out of the way, and Zhuang Qian left in a hurry. When the class bell rang, the students in the corridor withdrew to the classroom one after another, and the discussion became louder. Who is Songhe? Let the school bell come and look for her in person at night. Songhe sounds like a boy's name, won't it be off campus? How is it possible? Did Songhe save Jinghai City in his previous life? The back molars are crushed. My goddess won't be fooled by this yellow-haired Songhe. Send a message to the Tao, capture Songhe, and smash his body to pieces. ... School hall. As soon as Songhe entered the gate, he was shocked by the luxurious scene. The ceiling is full of golden spotlights, the lights are as bright as an opera house, a few rows of flowers are placed on the stage, the fragrance of the flowers is strong, and the aisle is even covered with a red carpet. This battle feels like a reporter. Jinghai No. 4 High School Competition Team Founding Ceremony. A bright red banner was hung above the auditorium. A steady stream of students are entering through the front and rear doors, all of them are red-faced, as if attending a celebration banquet. Very few students even had tears in their eyes, they were so excited. The real Longmen, the beginning of recommending prestigious schools. It is undoubtedly the dream of all the students in the school to come to the auditorium to participate in the ceremony tonight. It is no exaggeration to say that the life and destiny of many students have changed. Students who participated in the inaugural meeting of the competition team, hurry up and take your seats. The math team is on the left side of the venue, and the biology team is on the right side of the venue. Speed. The well-dressed old man stood on the stage, turned on the microphone to broadcast, and his tone was extremely domineering. The old man was quite strong, but he had a big bald head with a shiny shaved head, prominent veins on his forehead, a vicious face, sword-like eyes, and a temperament like a terrifying strong man in a fantasy novel who would kill thousands of creatures at every turn. Yi Lianghan, the vice principal, the head of the subject competition. As soon as Yi Lianghan opened his mouth, a majestic coercion swept the venue, and the top students who were still in a mess just now quickly and honestly looked for their seats quietly. Song He was a little embarrassed. He participated in both competition teams. Did he split himself in half? After hesitating for a moment, he ran to the back row and sat on the side of the biology team. As soon as he sat down, a reminder of the resentment value suddenly popped up in front of him. Zhuang Qian went to the elite class 2 of senior 3 and senior 2 to look for you, but he couldn't find you, and the resentment value plus 100. Zhuang Qian suspects that you lied to her, resentment value plus 400. Song He scratched his head. Did the worrying situation really happen? He thought that the resentment value reminder would end here, but he never expected that a series of subtitles popped up crazily. And Hao Yan heard that the school bell came to find you, so jealous that the walls were separated, the resentment value plus 600. Yan who witnessed the school bell making a special trip to find you, so jealous that his mentality was distorted, and his resentment value plus 500. Wu Yangbing thinks that you cheated on the school's flower cabbage, so jealous that it splits open, resentment value plus 400. He played more than 20 reminders in one breath, all of which had hundreds of resentment values, and it was not over yet, and then started to play reminders with smaller resentment values, only a few points or a dozen. Song He was dumbfounded, and he could probably guess what was going on. Zhuang Qian went to the elite class 2 of senior 3 and senior 2 to find someone, and said that I was looking for Song He. What kind of yellow hair? Before entering the auditorium, the balance of the system's resentment points was only 1,000 points, and now it has rapidly increased to 12,400 points. In just a few minutes, the balance skyrocketed by more than 10 times. Good guy. Song He called him a good guy. Have you ever seen this explosive scene of taking off in situ? He always thought that the main source of resentment value was relying on cynicism to manipulate the mentality of his classmates. He never thought that there could be this kind of money-making operation. Zhuang Qian is such a noble person. Song He murmured, even if he didn't meet, he could help to clear up the resentment points, and he was even more money-spinning than a cash cow tree. No, this friend has to find a way to make friends in the future. There are more and more students in the auditorium, and Song He is gradually filled with strange students. On the left side sat a thin female classmate. Excited, she reached out her hand to Song He. Hello, classmate, I'm Wu Xiao from Rocket Class 1 in the 3rd year of high school. From now on, I will be a comrade in arms of the biology competition team. Let's kill the opposite math team together. When Wu Xiao said, dry to death, his tone became more serious, and his expression of deep hatred did not look like a joke. Hello, senior 1 elite class 2, Song He. Song He shook hands with her awkwardly, then, why did you kill the math team? Student, you don't understand. I entered the palace for the 2nd time this year, and I was selected for the competition team last year, and I personally experienced the battle between the biology team and the mathematics team. Our school has limited resources. In order to compete for resources, the math team and the biology team fight every year. It's a blood feud. Grabbing resources. Song He was puzzled. A lot of strange resources have to be scrambled for, such as materials funds, study room time, vacation special training, tutoring places by famous teachers, etc., all have to be scrambled for. Wu Xiao looked excited. Anyway, Junior, remember, biology the team and the math team are sworn to death. The surrounding students echoed, and the crowd was furious. The math team, your biological grandpa is here. We can't live together. You have to kick the dogs of the math team twice. Song-hee felt that the brains of the people around him were a little abnormal. They are all classmates, why are they fighting and killing? School is not about fighting and killing, it is about understanding the world. Taking advantage of the crowd, Song-hee excused himself to go to the bathroom, hurriedly left his seat, and sat down in the math team area far away. Rigorous and calm mathematical thinking should make the painting style more rational, right? As soon as he was seated, a thick hand stretched out from the side. Student, welcome to our math team. Let's fight the dead creature team together. Song-hee was stunned, and then several strong and powerful palms stretched out from all directions, and they held each other very enthusiastically. The biological team is a bunch of bad guys. A waste of school resources. It's better to disband early. Grandpa Mathematics is here. Biological grandson stands at attention and gets beaten. Last year, the 4 kings of the mathematics team entered Qingbei and beat the biology team. This year we will blow them up again. After the meeting is over, let's go back and make a pledge. How about blood for an alliance? Okay. The surrounding atmosphere was frenzied, and shouts were everywhere. Song-hee is completely confused. What about his rigorous and calm mathematical thinking? This Nima is studying mathematics. Obviously a bunch of bandits. Fear, don't stay here for long. Song-hee excused himself to go to the bathroom, and hurriedly slipped back to the biology team's camp and returned to Wu Xiao's side. Compared with the bandit den opposite, the senior sister is more kind. There are more and more people in the venue, from Senior 1 to Senior 3, each grade has 4 rocket classes and 10 elite classes, so theoretically a total of 300 heroes gather here. Soon, the students on both sides were seated. On the stage, Yi Lianghan scanned the audience domineeringly, and suddenly frowned. Both teams should have 150 people. Why is there one less person in the math team? Which class hasn't come yet? There was an uproar on the court, the biology team laughed, and the mathematics team hurriedly looked for their comrades. In the last row, one arm was raised weakly. Yi Lianghan frowned. Students who raised their hands, do you know who didn't come? Teacher, it should be all here, I'm on the math team. Song-hee stood up and shouted. Nonsense. You are on the math team, why don't you sit according to your seat? Yi Lianghan was furious, get the hell out of here now. Song-hee was startled and hurried to the opposite side. Then there is one less biology team now. Yi Lianghan frowned even deeper. The audience was in an uproar again. The mathematics team began to taunt loudly, and the biology team hurriedly looked for someone. The scene was quite dramatic. In the last row, another arm was raised high. That classmate, what's the matter with you? Yi Lianghan yelled into the microphone. Teacher's biology team is here too, I'm on the biology team. Song-hee shouted. Boom, there was an uproar. Hundreds of eyes focused on Song-hee, all admiring him. 6. Openly teasing the vice principal, this brother is dying. It's awesome, I like such talents, how about jumping around? Is this old man from the biology team or the math team? On the stage, the veins on Yi Lianghan's forehead popped up, and he was furious. Song-hee hurriedly explained, I'm sorry teacher. I didn't make it clear. I'm on both the biology team and the math team. You participated in both teams. Yi Lianghan was taken aback. Yes teacher, Song-hee said loudly. How is it possible? In the selection test of your class, you are the first in both subjects. Yi Lianghan was puzzled. Yes teacher, Song-hee replied. The auditorium suddenly fell silent. Hundreds of eyes looked at Song-hee in shock, all of them were a little dazed. Many people have not reacted yet, and some people understand it, but suspect that there is something wrong with their ears. Participating in 2 competitions at the same time. Selected to 2 competing teams at the same time. What kind of fairy is this? In an instant, a reminder of the resentment value was displayed in front of Song-hee's eyes. Lian Ziyang knows that you are a double contestant, so he is very afraid, and the resentment value is plus 300. Zhang Hili was shocked by your strength, and felt inferior, resentment value plus 200. Zhang Shen thinks that you betrayed the mathematics team by sitting in the area of the biology team at the beginning, and the resentment value is plus 100. Meow Chow thinks that you betrayed the biology team by running from the biology team to the mathematics team, and the resentment value is plus 100. Song He secretly thought that sure enough, with this operation, the resentment value began to accrue. In just a dozen seconds, more than 200 people on the field quickly contributed resentment points, and the accumulated resentment points skyrocketed from 12,400 points to 33,800 points. Song He is almost in tears, the night of getting rich. Yi Lianghan on the stage also shook his head in surprise, then frowned. What class are you in and what's your name? Report, I'm Song He from Elite Class 2, Senior 1. Song He replied loudly. Song He, you can find a place to sit, and I will have a meeting with your math teacher and biology teacher later. Yi Lianghan said, all right, now that everyone is here, the meeting will officially begin. Song He sat down and listened carefully, as surprised eyes kept looking at him from all around, like staring at a monster. Song He had no expression on his face, but he still felt a little uncomfortable being watched constantly. Presumptuous, how dare you spy on me at will? I'm so handsome, you don't need to spend money to watch it non-stop, is it plausible? Congratulations to all the students who entered our school's competition team. Yi Lianghan began to speak with a strong voice. But, the competition team is just the beginning. You have to go through the cruelest selection process. From now until you sign up for the competition, you will go through dozens of exams. The quiz is a tactic that determines the school's allocation of resources to you. The big exam will be brutally eliminated. Anyone who fails, brush them all away. There is no final elimination, only qualified or unqualified. If you all pass, then 300 people, 299 people can participate in the competition. If you all fail, then our school cannot send a student to compete this year. Quote, many people present here should have been brushed off by the competition team once or even twice. It is very clear that this is by no means a shortcut, but a real devil's training. The faces of many students on the field changed, and the atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. Especially the sophomores and seniors. Most of them had been selected for the competition team, but lost in the unprecedentedly fierce competition and were kicked out. This year, they have entered the palace for the second or third time. Yi Lianghan's words touched the dark memories of many students on the field. Song He sat in the back row, indifferent, even secretly raised his legs. The classmate next to him stretched out his hand to poke Song He, and whispered, dude, where are you from? Of course I'm on the biology team, and I'm a spy on the mathematics team. Song He thought for a while, which team is this? Math team. I made a mistake just now. I was born a mathematician and died a mathematician, but I went to be a spy in the biology team. Song He hastily changed his words. On the stage, Yi Lianghan continued to speak, and after a bunch of inspirational slogans, he began to talk about real dry goods. Next, I want to introduce the reward mechanism of the competition team, the ranking of top students. Students who rank high in Shuiba can get generous rewards from the school. Yi Lianghan pressed the remote control, and the big screen behind him suddenly lit up. Song He pulled himself together and stared at the big screen with wide eyes. The students in the entire venue could not help but lean forward, their faces full of longing. On the big screen, photos appeared one after another, which were images of previous competition teams receiving rewards. There are many regular rewards, such as one-on-one tutoring by famous teachers, reading access to foreign language databases, boxes of expensive books and materials, access to laboratories, etc. Song He's eyes quickly scanned the photos, and he keenly captured a few things, which made him short of breath. Sheets of exercises, Zoriches, mathematical analysis, Feckenholz's, principles of mathematical analysis, Princeton calculus course, single variable calculus. Nikolska's, mathematical analysis course, Hua Luozheng's, introduction to advanced mathematics, Zhu Dingshuan's, analytic geometry, Proskulikov's, linear algebra exercises, Fadeyev's, advanced algebra exercises, Filipov's, ordinary differential equation exercises, Fang Chichen's, mathematical analysis exercises, I Cheng's, examples and exercises of functions of real variables, Vaslev's, geometry and topology exercises. Many famous book titles have only been heard of, but now seeing them with their own eyes, Song He couldn't help short of breath. At his current level, Many of the above books and exercise books are still heavenly books for him for the time being. But since it appeared in the prizes of previous competition teams, it means that I can touch the threshold of the heavenly book soon. Song-hee has an urge to eat a lot of mental arithmetic capsules now, ruthlessly ravage these math books, and have fun doing the problems. The pictures on the big screen changed, and shouts of, "Wow," sounded from the field. Many students were shocked that there is such a reward. Song-hee looked at the picture, also showing surprise, silently reading the annotation at the bottom of the picture. Student Zhang Rushui, who won the first prize in the national mathematics competition and received a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Students from the biology competition team who got a free summer camp opportunity and went to Sichuan and Tibet for investigation. Xiao Han, who signed an employment agreement with the school and can return to school as a teacher of the competition team after graduation. After the competition, members of the math competition team at the Bird's Nest dinner. Song-hee was surprised, playing so fancy. The school is costly. Yi Lianghan on the stage pressed the remote control, and the picture turned into a box of mobile phones. As we all know, our Jinghai No. 4 middle school strictly prohibits students from bringing mobile phones. Once they are verified, the mobile phones will be confiscated. They will go home and reflect for a month, and they will be punished. Yi Lianghan said seriously. But, for the students of the competition team, it is very important to use the internet to learn, and it is necessary to give a learning machine. The learning machine restricts some functions, but you can freely check the information and use the learning app. The school has prepared a total of 100 learning machines. The quantity is limited, only for the most needy students. Next Saturday, we will organize the first quiz. According to the test scores, we will rank the top students. The top 50 students in the biology team and the mathematics team can each get a learning machine, which can be used freely in the school. The contestants on the field were all excited. This mobile phone reward is full of temptation. Watching Liu Beiwen and watching a short movie are just needed. Of course, it is also very convenient to check information and study. The classmate beside him poked Song-hee. "Dude, have you heard of the legend of the competition team's mobile phone?" The legend of the mobile phone of the competition team. Song-hee was taken aback. What is it? These phones are not brand new, they are left by the previous competition students, and the school will not flash the phone, just simply wipe the surface of the phone and replace it with a tempered film. Song-hee thought quickly. You mean, there are things left by the previous contestants in the phone? That's right, it's said that it's incomparably wonderful, and everyone who has seen it says it's shocking. The classmate beside him showed a wretched and yearning smile. Really, how wonderful can it be? Song-hee imagined. It depends on your strength and luck. Out of 100 mobile phones, it is said that a dozen or so are particularly exciting, and the rest are lackluster. Song-hee felt itchy. Originally, he wanted a mobile phone to check information. Now that he is tempted by mysterious content, he has to desperately get a mobile phone. However, the competition team's quiz is destined to be several times more difficult than the class's selection test. After all, there is no one who can sit here waiting for nothing. They are all fierce generals killed by the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. We will not organize a unified competition study this week. The school has prepared a competition book for everyone, and will send someone to your class later. I hope everyone will study hard by themselves. Yi Lianghan on the stage announced loudly, the meeting is over. A few minutes later, the vice principal's office. Yi Lianghan was standing at the desk, and Ban Zhanye and Lulu were sitting at both ends of the sofa. The atmosphere was delicate. What's the situation in your class? The same student was selected for the two competitions. Yi Lianghan frowned. Isn't this a waste of places? The list has not been officially reported yet, so hurry up and adjust the candidates and change students. Song-hee's mathematics is very good. I will express my opinion first. I will not give up this good seed. Ban Zhanye said immediately. Song-hee's creature is very good. I can even say that I have never seen such a good seedling. Song-hee, I want to order. Lulu raised her brows, and her tone became stronger. What's wrong with you two? Compete with one child, Yi Lianghan said. Can he bear two competitions? Originally, one competition is sure to win the prize, but the two competitions distract energy, and one prize cannot be won. Is it good for the child? It's business. Ban Zhanye was slightly annoyed. I've confirmed Song He's math competition first, so there must be first come, first served. Let me just put it this way, Song He's score in the biology selection test is higher than that of the whole class combined. Lulu glanced at Ban Zhanye and snorted coldly. Song He participated in the biology competition, Qingbei's material, delay who will take the responsibility. If the class teacher can take the responsibility, then I have nothing to say. Song He's mathematics is also Qingbei's material. Ban Zhanye's voice suddenly increased. Mathematics is more important than biology. Mr. Liu, you must distinguish between primary and secondary. The 21st century is the century of biology. Can mathematics be better than supercomputing? Lulu confronted. The class teacher is so stinky, but he still tries to teach a mathematician. It's ridiculous. Lulu. Ban Zhanye was furious. Ban Zhanye. Lulu didn't back down at all, and slapped the armrest of the sofa. Stop. Yi Lianghan was furious, arguing in my office. You two are quite courageous. If you keep arguing, Song He's quota will be taken away. Ban Zhanye and Lulu were furious at the same time, and shouted in unison, take away my student, you are not small. Yi Lianghan was stunned and caught off guard. Am I the vice principal, or are you the vice principal? After Ban Zhanye and Lulu yelled, they were a little scared, and turned their heads away without saying a word. Are you speaking out of anger or the truth? Song He is from Qingbei. Yi Lianghan said softly, did you bring the paper? Ban Zhanye took out a crumpled test paper from his trouser pocket, unfolded it and put it on the table. Lulu opened her backpack, took out her biology textbook, took out the neatly folded test papers in the textbook, and spread them out on the table. Look, this is how the class teacher treats the students' test papers. Lulu reached out and poked the math papers contemptuously. Lulu, you are justified in robbing my student. Ban Zhanye was furious. The two of you have lost the Spiritual Civilization Award this month. Let's quarrel and continue to quarrel. Yi Lianghan took out his glasses and lay down on the table to read two test papers. Lulu and Ban Zhanye were startled, and then stared at each other more fiercely. Song He was flushing water in the toilet, when a reminder of resentment value suddenly popped up in front of him. Ban Zhanye lost his bonus because he tried his best to protect you, and his heart hurts, and his resentment value plus 300. Lulu is in pain because she tried to protect you from losing the bonus, and her resentment value plus 300. Yi Lianghan's majesty was swept away because you were contradicted by his subordinates, and his resentment value plus 300. Song He's face turned pale, and he was so frightened that he broke his urine. Thanks to the 3 teachers for the 900 resentment points. Teacher, what the hell are you doing? What have I done to make you resentful? I am a student. After waiting for a long time, Song He continued to pee in shock, and left with his pants up. It was just the time for evening self-study, and the school road was crowded with people. Song He followed the crowd to the dormitory building, secretly worried about the resentment points he just got. This amount of resentment is too frightening to earn. The resentment of the teacher and the vice principal is worse than not earning it. Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder. Song He, why did you lie to me? A resentful voice came. Song He turned around, and it really was senior sister Zhuang. Zhuang Qian's eyes were resentful, her jade-like face was full of dissatisfaction, and her pretty little brows were deeply frowned. There was a crowd of people around, and students who kept walking back to the dormitory. Many curious eyes gathered over, seeing Zhuang Qian's resentful expression, and looking at Song He who was embarrassed opposite, they misunderstood one after another. Didn't you say you were in elite class too? Why did I go to someone else's class to look for you, saying that there was no such thing as you? Zhuang Qian felt wronged. I not only looked for the elite class 2 of the 3rd year, but even the elite class 2 of the 2nd year, made me very embarrassed. Then did you find the elite class 2 of the 1st year of high school? Song He asked. Zhuang Qian froze for a moment. Grade 1. You, what do you mean? Song He smiled helplessly. I'm to blame for this, I didn't explain it clearly to you. Zhuang Qian's eyes widened, slightly terrified. Don't tell me you were a freshman in high school. Grand 1 Elite Class 2, Song He. Song He nodded, took out the cafeteria meal card from his pocket, and showed the class name. Zhuang Qian suddenly stretched out her hand to cover her mouth, and couldn't help exclaiming in a low voice, oh 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 oh. Zhuang Qian was shocked to hear that you are only a freshman in high school. Thinking of my third year in high school, my math level is not as good as yours, and my resentment value is plus 100. Zhuang Qian felt a little inferior, and was a little angry at your strength, resentment value plus 100. You're really good. You can do the math paper for the college entrance examination just after entering school. Zhuang Qian was a little stunned in shock. I thought people like you only existed in movies. Zhuang Qian stared blankly at Song He in admiration. After a while, she became inexplicably angry, and stretched out her fist to hit Song He's shoulder twice. In an instant, the resentment value prompt exploded. Ling Quan witnessed the school belle behaving intimately with you, and became jealous, resentment value plus 100. Zhang Wenkang witnessed the beauty's adoring eyes towards you, and felt a little jealous, resentment value plus 50. A series of tiny reminders kept popping up, and the resentment value rose bit by bit. Suddenly, a bold resentment value appeared. Lang Xiongwen thinks you are a rival in love, and has hatred, resentment value plus 1000. Song He was taken aback. Strangers passing by exploded with thousands of resentment points. How emotional is this? He quickly looked around, and there was a lot of people, but he couldn't find any obvious hostile eyes, and no one stopped to stay. I can't tell which one is Lang Xiongwen, the big brother on the list. Forget it, the strangers don't meet each other, as long as the other party doesn't take the initiative to make trouble. But looking at these 4-digit rewards, I'm afraid there is a high probability of trouble. Are there any questions you can't understand? Song He returned to the subject. I'll show you if you have brought it. There is a question, but there is no need for it now. Zhuang Qian shook his head. Yes, Song He asked. Not yet, but when I went to look for you, the students in the Senior 3 elite class looked at that question, and even they couldn't know it, and you definitely couldn't do it. Zhuang Qian smiled wryly. Can't figure out the elite class of Senior 3. Song He became interested. Which question should I look at? Zhuang Qian squatted on the side of the road, unzipped her school bag, took out a collection of wrong questions, and quickly turned the pages. Song He took the wrong set of questions and squinted at the questions. It's a little difficult. That's right. Zhuang Qian said that she was about to take back the wrong set of questions. The elite class of the third year of high school might not be able to solve it. She didn't expect Song He, a freshman in high school, to be able to solve it. But I have 2 ways to solve it. Song He said again suddenly. Zhuang Qian was stunned for a moment. Pen. Song He stretched out his hand. Zhuang Qian hurriedly found a pencil. She did not provide a gel pen, fearing that Song He would not be able to do it, so she scribbled on the wrong test book, and the pencil could be erased after scribbling. Song He took the pencil and immediately wrote the answers in the wrong question book. The writing speed was extremely fast, and the step-by-step process and complicated results were written down without thinking. The silky smoothness made Zhuang Qian beside him dumbfounded. Okay, there are 2 methods, you can see which one is easier for you to learn. Song He returned the wrong question book and pen, going back to the dormitory. If you have such a good question, please come to me again, good night. Zhuang Qian's scalp was numb from Shu's scalp, and she stood in a mess with the wrong notebook, staring blankly at Song He walking away. Freshmen are so strong these days. A freshman in senior high school came up with the answer to a question that he couldn't figure out in half a class in the elite class of senior high school, and even gave it 2 ways. Outrageous. We are all human, why some people have different versions of their brains. ... Push open the dormitory door. Song He was taken aback by the scene in front of him. Sea of spicy strips. Yuan Guang was lying on the bed and counting the spicy strips. There were hundreds of packs of spicy strips of various styles and flavors all over the bed. You want to do business? Song He asked. Come and pick what you like, and give it away for free. Yuan Guangxi smiled charmingly. Oh, then I'm not welcome. Song He went over to have a look, and grabbed a bag. Yuan Guang immediately grabbed more than a dozen packs of the same ones, and put them on Song He's desk, flattering him. You don't need to thank me, it was all won by you, and it didn't cost me a cent. Yuan Guang slapped his thigh with excitement on his face. Win by me. Song He was at a loss. During this morning's reading, the back row was discussing who would get the spot for the competition team. I said you would definitely get a spot. Those blind people didn't believe it. If they didn't believe it, they just mocked me. I have a bad temper and directly slaughtered people, making a gamble. Ask them to sign. Yuan Guang was proud. Brother, you are really reliable. Every time you win a quota, I will earn dozens of packs of spicy noodles. Song He didn't expect such a showy operation, and he called it a good guy. The group of people in the back row were shocked by you today, and they gave you nicknames, the Emperor of Mathematics and the Emperor of Biology. Everyone reached an agreement in the evening self-study to call you the Emperor of Mathematics. Yuan Guang said. Song He's scalp tingled with embarrassment. Didn't the second-year disease come on in the second grade of high school? We are only in the first year of high school. At this time, the second-year disease is too premature. Successful Emperor, I heard that contestants learn to use mobile phones. Yuan Guang changed the topic. Next Saturday in the team quiz, the top 50 will be rewarded with a mobile phone for learning. Song He nodded. I plan to give it a try, but the battle must be fierce. Come on, brother. Yuan Guang's eyes yearned. His tone was mysterious. It is said that this mobile phone is the treasure of heavenly spirits, and it contains a ray of spiritual consciousness of the contestants in the past few years. Song He laughed. I've heard that all the contestants in the past have left wonderful things on their phones. Come on, get a mobile phone and come back. I will open my eyes with a knife. Yuan Guang smiled. I don't look at you in vain. I will give you a big surprise later. I guarantee you will be ecstasy. Song He smiled and agreed. Just as the lights in the dormitory went out with a click, he touched the vitamin bottle on the table, poured out a handful of mental arithmetic capsules from it, put them in his pocket, picked up the exercise set and went to the public toilet. Yuan Guang was the only one left in the dormitory. He silently put away the spicy sticks and went to bed. Just about to fall asleep, the door of the dormitory was knocked suddenly, and then pushed open, a burly figure holding a mobile phone to illuminate it. Yuan Guang looked up and hurriedly sat up on the bed. Hello, teacher. Standing at the door was Ban Zhanye. Yuan Guang panicked. The class teacher visited the dormitory late at night. Could it be that they came here to raid and confiscate the spicy noodles? Have a small report. Ban Zhanye took a picture of the dormitory with his mobile phone, and asked with an ugly face, where is Song He? Teacher, he didn't run away from bed, he went to the public toilet to study. Yuan Guang said hastily. Go to the public toilet to study. Ban Zhanye was taken aback. He didn't expect to hear this answer. The lights in the dormitory are turned off at night, and there are voice-activated lights in the public toilets, so Song He goes to the public toilets to borrow the lights to study. Yuan Guang explained. He's always been like this. Yes, since the beginning of school, I have stayed up late every night to study, and I have been studying very late. Yuan Guang hastily put in a good word for his roommate. He found that the teacher in charge had a bad face, so he came to find Song He urgently at night. There might be something bad. Tell me something. Kind words to soften it up. Ban Zhanye's eyes moved slightly, a little relieved. This kid is so hardworking. It's not a loss to deduct my spiritual civilization award. Go to sleep, I'll go find him. Ban Zhanye closed the dormitory door. Public toilet. Song He just entered with the exercise book, when he unexpectedly saw two familiar figures in the corner. Ning Mo and Ding Yangs were both holding books. The three of them stared wide-eyed, and the atmosphere was completely different from the previous few days. The winner and the loser have been divided, and the relationship between the three of them suddenly changed from a competitor to a winner and two losers. The atmosphere of sword fighting in the air disappeared. After all, the battle situation had settled. The eyes of Ning Mo and Ding Yangs were full of complexities, jealousy, disappointment, unwillingness, and a trace of admiration. That's right, although the two didn't want to admit it, they did have a little admiration for Song He in their hearts. Studying all night and winning battles on two fronts is absolutely something no one can do. Song He was the first to break the embarrassment. He didn't taunt. Yo, isn't this the defeat of his subordinates? Although saying this would definitely generate a wave of resentment points, but if the two of them get too excited and this place is a toilet, some disgusting things might happen when they fight. Enemies can still be friends if they can't do it, and we are all in the same class. Song He didn't want to be too sarcastic. We will study hard and catch up with you. Ning Mo said suddenly, his gaze firm. Song He, don't think you're guaranteed to win. We've inquired about it, and high school freshman contestants are cannon fodder. Ding Yang said. Cannon fodder. Song Hee was taken aback. The ones who can really compete to win prizes are the second-year and third-year contestants. The elimination rate of the first-year contestants in the team is over 90%. After a few rounds of internal examinations, all of them are passed. Only 10% can survive until the end to participate in the competition. Ding Yangzi explained, this 10% is just for participating in the competition to gain experience, and I have never heard of winning prizes. After all, we are only freshmen in high school, so we are definitely not as good as the old students in the second and third grades. It is not for nothing for the old students to study for a year or two. Ning Mo nodded in agreement, looked at Song Hee and said, I heard that you are about to team up for the first time. After the internal test, you will know that the first year of high school competitors are all ranked bottom, and they will be eliminated after the big test in the team. Song Hee nodded after listening. Thank you both for the information, I will try my best to last till the end. Ning Mo and Ding Yangs looked at each other, suddenly feeling speechless. What the two of them said was nothing more than wanting to combat Song Hee's arrogance and pull back a little bit of their own psychological disadvantages. But Song Hee's calm reaction made the two feel even more uncomfortable. They can only ask for news, but Song Hee can really fight in the competition team. Even if Song Hee is eliminated later, he has more experience in the competition team than them. No matter how you look at it, Song Hee wins this matter. Lose, lose, lose. Ning Mo and Ding Yangs were silent, depressed. We're going to distribute the competition team's teaching materials soon, and I can lend you a look. Song Hee changed the topic. The two were startled, and looked up at Song Hee in disbelief. You guys also said just now that freshman high school contestants don't win prizes, so joining the competition team in freshman year is just gaining experience. Song Hee smiled and said, I'll lend you a look at the competition team textbooks, isn't it equivalent to accumulating experience? Experience. Ning Mo and Ding Yangs couldn't help being moved, they were a little embarrassed by Song Hee's sudden generosity, even though they were hostile before. After a while, there was a hint of relief in the atmosphere. Thank you, brother Song. Ning defaulted sincerely. Thank you. Ding Yangs whispered, let me take a look at the competition team's textbook. When you can't solve the questions and I can do them, you too will be completely convinced and know that you have lost. Song Hee grinned, lowered his head and started to study the questions. Being mocked again. The two people on the opposite side had black lines on their faces, but surprisingly there was no hint of resentment value. They found that although Song Hee likes to mock others domineeringly, he seems to have a good heart. With the sound of pattering footsteps, Ban Zhanye suddenly walked into the toilet. The three students stood up straight in a panic. Hello, teacher. Ban Zhanye nodded and stood in front of Song Hee with a serious expression. Song Hee panicked, remembering that the head teacher had brushed up the resentment value before, and felt that disaster was imminent. Song Hee, I have bad news. I just came back from Vice Principal Yi's office. The Vice Principal's intention is very clear. One student can't eat two contests, so I want you to return one. Ban Zhanye said with a grim expression. Song Hee was startled, and immediately panicked. I worked so hard on the exam, why should I quit? Vice Principal Yi is too bullying. Don't panic, teacher, I can go to Vice Principal Song to protect me. Ban Zhanye was stunned. This student is so capable. Tougher than me. Vice Principal Song has gone abroad for inspection, and he doesn't manage the competition team, so he may not be able to protect you. Ban Zhanye said, but this matter is not without chance. Teacher Lulu and I have already quarreled with Vice Principal Yi. You tell the result. Song Hee was nervous. In the corner, Ning Mo and Ding Yangs who were watching were even more nervous. In the team quiz next Saturday, you must rank in the top 80 in mathematics and biology, Ban Zhanye said. If you are in the top 80 in both subjects, the vice principal agrees to continue to observe and temporarily let you stay in the two competition teams. If one subject falls out of the top 80, or if two subjects fail to enter the top 80, then you have to drop the lower-ranked subjects. Song Hee suddenly realized, I understand the teacher, I will try my best to get in the top 80 in both subjects. You know what a fart. Ban Zhanye said angrily. Song Hee was scolded inexplicably and was at a loss. The mathematics and biology competition teams each have 150 people. Among them, there are 100 people in the second and third grades. They basically take the top 100 places. The first-year competition students are usually in the bottom 50. Ban Zhanye said seriously, only a very small number of top students in the first year of high school can advance to the top 100 positions, but basically they are still hovering in the 90s, and very few can enter the top 80s. Song He fell into deep thought. Ning Mo and Ding Yangs looked happy. Do you know what I mean? Ban Zhanye said, it's unrealistic to get into the top 80 in one subject, and it's impossible to get into the top 80 in both subjects. So my request to you is to study math hard this week, let the creatures go first. In order to protect you, my bonus was deducted by the vice principal. Ban Zhanye suddenly became furious. I'll say something ugly, if you are dismissed by the math team, immediately get rolled and sit next to the trash can. Song He's face turned bitter. Teacher can't always threaten me like this. I passed the class selection test, so I don't need to be transferred to the trash can. Teacher, you have to be trustworthy. Then you don't move, I'll put the trash can next to you. Ban Zhanye said with a dark face. Song He was speechless, really convinced by this head teacher. Ban Zhanye patted Song He on the shoulder vigorously, both encouraging and threatening, turned around and left with his hands behind his back. There was silence in the toilet. Song He felt a lot of pressure. Originally, there was nothing dangerous in the quiz and the team, but now Vice Principal Yi is making trouble out of nothing, making the promotion of the quiz a matter of life and death. Ning Mo and Ding Yangs looked at each other, turned around and whispered. The opportunity is here, Brother Ding. Understood. We stopped Song He from studying, and if he quits a team, wouldn't we just come on the bench? Oh, this is not good, is it? Song He had a dark face. Stop plotting loudly, you two, I heard everything. Ning Mo and Ding Yangs laughed, obviously joking. 1 o'clock at midnight. When Song He returned to the dormitory, his roommate Yuan Guang was already fast asleep. Call out the system, the balance of resentment is 37,000. There is an illusion of wealth and freedom. It's impossible to quit the team, isn't it, just to break into the top 80 in 2 subjects? What Lao Su is best at is punching. Next is going to be a tough battle, you must have enough ammunition, it's time for a crazy lottery draw. Song He first bought a 10-day deep sleep capsule as a spare, 1 for 1,000, spent 10,000 resentment points, and left 27,000. Jia. Looking at Yu, Song He couldn't help but let out a strange smile. When I first got the system, it was a pain to buy 100 resentment mental arithmetic capsules. Mental arithmetic capsules can be eaten as a meal now. Open the Black Technology lottery draw, 10 consecutive draws decisively. Congratulations on getting the mental arithmetic capsule, X1. Congratulations on getting the mental arithmetic capsule, X1. Sure enough, familiar common prizes. It doesn't matter, the exciting giveaway will soon begin. Congratulations on getting the mental arithmetic capsule, X1. Congratulations on obtaining the famous teacher capsule purchase qualification, which has been placed in the system mall. Song He quickly opened the system mall, and a purple capsule appeared. Famous teacher capsule. 5,000 resentment points capsule. Within 1 day of taking the famous teacher capsule, the host will give lectures to others. Once the other party learns, the host will get double the return of new knowledge. The returned new knowledge comes from the edge of the host's knowledge surface, which can effectively improve the combat effectiveness of the subject. Capsules again, the system, you really sell medicine, right? Things are good things. It's not a waste of time to give lectures to others in the future, and you can gain some knowledge yourself, but isn't the price a bit outrageous? It just so happens that more and more students come to ask questions recently. You can try the efficacy of Mingxi capsule tomorrow. In case the effect is amazing, the expensive price can be forgiven. Song He rubbed his hands, looking forward to the second 10 consecutive draws. The lottery turntable rotates, and the mental arithmetic capsules appear in the palm of the hand one by one. Finally, there is something new in the lucky draw session. Congratulations on obtaining the purchase qualification for brain neuron growth promoting capsules, which has been placed in the system mall. Brain neuron growth promoting capsule, 10,000 resentment points capsule. After taking it, it can promote brain neurons to produce more dendrites and axons, slightly reduce thinking energy consumption, slightly increase thinking speed, slightly delay brain aging, and slightly increase intelligence. I ate this thing last time, and I didn't feel anything after eating it. Song-hee suspected that it was a health supplement, and complained in a low voice, "You won't cheat me of money, will you?" Complaints are complaints. The temptation to increase intelligence is still hard to resist. If the human brain is a laptop computer, the mental arithmetic capsule only temporarily turns on the beast mode, and the deep sleep capsule only shortens the charging time. And the brain neuron growth promoting capsule belongs to the direct upgrade of the processor and graphics card. Improve the performance from the hardware, valid for a lifetime. Don't care, if you have money, you have to squander it. After a brief struggle, Song-hee gritted his teeth and spent 20,000 resentments, bought 2 golden brain boosting capsules, and took them carefully. After taking it, my brain feels nothing like the last time, and I don't feel refreshed as soon as I take the mental calculation capsule. The resentment value is only 5,000. I'm poor again. Brain boosting capsule, you better use it. Song-hee gritted his teeth. The next day, morning reading class. Song-hee lay down on the table to kill the math problems, and the pen was like a snake. I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but after taking the brain-boosting capsules last night, I feel a little bit silky when doing the questions today. Zhao Yi came late with her school bag on her back, and patted Song-hee on the shoulder as soon as she sat down. Song-hee, I met a biology teacher on the way, and she told you to go to the office. Now, Song-hee sighed. He guessed that this would happen. After all, the math teacher chased him to the bathroom last night. Yes, she is waiting for you. Zhao Yi nodded. She seems to be in a bad mood, so be careful and don't contradict the teacher. HMPH, if you interrupt my self-study, I will slap her twice when I go. Make rules for her. Song-hee said something, then threw his pen and got up. 2 minutes later, the biology office. Song-hee knocked on the door and went in, nodding and bowing with flattery on his face. Teacher, are you looking for me? Come in and close the door. Lulu ordered. Lulu was sitting at the desk. Her pink dress highlighted her good figure. Her 2 long plain white legs overlapped. Her hair was like a waterfall, quite eye-catching. Sit. Lulu moved a small stool and put it beside her legs. Song-hee sat down cautiously and listened attentively. Sitting so close to the teacher for the first time was a little nervous, and I could smell the faint scent of shampoo. Do you prefer mathematics or biology? Lulu rested her chin on one hand. Of course I like biology more. Song-hee said hastily. How can mathematics compare with biology? Then you don't want to study math this week, and concentrate on assaulting biology. Lulu looked serious. Next Saturday, the competition team quiz, you have to make sure that biology ranks in the top 80, understand? Song-hee was paralyzed, and the secret path was sure enough. Last night, Ban Zhanye ordered him to study mathematics and abandon biology, and today Lulu ordered him to study biology and abandon mathematics. The parents and teachers fought in the air, and they did not believe that Song-hee could enter the top 80 in both subjects. The 2 teachers are like 2 big mountains. Song-hee said in his heart that he is living in the gap between the 2 mountains, and he is worse than Sun Wukong. Teacher, don't worry, I can't make it into the top 80 of the competition team, so I'll see you first. Song-hee promised. Lulu smiled, and suddenly stretched out her hand to stroke Song-hee's head. Her tone was gentle. You're quite obedient, it's not in vain that I was deducted bonuses just to protect you. Song-hee's heart twitched, as if a slight electric current passed through his head. He suddenly felt that the teacher was so gentle, but then the threat came again. If you pass the exam, you will be rewarded. If you don't pass the exam, I will be very careful, teacher. I assured the vice principal that you are a good candidate. If you fail the exam, the teacher will really lose face. How could the teacher let you go if he loses face? If you are rejected by the biology team this time, you can stand and listen to biology class in the future. Lulu hid her knife with a smile. Song-hee suddenly felt dizzy. But listening to lectures standing up is not torture. Apart from being a bit embarrassing, it is also good for your health. Sitting for a long time is easy to get hemorrhoids. Do you think this is the only punishment? In addition to standing and listening in class, your competition team results will also determine the laboratory materials assigned to you. Lulu seemed to see through his thoughts, raised her eyebrows, and increased her threat. Laboratory materials. Song-hee didn't understand. The biology competition requires going to the laboratory to do things, such as culturing cells and dissecting animals. In the final round, practical operations account for 10 points. Lulu explained with a smile. The school has limited funds, and the materials are barely enough to supply students with good grades. If the grades are poor and you want to practice more experiments, you have to pay for it yourself. If you are rejected by the biology competition team this time, even if you are admitted to the competition team in the second year of high school, you will not be given too many experimental materials. Hearing the money, Song-hee became nervous reflexively. Experimental materials are expensive. Of course it's very expensive. Lulu nodded heavily. A contestant who wants to get a full 10 points in practice will have to practice materials worth tens of thousands of dollars if he is lucky. Song-hee's face turned pale, and he hastily made a tragic statement. Understood the teacher, there is no way out, I will definitely enter the top 80. That's right, put aside the math first, and study biology hard. Lulu reached out to touch his head again, and smiled softly, go back to study. Song-hee left the office with a chill on his back, feeling that teacher Lulu was like a glamorous female ghost in Laojai. She smiled softly and charmingly, but she was also quite cruel when eating people. In the 4 classes in the morning, Song-hee didn't listen to a minute. The teacher said above that he secretly studied the questions crazily, studied mathematics and biology, and prepared for the quiz of the competition team with all his strength. Finally, the 4 classes are over, leaving only the last self-study class in the morning. As soon as the class bell rang, Ban Zhanye appeared with a thick book in his hand, and went straight to Song-hee. Song-hee hastily put away the biology paper he was writing and replaced it with a mathematics paper. The math competition questions before the quiz are here. Ban Zhanye put the thick book on the table and said in a deep voice. A total of 300 pages. According to past experience, senior high school competitors can generally do 100 pages before the quiz, and senior 2 and senior 3 competition students can do 200 pages. If you want to enter the top 80, you must do at least 230 pages. Understood teacher, I'm working hard. Song-hee flipped through the math competition textbook. After handing over the test book, Ban Zhanye didn't leave, and stood aside with majestic eyes, as if he was staring at Song-hee to prevent him from studying other subjects. Homeroom teacher Hu Wei. Song-hee naturally didn't dare to make mistakes, and honestly lowered his head and nod at math. Suddenly, Lulu appeared at the door of the classroom with a thick book in her hand. She went straight to Song-hee, slapped the biology competition book on top of the math book, and then turned to look at Ban Zhanye. The 2 teachers looked at each other with hostility in their eyes. Ban Zhanye didn't back down at all, turned his head and gave Song-hee a threatening look, which probably meant, if you don't learn mathematics, I'll kill you. Lulu's face turned cold, and she didn't leave. She stood aside and stared at Song-hee with her arms folded, with a fierce expression on her face, clearly saying, if you don't learn biology, I'll kill you. The 2 teachers linger like black and white impermanence, and their close proximity exudes shock. The class quickly became commotion. Dozens of surprised eyes gathered in the front row. The whole class was dumbfounded. The 2 teachers stared at a student who was going to self-study. It was a wonderful sight. What's going on here? What god did Song-hee commit? The client, Song-hee, was paralyzed, in a dilemma, and hesitated to open the math competition textbook. Lulu said with a cold face. Song-hee hastily flipped through the textbook for students. Ban Zhanye's face was full of anger. Song-hee. I'm on a horse. Can the 2 teachers give me a way to survive? After a long stalemate, Song-hee silently put away the competition questions and took out the Chinese textbook from his school bag. Bad. I don't even learn mathematics and biology. Learn Chinese. Great traditional culture. In front of the 2 teachers, Song-hee began to read the text silently without any scruples. He understood that neither Ban Zhanye nor Lulu could do anything to each other. Jin Hu Qin Bo besieged Zheng, because he was rude to Jin, and second to Chu. The country is in danger. If Zhu Ziwu is sent to see the Qin army, the army will retreat. Since Zheng was enshrined in the east, and he wants to be enshrined in the west, how can he take Qin if he does not want to take it? Song-hee shook his head and read the text. as if a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. The tablemate Zhao Yi was dumbfounded and dumbfounded. Song He, you are so awesome. The math teacher and the biology teacher are staring at you with death. Why don't you study Chinese here? If the Chinese teacher knew, wouldn't he call Ying Ma? Ban Zhanye and Lulu looked at each other. They were in a stalemate, full of anger, but under the watchful eyes of the whole class. It's not good to yell at each other directly. The two teachers scolding each other is too ugly. The dignity of teachers still needs to be maintained of. After a brief exchange of sparks, Ban Zhanye and Lulu turned their heads to look at the classroom. Most of the students in the class are watching curiously, their faces full of joy of eating melons. What are you looking at? Study hard in the self-study class. Lulu scolded loudly. Get out if you don't learn. Get out, Ban Zhanye roared furiously. The two teachers broke out in coercion, and the atmosphere in the classroom plummeted. In an instant, the whole class collectively bowed their heads, too frightened to make a sound. Song He began to swipe resentment in front of his eyes. Tips. Sha Shiren was scolded by the teacher for watching you lively, resentment value plus 20. He Gulin was scolded by the teacher for watching you, resentment value plus 30. Most of the class quickly checked the resentment value. For them, these two scoldings were a disaster. It was purely that the two teachers had evil fires in their hearts and had nowhere to vent their anger on the students. The source of the evil fire is undoubtedly Song He, who played badly. Many students kept cursing in their hearts. We were the ones who got scolded for Song He's bad performance. What kind of world is this? For a moment, the entire classroom was shrouded in the shadow of Song He, and resentment rose and fell. Evening self-study. The school library is brightly lit. Song He went upstairs with his school bag on his back, and let out a long breath of relief. In the self-study class in the morning, two teachers stared at him for half a class, and they stared at him numbly. In the self-study class in the evening, he simply ran away, escaped from the class, and moved to the library. Here, if you want to learn mathematics, you can learn mathematics, and if you want to learn biology, you can study biology. The Heavenly King and I don't care, it's very cool. The desk from the previous study happened to be empty. Song He put his school bag over to occupy the seat, and turned to go to the toilet. Standing in front of the urinal, splashing the water. There were hurried footsteps behind him. Immediately after there was a slap. Someone slapped his shoulder suddenly, and there was an unceremonious questioning sound. Hey, you are Song He, right? What's your relationship with Zhuang Qian? Song He's heart flared instantly, and he turned his head to glare at the person who came. It was hard not to be angry when he was slapped for no reason at such a private moment when going to the bathroom. The dark-faced man in glasses stood beside him, and started pouring water, turning his head and staring at him ferociously. First, we have nothing to do with each other. We are just talking about the topic. Song He said with a fierce look in his eyes. Second, what is the relationship between us? It's none of your business. The atmosphere intensified in an instant. I saw you two last night, giving a lecture from the side of the road at night. I warn you to stay away from her. Ordinary people like you are not on the same level as her. I am Leng Xiongwen, and I have a marriage contract with Zhuang Qian. The two families have made a decision long ago, and the parents of both sides have agreed. Leng Xiongwen had a haughty expression, and swore sovereignty in a contemptuous tone. Both parents agree. Have you asked me? Song He looked surprised. Leng Xiongwen was startled, realized that he was taken advantage of, and flew into a rage. Who the hell are you? It's not a big deal, but it's not a bad temper. Song He stretched his head to look to the side, and said lightly. How the hell are you? Halfway through Leng Xiongwen's yelling, he glanced to the side and suddenly fell silent. He was dumbfounded, and stared down at Song He somewhere with a bewildered expression. How is this possible? Startled and angry, Leng Xiongwen hurriedly pulled up his pants, turned around and glared at Song He aggressively. Leng Xiongwen was shocked by your size, and he had self-doubt, resentment value plus 800. Zhuang Qian came to me last night because I could give her a lecture. Will she take a look at you if you are a scumbag? Song He sneered ruthlessly. High school students respect their grades. You don't care about your studies. How can you do well in the exam? Yes, instead of running to the toilet to find fault, you might as well do your test paper. My grades are excellent. I belong to the math competition team. I have been selected to the math competition team for 3 consecutive years. I know you are in the team, why don't you accept it? Huh, are you good enough to compete in the team? Song-hee was taken aback. He quickly opened the system mall, bought a combat power detector, set the math and pulled the trigger. Lang Xiongwen, Mathematics, Silver Level 01. Song-hee called up the combat power list to check his math level. Mathematics, Bronze Level 75. A gap of 26 levels. But Lang Xiongwen was already in his 3rd year of high school, and he was not really strong because of the level he had accumulated purely through his age. The real strong don't need to enter the palace 3 times, they have already won prizes and ascended. With 9 days left before the exam, it is easy to catch up with the gap of 26, and Song-hee is even sure to overtake some levels. The only variable is the rank. I don't know if there will be some kind of bottleneck when the bronze rank is upgraded to the silver rank. Song-hee snorted, you just want to meet me in the exam room. When? Just this quiz and the team, do you dare to bet? Lang Xiongwen's face was sullen. What about the bet? If your ranking is lower than mine, stay away from Zhuangqian in the future. Lang Xiongwen said flatly, if my ranking is lower than yours, I will take the initiative to quit. You quit the fart, I have nothing to do with her. Song-hee shook his head, aren't you from a wealthy family, right? If you fail the exam, you will pay for the materials I go to the biology lab. How much materials I use, how much do you buy? That's it, it's a deal, Lang Xiongwen said decisively. Song-hee turned and left the toilet, angry and laughing. In fact, he had a premonition that he would not be short of materials for biological experiments, because he was sure to get the top ranking in the competition team. But since it's a bet from Feli, there's no need to use it in vain. Find a young master to reimburse the cost of materials, so that you can do experiments more freely in the future. With the help of the system, Song-hee guessed that he had a chance to produce something incredible in the laboratory, provided that there were enough materials. As long as this wave of bets is won, it means more possibilities on the test bed. Back at his seat, he took out the math competition book without delay, grabbed a handful of mental arithmetic capsules, ate them, and wrote the answers in a smooth manner. It may be that he has adapted to the high-intensity study, or it may be that the pressure of the competition team's quiz is quite high. Song-hee can now fully enter the state in 2 seconds, shielding external interference, and devoting himself to the topic. The newly issued math competition booklet has a total of 300 pages, and the teacher requires 230 pages to be able to enter the top 80. According to Song-hee's temper, of course, you can only rest assured after finishing all 300 pages. The 300 pages are divided into 30 units, 1 unit per 10 pages. The first page is theoretical knowledge, about a certain type of question, and the next 9 pages are filled with questions. The difficulty difference between the knowledge page and the title page is very classic. Knowledge page. 1 rabbit plus 1 rabbit is equal to 2 rabbits, so 1 plus 1 equals 2, have you learned it? Do the following exercises. Title page. Lane 880,412 cubed plus 29,261 squared times pi squared divided by sin 77.3 degrees cos 58.5 degrees. Turning over the question book is basically this style of painting, which makes Song-hee very numb. For the quiz of the competition team, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and learn. If he had a headache, he would take mental arithmetic capsules, which were more effective than ibuprofen. Pages of questions were solved in an orderly manner, and the first 3 units were done fairly smoothly. After reaching the 4th unit, he suddenly got stuck. The 4th unit teaches Cauchy's principle of convergence. At first glance, Song-hee immediately understood that after a certain term, the number of terms and the absolute value tend to 0, then the sum of the series is equal to the previous constant plus a number that tends to 0, so the series has a limit and thus converges. With this kind of understanding to do the questions, he found that he had no way to start, and the questions were very strange. I also encountered temporary stuck situations in my previous studies, and I often read the knowledge points a few times before it went smoothly. Song-hee thought it was the same this time. After a full 20 minutes, he read the knowledge points more than a dozen times, but still couldn't solve the problem. It's evil. What happened? Something wrong with the textbook. This is only the 4th unit, won't it reach the upper limit of my intelligence? Song-hee felt flustered for the first time and scratched his scalp uncomfortably. After taking 2 extra mental arithmetic capsules, my brain was so hot that it was about to smoke, but I was still helpless. It was obviously a few lines of knowledge, but I just didn't put them into my brain. Snapped. The white question book was suddenly slapped on the table and pushed towards Song-hee. You are indeed here. A familiar voice sounded. Song-hee turned around, and it really was Zhuang Qian. She seemed to have just run. Her little face was flushed, dripping with sweat, a little fool. Pulling over the chair, Zhuang Qian naturally sat next to Song-hee, blinked and said, "Are you free now? I have saved several pages of wrong test books." Available. Song-hee opened the system mall in seconds, gritted his teeth and spent 5,000 resentment points to buy a famous teacher capsule. Time to try this stuff out. Taking advantage of Zhuang Qian's inattention, Song-hee swallowed the capsule, clapped his hands to accept the wrong question book, and reviewed the questions. I just learned Cauchy's principle of trial convergence, and my mind is muddled. At this moment, seeing the normal high school exercises in the wrong question book, the thinking is very clear. Song-hee gave lectures quickly, easily listed the steps on the draft paper, and took Zhuang Qian to travel in the ocean of mathematics. These ordinary high school topics are almost equivalent to leisure and entertainment for Song-hee. Zhuang Qian's eyes widened, desperately keeping up with Song-hee's explanation speed, trying her best to understand every question. For her, the problems that are as hard as steel plates are as soft as mud in Song-hee's hands. There is almost no resistance to solving the problems, and the key points are explained to her clearly. After figuring out the questions in the wrong question book one by one, Zhuang Qian was excited and deeply understood the pleasure of flying with the great god. While talking, Song-hee's expression changed. You taught Zhuang Qian some of the questions, and you will return double the math knowledge. Mathematical progress detected, from bronze level 75 to bronze level 76. A strange knowledge flooded into my mind in an instant, and the famed master capsule was rewarded. Song-hee stopped lecturing and silently counted the new knowledge in his mind. It's actually about Cauchy's principle of convergence. Wait, plus the new knowledge returned by the master teacher capsule. The point that I didn't understand before seems to be cleared. Wait a minute. Song-hee dropped a sentence, and suddenly turned to flip through the math competition book. Zhuang Qian didn't know what happened, but she obediently kept silent and waited silently. Oh, I see. Cauchy examines you, so you're a little fool. Song-hee was so excited, the questions that he didn't understand a few minutes ago suddenly became clear now. Simply glance at the question, and the steps are presented in the mind like a flow of water, and the key steps just use the rebate knowledge of the famous teacher capsule. Song-hee was ecstatic. He didn't figure it out in the past 20 minutes, and he undoubtedly entered a small bottleneck. Under normal circumstances, the small bottleneck takes a long time to hit. But the famous teacher capsule violently returned the knowledge points, and directly forcibly broke through. Song-hee suddenly realized, is this a tricky bug? If you encounter a bottleneck in your studies, use the famous teacher capsule to help you flush it out. It will get twice the result with half the effort, comparable to forcing a modifier. This is the correct posture to use the famous teacher capsule. It is not only an auxiliary capsule, but also a powerful killer to break through the bottleneck violently. Sure enough, there is a reason why you are expensive. I just broke through a knowledge point, so I want to do the questions while the iron is hot, and I'll give you a lecture when I get stuck. Song-hee looked at Zhuang Qian in disgust. All right, I also digest what you just told me. Zhuang Qian was reasonable. Song-hee frowns and speeds up to brush up the questions, and continues to frantically do the math competition materials. Song-hee got stuck more or less every time he learned a new unit. So he dragged Zhuang Qian, who was next to him, over and quickly explained 1 or 2 questions to her. Immediately after the knowledge of the new unit was fully understood, Song-hee threw Zhuang Qian aside and continued to work on the questions at a fast pace. The same operation reciprocates and achieves miraculous effects, and the upgrade prompts are endless. Mathematical progress detected, from bronze level 76 to bronze level 77. Mathematical progress detected, from bronze level 77 to bronze level 78. In just one evening self-study, Song-hee finished all the pages of wrong questions accumulated by Zhuang Qian. I also reaped a lot of knowledge points to return, and the mathematics was promoted to bronze level 81 in one breath. This is an unprecedented upgrade speed. After all, the further you go, the harder it is to upgrade. Song He was very pleasantly surprised. He had the illusion of eating soft food. Such a high upgrade speed was largely brought about by Zhuang Qian, a tool person. Fortunately, she is stupid enough and has enough questions that she doesn't understand. Fortunately, she is smart enough to understand after a few lectures. She can squeeze out knowledge points no matter how you squeeze like a sponge. She is a natural tool. This kind of pleasure of leveling up by giving people a question made Song He very addicted. The next day, morning reading class. Zhao Yi's reading voice became smaller and smaller, and suddenly she spread the textbook flat and smashed her face into it. Dead. Song He turned his head. Sleepy. Zhao Yi turned her face away. Her eyelids were too sleepy to open, and her eyes were dark circles. Stay up late. Why don't you sleep late at night? Song He wondered. I heard that you study in the toilet at night, and I also went to study last night. Zhao Yi said with a painful expression. After 12 o'clock, my brain didn't move at all, and I couldn't solve a math problem for half an hour, so frustrated. Quote. Which question can't you? Song He's eyes lit up reflexively when he heard a problem. I'll explain it to you. Zhao Yi rummaged through the hole in the table, took out a test paper and spread it out, pointing to the last question. There are 3 solutions to this problem. Song He immediately tore off the scratch paper without hesitation for a second. Zhao Yi's narrowed eyes widened in an instant. What? Have you read the topic? 3 ways. Listen well and study hard. Song He wrote the steps in a fluttering manner. A few minutes later, Zhao Yi understood, squinted at Song He, and muttered softly. Abnormal. Song He was busy counting the double new knowledge returned in his mind, stunned for a moment. What? You are a pervert. Zhao Yi muttered. I couldn't figure it out for half an hour, but you said 3 ways at a glance. You made me feel so uncomfortable, and I looked like a little fool. Zhao Yi's self-confidence was hit by you, her resentment value plus 80. The more Zhao Yi thought about it, the more angry she became. She turned around and stomped on Song He's foot angrily. Mathematics freak. Die. Zhao Yi muttered in a low voice, exhausted from sleepiness. Don't make trouble. Don't make trouble. I've solved the problem. Song He avoided it. No. Resolutely eliminate the math monster. Zhao Yi stretched her legs even longer. Song He dodged for a few times, grabbed her stretched leg and placed it on his own. This movement was purely subconscious, and it felt inappropriate as soon as it was released. I thought Zhao Yi would explode, but I didn't expect her to be indifferent. She calmly put her leg on Song He's lap, then buried her head on the table, and fell asleep. Song He was also taken aback, looking down at Zhao Yi's legs. It's not like throwing it away, it's quite comfortable if you don't throw it away. Zhao Yi fell asleep for most of her morning reading, woke up leisurely, pulled her long legs back, opened the math paper and continued to do it. The get out of class bell rang. The class became noisy. Zhao Yi became more awake after reading in the morning, and reached out to pat Song He on the shoulder. Mathematics monster, let's talk about it. When the lecture was over, Song He stopped talking softly, and started speaking loudly, which immediately attracted the attention of many students. Halfway through the talk, Zhang Jilei suddenly appeared from the side. I didn't understand this question either. Then you listen together. If you don't understand, ask me. Song He never refused to come, even a little enthusiastic. Ning Mo quietly appeared and stood aside to eavesdrop. In just a few minutes, Song He's seat was crowded with people. 7 or 8 students ran over with their homework and lined up to ask the mathematics king for the truth. The effect of the famous teacher capsule that I took yesterday has not yet expired, and the system prompts to return the knowledge points keep ringing. You taught Zhang Jilei some of the topics, and you will return double the math knowledge. You taught Ning Mo some of the questions, and you will return double the math knowledge. You taught Yuan Guang some of the questions, and you will return double the math knowledge. While talking, Song He suddenly discovered a new bug. If several people learn at the same time when explaining a question, the famous teacher capsule will return to the point more. Song He had just finished a question, and immediately skipped 4 tips for knowledge rebates. This bug made him unable to bear in his imagination. It would be great if I could be a teacher. I would give lectures to the whole class. After one class, the speed of upgrading might be comparable to riding a rocket. Wait, to be a teacher. Although you can't be a teacher directly, you can try it according to the teacher's teaching mode. For example, form a study group and give lectures directly to the entire group. Or as an online class teacher, if you write a post on a lecture topic on the internet, a post will be continuously read by netizens, and what you bring to yourself is a steady stream of knowledge rebates. The more Song Hee thinks about it, the more excited he becomes. If this bug is exploited well, it can even be upgraded while sleeping. You can get reward point reminders and upgrade reminders in front of your dreams. Like a spam pop-up ad that can't be cleaned up. Recalling that when he first entered the dormitory, Yuan Guang said that he changed the feng shui of the dormitory, his academic spirit continued to flow, and his score could increase while lying down. So Yuan Guang is the prophecy emperor. Does my roommate really have something? Tomorrow Saturday, I will go to the third floor of the school library for self-study. If you want to ask questions, you can come to me. There will be a math session in the morning and a biology session in the afternoon. Song Hee announced to the students who came around, "Is there any registration?" The surrounding students suddenly erupted and raised their hands. Brother Song, I'm signing up. What Brother Song? This is Teacher Song. What Mr. Song? This is the great emperor of counting lives. Great Emperor Wiley, let us learn to pass through the endless heavens. Song Hee was surprised and pleasantly surprised. The popularity of registration was far beyond imagination. At least 20 people raised their hands, and almost half of the class wanted to go. If it wasn't for a sudden idea, this scene would be like spending money to find a babysitter. Since the beginning of the school year, Song Hee has been studying hard, and has hardly socialized with his classmates. Even now, most of the classmates who come to ask questions, he can't call them by name, they just know each other by face. I don't know everyone well, but so many students are willing to listen to my lectures. This trust is really touching. It also shows that after the competition team selection test, I have indeed established a prestige as a top student in the class. When everyone signed up enthusiastically, Ding Yang's huddled in his seat. With a hesitant expression, he rubbed his hands together. He was very itchy, and he had been watching Song Hee's lecture for a long time. He really had 2 brushes, and he spoke quickly and well. But direct registration is really embarrassing. After all, the relationship was very tense before. Although it has eased a little, there are still grievances. Ding Yang's raised his head, his eyes happened to meet Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo. The 3 looked at each other, smiled awkwardly, and understood each other's mentality. A few days ago, he was still an opponent, but now he is asking him to be a teacher. In the end, it was Zhang Jilei who couldn't help breaking the deadlock. She and Song Hee had never had a direct conflict, but only an invisible competition, and the hostility was very shallow. Teacher Song, do you charge tuition for participating in your lecture class? Zhang Jilei asked. Both Ning Mo and Ding Yang's looked nervous, staring at Song Hee expectantly. I don't want him to be free, but I just want him to charge. If tuition fees are charged, they will have no psychological barriers. If it is free, they will be embarrassed to go. Song Hee was slightly stunned. He brought his classmates together to give lectures, mainly for the purpose of harvesting knowledge points, and never thought of harvesting anything else. What classmate leak still asks to pay tuition? But having said that, I don't charge anyone for free whoring, am I not a leak teacher? In ancient times, there was a ceremony of confinement, and the students brought something to eat for the teacher. Song Hee smiled, if you come to me for questions, just bring a bag of snacks. The onlookers agreed one after another, laughed heartily, had a little snacks, and changed to the school bully to guide and earn money. On Saturday morning, on the 3rd floor of the library. The other floors are very quiet, but the 3rd floor is a conventionally noisy floor. All the students discussing the topic will gather on the 3rd floor. Most of them talk in low voices. Occasionally, some will yell and curse or even fight each other. They are often some violent students, especially the top 50 students in the grade. The probability of fighting each other is extremely high. People who study well don't fight, it's purely a stereotype. Many big bulls in history have abundant martial arts, such as the Pythagoras of Pythagoras' theorem, who was the Olympic boxing champion. Kolmogorov participated in the Soviet Academic Conference, and became angry because of the failure of the debate, and punched his mentor violently. There is also a famous cabinet boxer in the Ming Dynasty, an imperial examination talent with splendid articles, who is better than the #1 scholar in the liberal arts in the college entrance examination today, and still punches decisively. Song He came early in the morning to occupy the corner position. The corner is the safest, and it is not easy to get hurt if someone fights. Soon, a steady stream of classmates came over to ask questions and hand in a pack of snacks by the way. There are more and more classmates at the surrounding tables, and the snacks in front of Song He are also piled up higher and higher. Song He's service attitude is hard to rate. He tried his best when lecturing on the topic and promised to let you learn it. But when someone passed by with a question, he would be very angry. Such a simple question is bothering the deity. I don't talk about such low-level questions, this is the last time. If you still want to ask this kind of question, my suggestion is to repeat the study in the first year of high school, and go to the first 2 years of high school before talking about it. Niu Wanshi. I, Song, have traveled all over the world, and this is the first time I have seen such an outrageous proof process. Thank you for letting me see the world. The classmates who were annoyed by Song He were very numb, and they could only suffer in silence because of their problems. They were very humble. In fact, Song He was not a person who liked to be cynical and sarcastic. The reason for his eccentricity was to gain resentment points. But after talking for a while, Song He suddenly realized, it's so cool. No wonder the teachers like to play tricks on the students. As the lectures progressed, the famous teacher capsules continued to rebate, and new knowledge continued to appear in Song He's mind. With the accumulation of new knowledge, the level of mathematical combat power begins to explode. Mathematical progress detected, from bronze level 84 to bronze level 85. Mathematics progress detected, upgraded from bronze 85 to bronze 86. In just one morning, Song He's math level continued to rise, from level 84 to level 90. This upgrade speed really shocked him. It was at least twice as fast as the one that spent a whole morning doing it all. According to this speed, when the competition team takes the quiz, it will be easy to beat Leng Xiongwen in mathematics. As long as Leng Xiongwen doesn't break the bet, there will be no worries about the materials for the biology experiment. In the afternoon, biology session. Song He turned to biology competition questions. Compared with the crowded math session in the morning, the biology session was sparsely populated. After all, the biology course in the first year of senior high school is simple, and most of the content is memorized. You can find the answer if you work hard in the textbook. Basically, there is no life and death problem with a certain question, only the situation of unfamiliarity with the recitation. Song He was a bit lonely without classmates to ask questions. Giving lectures to a bunch of classmates in the morning, you can earn knowledge rebates, resentment points, and snacks. You can earn 3 incomes at the same time, which can be called win-win-win. In the afternoon, no one cared about it, and it turned out to be a loser. In this way, biological upgrades can only be done by brushing the questions. Currently, Song He's biological combat power level is bronze level 99, which is still close to the goal. The layout of the biology competition book is the same as that of the mathematics competition book, which is also 300 pages and 30 units. However, in the 10-page unit of biology, there are 4 full pages of densely packed knowledge points, and the remaining 6 pages are titles. Song He had learned 4 units before, so he started from the knowledge points of the 5th unit. Carrying on his back, a prompt popped up in front of his eyes, which confused him. Bronze level 99 down to level 98 detected. Chapter 31. Song He is stupid. Can this level go down? What is the situation? Shouldn't I increase my level by memorizing knowledge points? How to learn more and go back? Could it be, there is a mistake in the knowledge point? Song He frowned and began to examine the knowledge points of the 5th unit. The 5th unit of knowledge points is mainly related to the origin of life. This part of the content is confusing, and there are new explanations almost every year, so it has been changing and the answers are very unstable. If the teacher ignores the latest developments and fails to update the knowledge base in time when writing, mistakes are likely to occur. Song He carefully read the knowledge points several times, frowned slightly, circled a few circles with a pen, got up and left. The 5th floor of the library. Compared with the previous floors, the 5th floor has the least number of people. This layer is the domestic and foreign academic journals subscribed by the school, involving cutting-edge achievements in various disciplines. But it is enough for high school students to read textbooks and test books, and no one cares about the latest research at all. Teachers also seldom come to flip books. Song-hee rummaged through the bookshelves. Most of the journals didn't even remove the plastic wrapping film. It seems like a waste of money for the school to order these journals. Most of the journals are sold as waste paper when no one reads them. Fortunately, the money was wasted, otherwise I would really not know where to find the latest literature. Song-hee, what are you doing here? A girl with short hair suddenly appeared at the door, and then came in curiously. Sister Wu Xiao. Song-hee looked at the girl and recalled her name, Wu Xiao from Rocket Class 1 in the third year of high school, a veteran of the biology competition team, had met once before when the competition team was established. There is no exercise book on this floor, so don't look for it. Wu Xiao walked over. I'm not looking for a question. The biology competition question book sent to us seems to have some mistakes in knowledge. I want to verify it. Song-hee bent down to search. Is there a mistake? Wu Xiao was stunned for a moment, and then chuckled, there will be no mistakes. The biology competition question book was written by a famous teacher hired by the school, and it was reviewed by 3 schools. Have you learned the 5th unit? Don't you feel that there is a problem with the knowledge points? Song-hee asked. I've already learned Unit 12. Wu Xiao raised his face and said triumphantly, problem? What's the problem? Just keep learning. Hearing Wu Xiao's study progress, Song-hee was shocked. He immediately bought a combat power detector from the system store and shot her secretly. Wu Xiao, Biology, Silver Level 68. As expected of a senior, her level is so high. It's so scary. Actually, the biology competition question book is about the same every year. We just fine-tune the number of questions based on last year's competition exam situation. For example, last year there were many genetic questions, so this year's data will add a few genetic questions. The point remains the same every year. I learned it once last year, so this year I can do the questions faster, which is equivalent to rereading, you know. Song-hee captured the key words. This is where the problem lies. The knowledge points of the question book remain unchanged every year, but biological research has been advancing all the time. A lot of knowledge that was correct in previous years is wrong this year. I think too much, brother. How can there be so many disproved theories? There are really knowledge points that need to be corrected, and the teachers will correct them. Wu Xiao shook his head and smiled. Could it be that you, a freshman in high school, can't pick any mistakes? I'd better look for it again, make sure and rest assured. Song-hee persisted in searching. Brother stubborn donkey, you are just wasting time. Wu Xiao said helplessly, and suddenly remembered something. By the way, I heard that you made a bet with Lang Xiongwen. All this has reached your ears. Song-hee was taken aback. I was in the same class as Lang Xiongwen, and he said that you were his rival in love, and the two of you decided to have a duel in the examination room. Wu Xiao asked gossipingly, is there such a thing? He and I are not rivals in love. I just gave a speech to Zhuang Qian, and he just left it there to be jealous and come to find fault with me. Song-hee sneered, when he comes to the door, I will kill him, and when I win the bet, he lost to me the material fee for the biological experiment. No brother, I advise you to find a way to seek peace from Lang Xiongwen. Wu Xiao shook his head. Why, you can't win. Wu Xiao simply concluded. Surrendering before going to the battlefield is not my style. Whether you win or lose, let's talk about it after the fight. Song-hee smiled nonchalantly. Calm down, brother, Lang Xiongwen is from the Rockets class. He is a veteran of the competition team and has studied 2 years longer than you. He can blow you up just by living on his laurels. He's just bullying the little ones with the big ones. He doesn't talk about martial arts. If you really bet with him, you'll be fooled. How can there be a duel between the 3rd year and the 1st year? When you lose at that time, Lang Xiongwen will definitely publicize that you are his defeated general. It's very disgusting. Wu Xiao persuaded earnestly, so you should quickly ask him for peace. Don't panic, it doesn't matter who blows it up. Song-hee said confidently. No. Do you really think you can pass him? Wu Xiao was stunned. Song-hee didn't answer. His expression suddenly brightened. He reached out and took out a few, Nature, from the bookshelf, and held them in his arms. Wu Xiao watched him blankly for a long time, saw him immersed in looking for a book, shrugged and left silently. She originally had a good impression of Song He. After all, he is a rare double competitor, and he is also a handsome junior. But after some communication just now, this kind of good impression is very little left. He is simply a stubborn brother. It is obviously impossible to find the mistakes in the competition question book. He keeps looking for it, but he can't beat Leng Xiongwen, and he still wants to bet. Isn't this all self-inflicted humiliation? A student fantasizing about being able to pick out a bunch of teachers' mistakes, a freshman in an elite class fantasizing about beating an old student in a rocket class in an exam. To put it bluntly, he's just out of his mind. Good words are hard to persuade the ghost. Wu Xiao feels that he has done his best. Since Song He is this kind of stubborn donkey who doesn't hit the south wall and doesn't look back, just wait and see his jokes. In front of the bookshelf, Song He continued to search for books, quickly found more than 10 periodicals, and put them down on the table beside him. Wu Xiao didn't believe him. He could understand it completely, and there was no need to talk too much nonsense, just use the results to prove it. Pull out a copy of Nature, and open it. The dense English made him a little dizzy, and his English level was still black, and it was difficult to read textbooks, and it was purely difficult for him to read foreign journals directly. Especially this kind of highly professional foreign journals, all kinds of rare words, almost physically uncomfortable after reading for a long time. Song He sighed. Qin Shi Wang, it would be great if you had a world map, and now I still have to suffer. Zheng He, if your boat sails further, I still have to suffer from these foreign languages. After a while, Song He bit the bullet and found an English dictionary, compared the dictionary to find the target vocabulary, and screened the list with difficulty. 10 minutes later, found it. Song He looked surprised, took out a pen and paper from his pocket, and recorded the page number of the journal and the title of the article. In the 5th unit knowledge point of the biology competition test book, there is a content that Asgardian archaea all have mixed nutrition or heterotrophic metabolic mode. This content was correct a few years ago, but then Professor Li Meng's team discovered an even older Asgardian archaea, named Wukong archaea, which is a heterogeneous species with chemoautotrophic metabolism of hydrogen oxidation. The potential is hugely different from other archaea. Biological progress detected, raised from bronze level 98 to level 99. Song He clenched his fists violently. The system has been authenticated. Sure enough, this is the wrong point. He continued to look down the journal, and there were more than one mistakes in the student data. The knowledge point of the data says that eukaryotes originated from ancient unknown archaea, but the latest progress is that they originated from the common ancestor branch of Heimdall Wukong. The system really didn't cheat me. Mom, school teachers are not good enough. So many mistakes are made by famous teachers. Isn't this a mistake? Song He muttered to himself. Beside a thick stack of periodicals, he was busy sweating profusely. Difficult to find, difficult to translate. He brought over the biology competition question book, and while learning later, he caught bugs with suspicious knowledge points. There are mistakes in Unit 6, Unit 7, Unit 9. Almost every unit has mistakes in knowledge points. A blank sheet of paper on the table was gradually filled with corrections to wrong knowledge points, and the source was listed after each correction, down to the page number of the journal. Finally, the system subtitles popped up, giving Song He a surprise. The host has continuously read a large number of biological frontier documents, and has a vague understanding of the latest advances in biology. Specially awarded the Silver rank. The current biological level is Silver level 01. Breakthrough. Song He was so excited that he flipped through the thick biology competition book in his hand, wishing he could kiss each other. Error correction can improve biological combat power, so the competition questions full of mistakes in hand are very fragrant. After counting all the mistakes in the test book, you can report it to the teacher, and then let all the biology competition students relearn the correct content. At that time, if you eat a famous teacher capsule, there should be a large amount of knowledge rebates. The more Song He thought about it, the more excited he became, and he worked harder. 3 days later, self-study class in the morning. On the 5th floor of the library, Song He sighed wearily, and put the last periodical back on the shelf. Call it a day. On the error correction paper in his hand, He wrote down 16 mistakes. The 300-page biology competition test book has been completed. He has been working on biology for the past few days, and his heart is broken. He finally picked out these 16 mistakes. Only he knows how hard it is. Usually freshmen in senior high school do not do the questions very quickly. Before the quiz of the competition team, they are considered outstanding if they can complete 100 pages. Secondary and senior high school contestants are faster, and they can make more than 200 pages at most. Song-hee finished 300 pages in one go, which is a rare speed in itself. In addition, he has to constantly correct mistakes while doing the questions, and his speed is outrageous. If it is spread, it may scare a bunch of contestants. Of course, the sweat was not in vain, and the level improvement was also significant. The creature has skyrocketed from silver level 01 3 days ago to silver level 20. This level should be enough to enter the top 50. The biology study before the quiz is over. In the remaining few days, I have to make up for a wave of mathematics, and the mathematics is still stuck at the bronze level of 91. Now there is only one thing left, to report the 16 errors in the biology test book to the teacher. After the teacher has corrected the mistakes in the test book, all biology competition students will inevitably have to relearn the relevant knowledge. By then, swallowing a famous teacher capsule should be able to earn a lot of knowledge rebates. Song-hee clipped the correction paper in the test book, full of anticipation, and hurriedly left the library. 5 minutes later, at the door of Lulu's office, Song-hee knocked on the door, waited for a while, and leaned closer to the door to listen, but there was no movement in the room. He reaches for the doorknob. But it's locked. Song-hee, are you looking for Teacher Lulu? A familiar voice sounded from the stairs. Song-hee turned his head and looked. It was Senior Wu Xiao, who happened to pass by with the biology competition booklet in her arms. Yes, I listed all the mistakes in the biology test book and reported them to the teacher. Song-hee nodded. Wu Xiao's expression was surprised for a moment, and he looked at Song-hee with strange eyes. Why are you still struggling with this? I thought you stopped. It's really a lot of mistakes. I found 16 of them. How can this be done without reporting it? The whole school's competition students are learning from the mistakes. Wouldn't they be sent together in the examination room? Song-hee opened the test book in his hand and took out the error correction paper. Wu Xiao didn't even glance at the error correction paper, but looked at Song-hee with more and more strange eyes, with a hesitant expression. After a while, Wu Xiao sighed helplessly, and said, Ms. Lulu is not responsible for the questions. The competition questions are the responsibility of the famous teachers and experts specially hired by the school. The experts are usually in the question room, the top floor of the office building. However, I advise you to think twice. It is possible that what you correct is wrong. Wu Xiao shrugged in the middle of speaking. Forget it, you won't listen to what I said, go try it. Thank you, Senior. Song-hee thanked and hurried downstairs. Wu Xiao looked at his receding back and shook his head helplessly. It seems that Junior Donkey is going to run into a wall. It doesn't matter if young people hit a wall, they can't be taught by others, but they can be taught by others. Wu Xiao had a clear premonition that there might not be a good end for the stubborn Donkey Jr. On the top floor of the office building, there is a question room for biology competitions. In the huge and spacious luxurious office, there are 3 huge desks, and there are boxes of books and materials in the corner, which are covered with dust and have not been touched for an unknown period of time. The 2 female teachers leaned comfortably on a recliner, with white masks on their faces, and the computer in front of them was playing a soap opera. Teacher Ruan Qian and Teacher Tong Zan are both the teachers who wrote the question books for the biology competition. The 2 teachers stared at the soap opera intently, sighed from time to time, or slapped their thighs fiercely, obviously immersed in the plot and unable to extricate themselves. Teacher Tong Zan was the most involved, breathing rapidly and angrily, pointing at the computer screen and cursing from time to time, and then scratching his hair angrily. The other side, at the desk in the corner of the room, a middle-aged bald fat man stared at the computer with a tense face. On the computer screen is the ever-changing stock market, as green as a lawn, and the stock price keeps falling. He holds a cigarette between his fingers, and takes a deep breath from time to time to relieve his emotions. His nose flaps like a bull, and the anger and disappointment in his eyes cannot be restrained. a dead body stuffed with cigarette butts in an ashtray on the table. In the Bible study industry, the review team leader of the biology competition test books, all new test books are reviewed by him, and they are printed and distributed to the students after confirming that they are correct. The office door was knocked suddenly, 3 times evenly and politely. The 2 female teachers who were addicted to watching dramas said in unison, "Please come in." The door was pushed open, and the boy with the competition book in his arms entered. "Hello, teacher. I'm Songhee from Elite Class 2, Senior 1, and I'm here to find the teacher who wrote the biology competition questions." "We are all, what's the matter with you, classmate?" Teacher Ruan Qian turned to look at him and asked with a smile. Teacher Tong Zan clicked the mouse, the soap opera on the computer was paused, and she was just seeing the exciting part. The students who came suddenly annoyed her, but she couldn't get angry, so she impatiently took out her mobile phone to scan. "I have finished all the test books. I found 16 mistakes in knowledge points and reported them to the teacher for review." Songhee opened the test book and took out the error correction sheet. Teacher Ruan Qian was surprised and took the error correction paper. Teacher Tong Zan next to him frowned slightly, put down the phone with a bang, reached out and grabbed the error correction paper, looked at it twice, showing garbage, and handed it back to Songhee. "There are no mistakes in the test book. We checked it repeatedly when we wrote it." Teacher Tong Zan said impatiently, "You can just memorize the knowledge points in the test book, don't worry about it so much." Teacher Ruan Qian smiled and explained kindly, "When we produced the test book, it was reviewed by the 3rd school and the 3rd school. There should be no mistakes. Your serious attitude is very good, but you can trust the teacher." The 2 teachers were perfunctory and just wanted to send the students away as soon as possible. "But teacher, the content of the test book is indeed wrong. I found the relevant literature and listed the name and page number of the literature." Songhee explained sincerely, "Many of them are new researches in the past 1 or 2 years. The research overturned it, and I hope the teacher will take the time to verify it." Teacher Tong Zan sneered, looked back at Songhee with a speechless expression, and her tone became more and more irritable. "I have been a question maker for the competition for 6 years. Teacher Ruan Qian has a master's degree in biology from the University of Toronto, and the leader of the Bible study team is taking a doctorate in biology. Do you think our 3 teachers are not as good as you, a freshman in high school? Once you get the test book, you can memorize it carefully and study it carefully. It is our teacher's job to write the test book, and you are a student. There are 150 biology competition students in the school. You are the only one who said that there are mistakes in the test book, and there are 16 mistakes. Is it possible? Why are the other students studying so well? You have too many things." After scolding her head and face, Teacher Tong Zan watched the suspended TV series, sighed heavily, picked up her mobile phone and continued to scan, obviously angry. In the corner of the office, the Bible study industry also showed a displeased expression, glanced at Songhee irritably, and stared at the computer screen again. Ruan Qian reached out and touched Tong Zan's shoulder, comforting her to calm her down, then looked up at Songhee helplessly, with a wry smile as if asking, "Aren't you leaving, classmate?" Songhee frowned. Why is the teacher who gave the question so aggressive? Isn't it just to verify the mistakes in the test book? Is this difficult? Teacher Ruan Qian decided to give the students a step down, and explained to Songhee seriously. The knowledge points in the biology competition test book, involving some frontier fields of biology, are all outside your high school textbooks. You spent time looking for relevant literature. This kind of learning spirit is very good. But looking up literature is not what high school students should do. You don't understand the ecology of academia. For example, for a puzzle, there may be 7 or 8 different theories that conflict with each other. Our teacher chooses the most mainstream theory, and you may find an unpopular theory. There are even many pheasant publications in the academic circle, full of mink nonsense. Our teacher can identify such publications you don't understand. So, go back and study hard according to the textbook. Teacher Ruan Qian smiled. Teacher, Nature, and Cell can't be pheasant publications, can they? Songhee sighed, feeling deeply powerless. I have listed all the references, and I hope the teacher can verify them. I am the author of these documents. I checked it from the school library, and all the academic journals collected in the school library are genuine academic journals. I can confirm that there are some mistakes in the test book. Teacher Ruan Qian was stunned. Teacher Tong Zan next to him frowned impatiently. Why are you talking endlessly, kid? Teacher, I have listed the page numbers of the references. Song He felt powerless. Why is this teacher so stubborn? Boom. There was a loud bang on the table, and the Bible study industry in the corner became furious, raised their fingers and shouted at Song He. That student. Get out. Get out. This is the place where you are talking nonsense. Teacher Ruan Qian, don't talk nonsense to him. I have seen this kind of student a lot, and I half suspected that there was something wrong with the question. It is strange that such a bad student can pass the exam. Song He was dumbfounded at first, and then his face quickly showed an angry look. Is it normal for students to come to the teacher with problems? What's the matter with this flying curse? Isn't it your teacher's job to ensure that the content of the test book is correct? There are so many mistakes. Not only do you not feel guilty and do not correct them, but you are so arrogant and domineering. Song He rushed to the top of his head in anger. For a moment he forgot to be in awe of the teacher, pointed at the Bible study and yelled at him. It's your job to come up with the questions, and I worked so hard to correct your mistakes. What's your attitude? Only one question book, 16 mistakes, what are you doing? You are the son of misleading people. The Bible study industry stood up with a bang, his face flushed red with anger. How dare you scold the teacher? What class are you in? What is your student number? Are you worthy of being a teacher? You are the one who scolded. Song He was furious and rolled up his sleeves. What's your student number? Cha Jingye slapped the table loudly. What's your student number? The office door was pushed open suddenly, and Teacher Lulu entered in surprise, looking at Song He and then at the other teachers. Teacher Lulu, is this your student? Look at the students you have taught. You came here to provoke the teacher. Bible study yelled. Lulu didn't speak, and she looked aside with a strange expression, and looked out of the door in awe. What's going on? A majestic voice came from outside the door. With that word, the atmosphere in the whole office changed suddenly. Ruan Qian and Teacher Tong Zan, who were putting on masks at the door, hurriedly took off the masks, directly pressed the computer to death, and stood up in panic. The Bible study industry also hurriedly tapped on the keyboard, turning off something urgently. Principal, why are you here? Teacher Ruan Qian and Teacher Tong Zan said in unison, showing flattering and frightening smiles. Song He stared. What, the principal is here? The silver-haired old man stepped in, exuding a powerful aura without being angry. Ren Ziyuan, the principal of Jinghai No. 4 Middle School. I just passed by and heard a lot of movement in the house. What's going on? Ren Ziyuan said calmly. Principal, this student has no teacher. He came here to make trouble for no reason. He even insulted the teacher. There are no rules. Bible study was full of anger. I apply to give this student a demerit. Oh, why is there no teacher? Ren Ziyuan turned his head and looked at Song He. Hi Principal, I am a biology competition student, and there are many mistakes in the biology test book I sent to us. It took me 3 days to consult hundreds of authoritative journals in the school library, and I listed all the corrections in detail, and I will report to the teacher. Only this teacher communicated with me patiently. Song He stretched out his palm to signal Teacher Ruan Qian. This teacher is very impatient and keeps trying to drive me away. Song He pointed at Teacher Tong Zan. This teacher is even more heavyweight. He suddenly slapped the table and insulted me, telling me to get out. His attitude is extremely bad. Song He raised his arm and pointed at the Bible study. Ren Ziyuan didn't speak, and pointed to the correction paper in Song He's hand. Song He quickly presented the correction paper with both hands. Ren Ziyuan looked at it seriously for a moment, and frowned. Mr. Cha, have you read this correction sheet? No. A trace of nervousness flashed across the face of the Bible study industry, and then he calmed down and said with a firm attitude, the biology competition questions were reviewed and proofread by our teachers 3 times, and there will be no mistakes. Teacher Tong Zan glanced at Song He displeased ly, then put on a flattering smile and looked at the principal, and also chimed in. We write the test books every year. There were no problems in previous years. How could there be so many mistakes this year? There are 150 biology competition students. Why is this the only student who has an opinion? The biology teachers in each class will also read the test books of the students in the class. why didn't you see any objections from the teachers? Lulu stood behind, frowning slightly and looking at Songhee with reproachful and helpless eyes. She probably understood what was going on, and she had a very headache. She also didn't believe that a mere freshman in high school, with the ability to consult cutting-edge journals, could pick out so many mistakes. From her point of view, Songhee's momentary confusion, coupled with his stubborn temper, caused such a big trouble. Lulu sighed slightly. This incident was a disaster. She just hoped that it would not bring trouble to her. Simply punishing Songhee would be enough. I think this matter is very simple. Ren Ziyuan glanced at everyone. Since this student gave detailed corrections and also gave the source of the document, let's go to the school library to verify. If the student is right, the teacher will punish you heavily. The student will reward you heavily. The teacher is right, punish the students and reward the teacher. Do you have any opinions? Ren Ziyuan's tone contained anger. No objection. Thanks to the principal. That's why I came here. Songhee said decisively. The teachers looked at each other with stiff smiles, not knowing how to respond. Okay, everyone agrees, then let's go now. The headmaster stretched out his hand to support his glasses, and the glasses flashed a white light like a sword. It just so happens that I'm not in a hurry today, so I'm going to help you look through the documents too. Everyone's faces were shocked, and the headmaster actually went out in person, which directly doubled the severity of this matter. Whoever is wrong will be punished absolutely severely. A group of people left the office building and rushed to the school library. As the principal, Ren Ziyuan walked in the front, and teachers kept saying hello respectfully along the way. Usually, he has a kind attitude and will exchange pleasantries with the teachers he meets. But today he was uncharacteristically, simply nodding with a straight face, or hurried past without saying hello. The teachers I met along the way were apprehensive and fearful, recalling whether they had done something wrong, which changed the principal's attitude drastically. Songhee followed closely behind the principal, walking, when Lulu beside him suddenly reached out and pinched his arm. Songhee looked up, and Lulu stared at him with a frown, reproachful and anxious eyes, hesitating to speak. Trust my teacher, Songhee whispered. Lulu sighed, and helplessly pinched Songhee again. The child was really worried. How can it be possible that the teachers can't find all the mistakes that a student can find? Where did you get your confidence, Songhee? Last month's Spiritual Civilization Award was deducted because of this child. Will it be deducted again this month? Could it be that Songhee, the kid, beat the teacher? At the end of the team, the three teachers who set the question followed closely. Che looked angrily, staring at Songhee with hatred, constantly brushing out the resentment value. Both Teacher Tong Zan and Teacher Ruan Qian looked apprehensive and whispered at the end. If many mistakes in the test book are found out, the principal will be angry. Teacher Ruan Qian was worried. Don't worry, I don't believe that a mere freshman in high school is so capable. A group of teachers work so hard to come up with questions, how can we not be as good as a student like him? Teacher Tong Zan's eyes were cold. Students, not us. Teacher Ruan Qian hesitated to speak, her face full of uneasiness. She carefully read Songhee's error correction paper, and it seemed that she really did her homework. Moreover, the knowledge points of the question book in the past 2 years have not been updated much. Maybe there will be mistakes. She suddenly felt a little regretful. Maybe things didn't need to be such a big deal. The school library will be here soon. Ren Ziyuan pushed the door open, and the guard stood up hastily. Principal, are you here? Tell Director Zhao that we are going to the 5th floor to search for documents, and the bookshelf area on the west side of the 5th floor is temporarily closed for 1 hour. Ren Ziyuan ordered in a deep voice, turned around and walked towards the elevator. The guard nodded and bowed, and quickly picked up the walkie-talkie to convey instructions. The library is an escalator, and the principal led the team all the way upstairs, and was witnessed by many students. The news spread quickly amidst the students' surprised discussions and inquiries. The calm school library is like a pond into which stones have been dropped, with ripples. The ripples quickly spread and spread to the entire school. Senior 1 Elite Class 2. In the self-study class, the whole class is immersed in homework. Suddenly, the monitor of Class 1 next door ran to the door and shouted excitedly. Yaosho, super big melon. Song-hee in your class is fighting with the teacher, and the principal is on stage. There was a bombardment in the class, and all the students looked up in shock, and even more excited people ran to the door to ask for news. What's the matter? What's wrong with my roommate? Yuan Guang was anxious. Speak in detail. Zhang Jilei expressed shock. I heard the rumors too. Isn't Song-hee from the biology competition team? He seemed to pick out a lot of mistakes in the competition test book and report it to the teacher of the test group. As a result, the teacher was impatient, and Song-hee was also impatient. The two sides exchanged passion. Scold. The monitor next door sighed in admiration. What are Song-hee and he doing? Zhao Yi covered her face, feeling that her deskmate was about to die. How did you startle the principal? Ding Yangs asked. When Song-hee and the teacher were exchanging passion, the principal happened to pass by and went in to uphold justice. The class monitor next door said excitedly, now the principal has brought Song-hee and the teachers to the school library. It seems that the principal is going to read the books himself. Verify which side is wrong. Song-hee is gone, and he dared to question the experts of the question group. Could it be because he drank too much? Zhang Jilei said in a surprised tone. The principal was alarmed, and the punishment may not be light. Then what if Song-hee is right? Will he not have to be punished? Zhao Yi was worried. I also hope that Song-hee is right, but how is it possible? So many teachers are not as good as him. The competition students in the 2nd and 3rd grades are all veterans, and they haven't found any mistakes. Ning Mo turned to look at Ding Yangs. Old Ding, you may have a chance. Ding Yangs was taken aback. What do you mean? The principal is angry, and it is not impossible to disqualify Song-hee from the biology competition. Ning Mo analyzed, insulting the teacher, this matter is too serious. Ding Yangs had a complicated expression and didn't say a word. He also felt that an opportunity had come, but this opportunity was made by Song-hee's desperation, not by his strength. He still wants an upright opportunity more than this kind of pie in the sky. Not necessarily. Yuan Guang pinched his fingers, as if he was calculating silently. I figured it out. Great luck. Song-hee may be fine, but there is something good about him. Good luck. How is the situation so good? It's almost the same after sending it. The class monitor next door listened happily. Song-hee must have sent it. It depends on whether it is a big post or a small post. If it's not good, it will hurt Lulu. How could it be possible? The principal was alarmed. Zhao Yi had a sad face. Don't fire Song-hee. I did the math again. It's still good luck. Yuan Guang pinched his fingers. Instead of waiting in the classroom, why don't we skip class and go to the library to watch? Go, everyone said in unison. The 3rd floor of the library. The self-study area suddenly started to commotion. Some students came to inform their friends. Then, groups of students threw down their pens, left with excited faces, and ran towards the elevator. In the corner, Zhuang Qian looked blankly, looking at the study area where there were fewer and fewer people. Yan Yan, let's go, let's take you to watch the fun. A girl suddenly ran over and grabbed Zhuang Qian's arm. What's wrong? Someone got into a fight. Zhuang Qian sat on the chair without moving. I'm not going to watch the excitement anymore, I have to brush up on the questions. Your little master Song-hee. The girl said, he made big news. Zhuang Qian was taken aback for a moment, then got up subconsciously, and was dragged by the arm to the elevator. The escalator was full of students, all discussing excitedly. This buddy is too brave. He ran to the teacher's office and scolded the teacher. My classmate was asking the teacher in the math group next door to ask questions, and he could hear him yelling across the wall. The teachers in the math group were stunned. Severe man. The last one who insulted the teacher was not a student from class 6. He went home to reflect on it for a month. This time I alarmed the principal. I'm afraid it's not as simple as going home and reflecting on it. Maybe I will be expelled directly. Zhuang Qian was anxious when he heard this, and asked the girl beside him, what's going on with Song-hee? He claimed to have found the mistakes in the biology competition questions, and he found more than a dozen at a time. The teacher who gave the questions started scolding him, and the principal just happened to pass by. The girl said. The principal is now taking Song-hee and the teachers to look for documents on the 5th floor to verify which side is right. Everyone has heard the news and went to eat melons. This kind of big melon is rare in 10 years. Zhuang Qian was worried. That means there is still a turning point, right? If Song He is right, will it be all right? How is it possible? Yan Yan, don't be stupid. Song He is just a freshman in high school. Is he more professional than the experts in the school's problem-setting team? Impossible. The girl beside her shook her head and laughed. The 5th floor is here. There are unexpectedly many students who eat melons, and there are so many people. The bookshelf area on the west side was blocked, and the students crowded into the self-study area on the east side, watching the excitement from afar. Zhuang Qian stretched her head desperately, and sure enough, she saw the figure of the principal, Song He, and several teachers, all busy looking for it on the bookshelf. Both Song He and the principal teacher had ugly expressions, and the bookshelf area was filled with a depressing atmosphere. Immediately her mood turned up. Zhuang Qian couldn't help but sigh. Hee, Song He is probably going to be fired this time. A familiar voice suddenly sounded from beside him. Zhuang Qian turned her head to look at the speaker. Disgust suddenly appeared on her face. It was Lang Xiongwen. Lang Xiongwen gloated at his misfortune, folded his arms and looked up at his neck, beaming with joy, as proud as he could be. I told you earlier, don't play with Song He is not a good person. Lang Xiongwen mocked with disdain. Now you know that I am good for you, right? Lang Xiongwen, the result hasn't come out yet. What are you talking about? Zhuang Qian suddenly swears. Lang Xiongwen was taken aback. Why did he suddenly explode? In his impression, Zhuang Qian was always gentle and refined, and this was the first time he heard her swearing. The result hasn't come out yet. Do you really think Song He is right? There are so many teachers out there, so many specially appointed experts, why is he not as good as a freshman? Lang Xiongwen was surprised. I'll call you an expert. Lang waved his hand to Wen Chong. A thin girl squeezed through the crowd. Let me introduce, this is Wu Xiao, the overlord of biology in our class. Last year she was just 1 point away from winning the provincial award. This year, she won the national award with a stable provincial award. Lang Xiongwen laughed. Wu Xiao, you have also seen the biological award. The competition question book, are there really so many mistakes? How can there be? The knowledge points of last year's test book and this year's test book are basically the same. Could it be 2 years in a row? It's impossible. Wu Xiao smiled helplessly. Song He told me 2 days ago that he to correct the mistakes in the test book. I persuaded him not to cause trouble, but he didn't listen to it. I've seen a lot of people like Song He. He's just whimsical and stubborn. Lang Xiongwen said disdainfully. I plan to beat him in the team quiz, but now I'm afraid he won't even be able to pass the exam. Fired and went home. Shut up and Lang Xiongwen. The results haven't come out yet. Zhuang Qian was furious, turned her head and left, and continued to watch from a distance. Lang Xiongwen's face turned completely cold, and he clenched his teeth. He looked at the bookshelf area in the distance, his eyes full of hatred. It was the first time he saw Zhuang Qian's attitude towards a certain boy, which could be called unconditional trust and support. The situation on the field was so obvious, the principal himself went out and made it clear that he wanted to severely punish a thorny student as a model, but Zhuang Qian was still fantasizing that Song He would be safe and sound. She was in a daze. But thinking that Song He would be punished very soon and become the laughingstock of the whole school, Lang Xiongwen couldn't help but smile. He couldn't wait any longer. He stretched his head and tiptoed to look at the bookshelf area, hoping that the principals and teachers would suddenly start yelling at Song He. Being yelled at by the principal and teachers in full view can be called a public execution. Such a public death joke. I am afraid that in 3 years of high school, he will become a plague god, and everyone will avoid it. The arc of Lang Xiongwen's mouth could not help but rise. At this moment, the troublemakers are bringing the news to every class in the school. Life in high school is boring and high pressure. The bully and horse students are soaked in the sea of questions from morning to night, and they are almost exhausted. Schools ban novels, mobile phones, and almost all recreational activities that are fun. Therefore, the biggest entertainment for high school students is campus gossip. Some small campus gossip, such as the suspected promotion of boys and girls in a class to couples, can make the next class excited for a long time. The event of Song He challenging the teacher, in such a boring school atmosphere, is tantamount to a thunderstorm. Even if some students test the atomic bomb on the playground, it can't make the students more sensational. In a very short period of time, the news spread to most of the school, and many students were very excited. Especially the students of the mathematics competition team and the biology competition team were the fastest to hear the news, and then voluntarily spread the gossip to the whole class. Song-hee became an instant celebrity on campus, but he is not well known at present. Most of the students think that challenging his teacher is like hitting a stone with a pebble, and he will end badly. Therefore, Song-hee is still notorious for the time being. Thousands of people across the school waited to see Song-hee's jokes. In the boring high school life, a tough old man was tough on the teacher and was expelled in the end. This kind of gossip is still very entertaining. The fifth floor of the school library. Found it. Principal Ren Ziyuan said suddenly. Ren Ziyuan spread an English periodical on the table, and all the teachers immediately surrounded him. Song-hee stood politely at the back, glanced at it from a distance, and confirmed that it was the article he had found, with a flash of a smile on the corner of his mouth, meaning. Although Ren Ziyuan was very old, his foreign language skills were still above average. He stretched out his wrinkled hand and pointed to a paragraph to start translating. Professor Li Meng's research group took the lead in discovering the 6th Asgardian archaea in the mangrove wetland sediments in my country. Among them, Wukong archaea has the chemoautotrophic metabolism potential of hydrogen oxidation, which is significantly different from other Asgardian archaea. Mixotrophic or heterotrophic metabolic patterns in Durarchaea. The faces of the three onlookers who wrote the questions were pale, and Lulu's eyes were full of surprise. After Ren Ziyuan finished the translation, he took out the error correction paper and ticked the first line with a pen. The first item has been verified. Song-hee is right, and the competition question book is wrong. Ren Ziyuan said with a blank expression, "Don't be dumbfounded," and continued to verify. Ren Ziyuan didn't get angry, but remained expressionless. But the faces of the three teachers who gave the questions became paler and paler. They knew the headmaster. The headmaster was the kind of person who was more angry in his heart and calmer in his face. The principal's raging anger is like wrapped in a paper shell, and it will burn through the paper shell and spew out at any time. In the bookshelf area, the teachers quietly dispersed. Ren Ziyuan was alone in front of a bookshelf, busy looking for periodicals. His face was expressionless, but his face was faintly livid. His palm knuckles exploded when he grabbed the book. Obviously he was suppressing extreme anger. Lulu and Song-hee came to the bookshelf in the corner, whispering. "Are you sure you've corrected everything correctly?" Lulu asked in a low voice with joy on her face. "Don't worry, teacher. My correction paper is absolutely accurate." Song-hee calmed down. Lulu hesitated for a moment, then said softly as if conspiring, "Song-hee, the teacher wants to discuss something with you." "Teacher, tell me." Song-hee was surprised, and Lulu's tone seemed to be asking for him. "If the principal asks later, you can tell me that I have read all the corrections you found, and I am sure that your corrections are correct. I encourage you to report to the problem-setting team." Lulu's tone was tense, her smile unexpectedly. "It's a bit of flattery, is it okay?" Song-hee guessed something in an instant, and nodded again and again. "Teacher, don't worry, I am your own student, and I will definitely give the teacher a share if I have credit. If you can beat the teacher who gave the question this time and let the principal praise you, the teacher will give you a big reward when you go back." Lulu patted Song-hee's head in relief. Song-hee is her pro student. If Song-hee makes a mistake, she will more or less recite a mistake of poor education. But if Song-hee is right and the teacher who gave the question is wrong, things are quite the opposite. Although Lulu is the first sister of the biology competition, her main job is to teach hard. Every year, she gives training and lectures to the contestants, and she is dizzy from exhaustion. Compared with teaching, she always wanted to enter the question-making group of the competition book. The question-making group had additional subsidies and bonuses, and it would also give her a higher chance of winning when she ran for the grade director. The principal's anger and Song-hee's steadiness gave her a glimmer of hope to enter the test group. If she can really enter this time, this student is simply a lucky man. At the end of the bookshelf area, three teachers gathered together. Teacher Ruan Qian was so frightened that she couldn't help but tremble. "What should I do? The principal has made a mistake." Teacher Tong Zan also turned pale, and the hand holding the book was trembling slightly. "What to do? You asked me what to do. The question was written by you two." The Bible study industry looked angry and tried to suppress his voice. What are you two doing? Why didn't you check the latest research when writing the test book? It hurts me now. I don't like to hear Mr. Zha's words. We inevitably made omissions when we produced the test book. You shouldn't be responsible for the review. If you didn't pass the review, you were at least half of the responsibility. Teacher Tong Zhan was afraid and angry. Wait for the principal to ask. Don't try to put the blame on us. Tong Zhan, what do you mean by that? Jing Che's eyes flashed with horror. Literally, don't use us as a shield in the Bible study industry. Teacher Tong Zhan gave a fierce look. Don't think we don't know. You don't review the annual test books at all, and you don't do anything in the office dry. What did you two do? Last year you copied the previous year's test book, and this year you copied last year's test book. Do you think I don't know? The Bible study karma trembled. The first responsibility is absolutely on you. Teacher Ruan Qian's face turned pale. The two teachers calmed down. Now is not the time for infighting. The principal just found out a mistake, and there is a turning point. We don't need to be punished. Tong Zhan and Bible study looked at each other sharply, then turned their heads and continued to search the bookshelves. Teacher Ruan Qian, you said there is still a turning point, meaning we hide the reference journals. Tong Zhan asked suddenly. It's unrealistic to hide it. The principal couldn't find the periodicals. After a phone call, the librarian transferred the goods from the warehouse. Ruan Qian shook her head. We can find opposing conclusions. You mean, Song He found journals to overthrow the knowledge points in the question book, and we then find journals to overthrow Song He's knowledge points? The Bible study industry frowned. Yes, Ruan Qian nodded. The three teachers who wrote the questions seemed to be grabbing at straws, changed their previous fishing style, and began to flip through the journals frantically and started actively self-help. The get out of class bell rang. There are more and more people on the 5th floor of the library, and they all come to watch the excitement after class. The security guards had to come out to maintain order and persuade the students to leave. But just after a group of students left, another group of students came in immediately, and the security guards were very helpless. Yuan Guang mixed in the crowd, busy with business. Do you need to bring lunch? 5 yuan for running errands. You can order meals at any window in the cafeteria. Order a takeaway, students, and make sure to deliver the food to the 5th floor. If you go to the cafeteria to eat now, there will be no place for you when you come back. How can you miss the grand occasion of the ages? How can you watch the excitement with an empty stomach? Look at the fun and I'll run errands, eat lunch first and then melon. A group of spectators flocked over and begged Yuan Guang to bring him a meal with cash. Yuan Guang found more than a dozen classmates, wrote down their names and the type of food they brought with paper, and then frantically collected money. In just half an hour, hundreds of students asked to bring meals one after another, and Yuan Guang made more than 500 yuan in an instant. He then distributed the profit of 100 yuan to his classmates, and they went to the cafeteria to buy food, while he continued to stay on the 5th floor to solicit business. Soon, the whole 5th floor smelled like a cafeteria, and the study tables became dining tables, and many students ate standing up, all of which were takeaways ordered from Yuan Guang. Time passed by every minute and every second. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the students on the 5th floor were all sleepy. Suddenly, the principal left the bookshelf area and took the elevator downstairs without looking back. Song He followed closely behind the principal, whispering something to the principal. Immediately afterwards, several teachers also left one after another. The students onlookers on the 5th floor were all in a commotion, with a blank tone. What's going on? Didn't you see Song He followed the principal? I guess he's going to call the principal's office to give a lecture. Disappointed, I thought there would be a passionate scene where the teacher swears at the students, but it just left. Just when the students were feeling bored, the school radio suddenly rang. Notification. Notification. All contestants, please go to the school auditorium for a meeting immediately. All competition teachers, please come to the school auditorium for a meeting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The principal will preside over the meeting in person, please be there in time. The broadcast was repeated twice. The students on the 5th floor of the library made a sensation again, and something really happened. School hall. The contestants filed in through the front and back doors, all looking excited. The noise filled the auditorium, all the students were discussing excitedly, and hundreds of gossip souls were burning. Where is Song Hee? Is he here? Look, where is he? I didn't come. I counted the number of people. The biology team and the math team are all here except Song Hee. Hee, I'm afraid Song Hee won't be able to come, Mr. Tough, still questioning the question book, purely taking death. Song Hee made such a move and alarmed the principal. It is absolutely impossible for him to stay in the competition team. I am afraid he has already been removed. Calling us to a meeting is to publicly criticize and take a warning. Laughing, when the competition team set up the meeting, I thought Song Hee was a fierce player who entered 2 competition teams at the same time. I didn't expect him to be so fierce that he even dared to contradict the teacher who gave the question. The scenery, how ugly he is in this meeting. Ha 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 ha, maybe Song Hee has already left school with his school bag on his back. The contestants gloated. For them, one less member of the competition team means that the probability of being eliminated is reduced by 1 point. And everyone doesn't know each other, and there is no friendship, so there is no psychological burden to ridicule. In the crowd, Lang Xiongwen smiled very happily. In his opinion, this meeting must be a criticism meeting of Song Hee. After the meeting starts after a while, Song Hee's reputation will be completely rotten. Will Zhuang Qian get too close to a boy with a bad reputation? Even if you think about it, you can't. Song Hee, aren't you crazy? I see how crazy you are now. Lang Xiongwen was extremely happy. At the same time, the principal's office. 2 figures, one old and one young, sat at the desk, burying their heads and eating their lunch. Of course the old man is Principal Ren Ziyuan, and the young man is Song Hee. The whole school was waiting to see Song Hee's jokes. The students would never have guessed that Song Hee was eating at the same table as the principal at this moment. There are several takeaway lunch boxes on the table, which contain Shijiao dumplings. The takeaway was ordered by the principal, and he specially ordered double servings. The school prohibits food delivery from entering, and it was the principal who made a phone call and sent the first-year director to run errands to pick up food delivery at the school gate. The grade director who was running errands to get takeout was very excited along the way. He noticed that the takeaway was for 2 people, and he couldn't help thinking about it. Could it be that the principal wants to invite me to dinner? Got a promotion. The grade director happily ran to the office. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Song Hee next to the principal, and his heart skipped a beat, with a sense of foreboding. After putting down the takeaway, the grade director first looked at the 2 pairs of chopsticks in the takeaway bag, and then at Song Hee, who calmly picked up a pair of chopsticks. The ominous premonition came true. Is the principal really going to invite this student to dinner? The grade director left tactfully, and when he closed the door before leaving, he took a deep look at Song Hee, his face full of envy. He had been working in the school for almost 8 years, and he still hadn't had the chance to have a meal with the principal in the office. What the hell was going on with this student? Road can get such an honor. Song Hee ate the dumplings, a little bit floated. The headmaster spent money on treats, and the grade director personally delivered the meals, which gave him the illusion that Gao Lishi took off his boots and concubine Yang Gui rubbed his ink. When students get mixed up in this way, it's all over. Song Hee, are your parents scientists? Or university teachers? The principal suddenly asked with a smile. No, my parents run a mutton restaurant, and they don't have any education. Song Hee explained quickly. Oh, so grandparents are intellectuals. The principal was surprised. Pure farmers, at most junior high school education. Song Hee shook his head. Grandpa has been on the battlefield, against the artillerymen who fought in the Vietnam War. He kept putting shells into the barrels from morning to night. He was so tired that he urinated blood, probably rhabdomyolysis. Grandpa often urged me to study hard, be a scientist, and make cannons for the troops. So there are no scientific researchers or educators at home? The principal asked. You are deeply influenced by your grandfather, and you are determined to make weapons in the future. Song Hee nodded. Amazing, amazing. The principal smiled with emotion. Students who can be selected for both competitions at the same time. Our school has had a total of 3 students over the years, 1 Yuan Bong, 1 Chu Xinyue, and then you. Yuan Bong grows corn at home, Chu Xinyue does decoration at home, and you open a mutton restaurant at home. They are not scholars. Number. Yangxiang Mendi. Song He joked, when the principal goes to Baikang, he must go to our mutton restaurant, Song's mutton restaurant at the intersection of Jianxi Road and Binhe Road, and treat you to mutton. Haha, good. The principal smiled and nodded. How did you find out that there was an error in the competition question book? I read some reports on the frontier progress of biology during my vacation, and it happened that there was a discrepancy between the contents of the question book and the reports, so I asked Teacher Lulu, and then I learned that the school library can look up periodicals. Teacher Lulu helped me a lot. After I corrected the mistakes, I checked with her. After reading it, she supported me to report to the problem group. Song He lied without changing his face. The headmaster nodded thoughtfully. In other words, you and Teacher Lulu found out these corrections together? The principal asked. Yes, I'm looking for literature, and the teacher will review it. Song He nodded. How long did it take in total? About 3 days. Song He said, I should have found all the mistakes in the test book, but this is only the first test book. After the quiz for the competition team, the second test book will be distributed. Would you like to partner with Teacher Lulu and be responsible for reviewing the next test book? The principal asked suddenly. Song He was stunned, and then showed embarrassment, as if he was very reluctant. Of course he is willing to review the test book, not only willing, but also wishing for it. After all, during the review process, you can swipe a bunch of biological levels, and you can learn a few days before other students, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But this kind of rip-off opportunity cannot be readily agreed to. It is best to take advantage of it, so it is necessary to show embarrassment. I won't let you do it for nothing. What an old fox the principal is. Our school has a principal's scholarship. Song He suddenly smiled. Contribute to the school, students are duty-bound. Okay, that's over, you and I will go to 2 conferences, and you will be awarded some rewards at the conference. The principal nodded. You have worked hard and been wronged about the title book, and you should be compensated. Quote. School hall. Except for Song He, all the contestants had already arrived, sitting in a large area, chatting endlessly. Suddenly, the front row became quiet, and many students sat up straight. The students in the back row quickly shut up and sat upright, and the rows of students sat upright like dominoes placed upside down. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the principal Ren Ziyuan hurried into the auditorium. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of eyes focused on behind the principal. Song He looked as usual, and sat down casually in the empty first row. Hundreds of students from the competition team were amazed. They hadn't seen Song He show up for a long time. They thought they had been expelled and went home. How could they still show up? A negative example, he will be called to the stage to criticize in public later. Lang Xiongwen sneered at the corner of his mouth, judging the situation wisely. The surrounding students nodded in agreement, agreeing with Lang Xiongwen's prediction. If there is booing in a while, the big guy will boo him loudly. Lang Xiongwen said excitedly. The students around me showed gloating smiles. Must. Ren Ziyuan stood on the stage, turned on the microphone, and his kind and majestic voice filled the auditorium. Students, call this emergency meeting and talk about the competition question book. You are all members of the competition team. From the moment you enter the competition team until you officially set foot on the competition examination room, the school will distribute many competition question books to you and guide you to study in stages. The vast majority of the topics in the competition book are written by experts hired by the school, because the competition has no fixed assessment scope. The topics of the math competition change every year, and experts will write according to the trend. The topics of the biology competition are the same as it is related to new research breakthroughs in the biological world. Under normal circumstances, it is the teacher's responsibility to write the test book, and students can only learn from the test book, without the ability to question the correctness of the test book. You just trained according to the test book issued by the school, and finally went to the examination room. Lang Xiongwen was listening in the audience, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise wildly. The meaning of the principal's speech is very clear. It is an expert's job to compile the question book, and the students only need to follow it. Lang Xiongwen cast his eyes on Song He in the front row. Should he criticize the negative models next? Principal, don't be soft-hearted. This kind of bad student who has no teacher should be exterminated. Ren Ziyuan paused, and suddenly changed the topic. But students, have you ever thought about what if there is a mistake in the test book? After Ren Ziyuan finished speaking, he deliberately paused for a long time to give all the students time to think. The atmosphere on the field suddenly changed. Many students realized something and their expressions changed. Lang Xiongwen's smile froze on his face. He turned to look at the principal in surprise. What do you mean? Principal, what do you mean by that? The students with a keen sense of smell are already commotioning, whispering to each other. I heard the headmaster was speaking in the wrong direction. Why did you turn a corner while talking? Mr. Song, he has succeeded, right? Isn't this a criticism conference and a commendation conference? Hundreds of eyes focused on Song He again. At this time, Song He was calm and relaxed, listening to the principal's speech as if nothing happened. A bigger uproar began to spread, and then, Ren Ziyuan had a showdown. None of you have thought of this, but one student has thought of it, Song He from Class 2 of Senior 1 Elite. Last week's biology competition question book, Song He was keenly aware of the mistakes in some knowledge points during the learning process. The most valuable thing is that Song He did not ignore or fool, but consulted a large number of periodicals in the school library and corrected up to 16 detailed errors. After the school's research, it decided to give Song He a special scholarship. According to the standard of 100 yuan for one mistake, a total of 1,600 yuan of special scholarships will be awarded to Song He. Song He, please come to the stage to accept the award. Ren Ziyuan said loudly. Song He got up, walked onto the stage with strides, took the red cash in Ren Ziyuan's hand, and then under Ren Ziyuan's guidance, he turned around and showed the scholarship in his hand to hundreds of contestants. The long-awaited photographer quickly stepped forward and snapped photos, which will be published in school newspapers and bulletin boards next week. Boom! There was an instant commotion in the auditorium, and hundreds of people couldn't help but, beautiful, and then they all reacted and applauded vigorously. The overwhelming applause was pushed from the back row to the front row, and the applause was higher than the wave, quickly bringing the atmosphere of the conference to a climax. Lang Xiongwen's face was as ugly as if he had eaten a dead fly, and his eyes could not restrain the shock. How can this be? The tough teacher, not only was not punished, but also publicly awarded. Surrounded by excited chatter from classmates, his thoughts were quickly overwhelmed. It's awesome. It's awesome. Who expected this result? I would like to call it a super god. You can still get out of your body after scolding the teacher. The ability is not ordinary. Song He learned all the biology competition questions. And found 16 mistakes. I've been studying hard for the past few days, and I only learned 250 pages. How did he do it so fast? My liver hurts from riding a horse and staying up all night. I just finished 230 pages, and now it tells me that I have 16 mistakes. So what have I learned so hard? I'm going. This guy is so fierce, he convinced the principal. If this guy becomes a big shot in the future, this matter can be written in the biography. This is the first year of high school. Where do we put the old faces of our senior high school veterans? The applause lasted for a long time. Everyone came to eat melons. I thought it was a small melon like, contradicting the teacher and getting fired, but I didn't expect it to be a super big melon like, contradicting the teacher and getting an award. It was a huge surprise. Students, I can't help but applaud for a long time after eating melons until I'm full, which is very flattering. Song He stepped down and happily counted the money. Lang Xiongwen's expectation of seeing your jokes is in vain, resentment value plus 500. Lang Xiongwen feels disappointed that you won the award, resentment value plus 500. There were 2 resentment points in front of him, and he was the only person in the audience who contributed resentment points. Song He was reminded that he still had a bet with this young master, and he would have to work hard on maths in the next few days, and beat Lang Xiongwen to death in the examination room. I'm afraid he contributed far more resentment value than that. On the podium, the principal continued to speak. While thanking Song He for finding out the mistakes, I also put a question mark on our teaching staff and all the students in our competition team. Why can't the teacher who gave the question notice these mistakes? Why can't hundreds of students notice the mistakes? If Song He didn't correct the mistakes in time, wouldn't the students here have to take the wrong knowledge to the examination room? After another long pause, Ren Ziyuan glanced at all the classmates. In order to prevent mistakes during the learning phase, I hereby announce the introduction of a reward mechanism. Any student who can find out the mistakes in the competition questions will be rewarded with a 100 yuan campus meal card for every mistake. Encourage students to check the test book and correct mistakes after getting the test book. The 16 mistakes corrected by Songhee will be printed and distributed to all students tonight. Everyone must study hard. This is the end of the meeting. Adjourn. There was another burst of applause, and the contestants got up and left the field one after another. Songhee sat in place without moving his butt, yawning lazily. He still had to wait for the next meeting. When many strange students passed by, they all cast admiring eyes on him. Wu Xiao passed by, stopped, and gave Songhee a thumbs up. Beautiful, you really succeeded in correcting your mistakes. It's a good thing you didn't listen to me before. When the next test book is handed out, I will also find mistakes and earn a scholarship. Looking for mistakes? No chance, senior. I will be responsible for reviewing the next test book, and then print and distribute it to you. Songhee said lazily. The principal asked you to review it. Wu Xiao was surprised when he heard this. Well, I'm reviewing with the teacher. Songhee nodded. I guess you will be able to see my name on the information page when the next test book is released. Wu Xiao was stunned, rather surprised. Is this the student who got mixed up in the teaching team? Then she smiled again, but can you be sure that it is correct after reviewing it? I don't believe it. I will definitely find the mistakes you missed. Wonderful thinking, senior. I can't even make mistakes in the punctuation marks in the test book I reviewed and checked. Songhee said slowly and confidently. Wu Xiao was dumbfounded again. Songhee is obviously only a freshman in high school, but when he just said this, he suddenly had the demeanor of a master. She suddenly realized that this junior seemed a bit handsome. Don't talk too much. Wait. Wu Xiao blushed suddenly, gestured for a pistol, and hurriedly turned and left. The students disappeared quickly, leaving only Songhee and Ren Ziyuan in the big auditorium. 5 minutes later, the first teacher for the meeting arrived, followed by teachers entering the venue one after another. Soon, all the competition teachers arrived. There were more than 40 people in total. The general manager, Yi Lianghan, sat at the front, seeming to have heard some rumors, frowning with a serious expression. Both Lulu and Ban Zhanye were there, but the two teachers had a bad relationship and sat far away. Teachers Che, Ruan Qian, and Tong Zan naturally also came, sitting in a corner with pale faces, with ugly and scary expressions. Before they came to the meeting, they frantically rummaged through the materials, trying to find research that could overturn Songhee's error correction, but they couldn't find it all afternoon. Sitting at the bottom looking at the principal at the moment, he was completely at a loss, and was so flustered that his hands almost trembled. Everyone is here, the meeting begins. On stage, the principal Ren Ziyuan's temperament suddenly changed. When he had a meeting with the students just now, Ren Ziyuan was still kind. At this time, his eyes revealed ferocity like a beast, his expression was terrifying, and the wrinkles on his face contained anger, exuding a palpitating coercion. Boom! Ren Ziyuan slammed the table, and the white porcelain teacup on the table jumped with a bang, making a piercing sound. The audience was startled, and Songhee was also trembling. We had a major teaching accident. In the first book of the biology competition team, there were 16 mistakes. Teacher who set the question, Ruan Qian. Tong Zan, stand up. Ren Ziyuan's voice was deafening, and his momentum was violent. Ruan Qian and Tong Zan stood up almost trembling, overwhelmed with fright. Teacher audit, Bible study. Stand up. Ren Ziyuan slammed the table. The Bible study industry stood up with a livid face, sweat was protruding from his forehead. He raised his head and glanced at Ren Ziyuan. His expression was immediately frightened. He hurriedly moved his eyes away, and felt something was wrong after moving away, so he mustered up the courage to raise his head again, and then he bowed his head in fright at the headmaster's horrifying eyes. The other teachers present were also frightened. They had never seen such a big anger from the principal. The teachers were collectively at a loss. Some looked down at the tabletop, some turned their heads to look at the three standing colleagues, and some looked at the principal with a look of fear. Songhee was dumbfounded and dumbfounded. It turns out that the normally majestic teachers are like chickens in front of the principal. Ren Ziyuan on the podium had cold eyes, every muscle on his face was full of fierceness, and his anger swept the audience like a storm. Song Hee felt frightened uncontrollably. The aura is too terrifying. It turns out that this riding horse is the perfect body of the principal. The previous kindness was deliberately suppressed breath. You three, if you have anything to explain, do it now. Ren Ziyuan said loudly. The three teachers were almost paralyzed with fright. After a long time, the Bible study plucked up the courage, but his courage was limited, so he spoke in a low voice, trembling slightly. I'm sorry, Principal. We are negligent in our work. Make corrections immediately. Never do it again. I'm sorry now. You're scolding the students in the office. Ren Ziyuan was furious, and immediately roared, the school hired you with a high salary, so you can say sorry. You are sorry, I don't care, are you worthy of the students? You are worthy of me, parents of the students. The Bible study industry's complexion changed at a speed visible to the naked eye, from blue to white to red, and his blood pressure became disordered. Ruan Qian and Tong Zan didn't feel much better either. After standing for just half a minute, they were sweating profusely. Most of the terrifying high pressure released by the principal hit them. Others just felt a little aftermath, and their hearts were already racing with fright, not to mention the three teachers at the center of the storm. Song Hee kept lying in his heart. Fortunately, this scene was not aimed at him, otherwise he would have wet his pants early, and the psychological quality of the teachers is still good. Teacher Ruan Qian, the attitude towards the students is acceptable, 1 month's bonus will be deducted. Tong Zan, the Bible study industry, 1 year's bonus will be deducted. All the qualifications for this year's evaluation will be cancelled. Go back and write a 5,000-word self-criticism. Next week's regular meeting of faculty and staff, go on stage and read it carefully. Ren Ziyuan took a deep breath, took out Su Xiao Juxin pill from his pocket, took 2 pills, and drank a large glass of water. The auditorium was shrouded in terrifying silence. Everyone did not dare to breathe, and could clearly hear the sound of Ren Ziyuan drinking water. In the Bible study industry, I don't think you should take the position of the review team leader of the biology competition group. You and teacher Ruan Qian and Tong Zan should be in the test group together. Ren Ziyuan continued to cruelly announce the punishment order. You three, this punishment it's just a warning. If there are a lot of mistakes in the questions in the future, you don't have to stay in Jinghai number 4 middle school. I don't know the situation of the math competition test book. I will arrange someone to check it soon. If there are problems, the punishment will be the same. The hairs of the teachers were all on end. The principal was really furious this time, and threatened to expel the teacher. Every teacher here, let me emphasize it again. Ren Ziyuan said in a deep voice. The competition team is the signature of our Jinghai number 4 middle school, and it is the hope of hundreds of students to change their destiny. There are large-scale mistakes in the competition questions, which cannot be tolerated. This is an extremely serious teaching accident. We are very lucky that Song Hee checked the mistakes for us, but what if there is no Song Hee? Do all the students learn a bunch of mistakes and just go to the exam room like this? Ren Ziyuan swears uncommonly. For the next 20 minutes, he bombarded the stage emphasizing the work requirements, and announced a bunch of new punishment measures vigorously. The teachers below were numb and desperately writing meeting notes. Song Hee watched silently, speechless the whole time. It turned out that the teachers' meeting was like this, so miserable. Today's meeting is over, everyone should take this as a warning. Ren Ziyuan finally said, oh, by the way, there are 2 personnel adjustments to be announced at the end. The question-making team of the biology competition team, Mr. Lulu will be the head of the review team temporarily. Mr. Lulu, I didn't inform you in advance, is there any problem? A group of teachers looked at Lulu in surprise. Lulu stood up in surprise, trying to restrain the joy on her face, and solemnly assured, there is no problem with the principal. I will strictly review it. I promise that there will be no more mistakes. Very good. Ren Ziyuan nodded, then shifted his gaze to Song Hee. Song Hee, I will be your teacher's assistant. I usually have time to review the biology test books, which is equivalent to previewing in advance. Song Hee stood up quickly, I promise to complete the task. Ren Ziyuan, who had been serious for half an hour, finally showed a smile, obviously loving talents. Director Zhao. Ren Ziyuan turned his head to look at the other side of the venue. Get a new meal card for Song Hee, and treat him like a teacher's meal card. The teachers were stunned when they heard the words, and looked at Song-hee in surprise. How could this child be so pampered? The teacher's meal card in the school can be used for free in the cafeteria for 30 yuan a day. Considering that most of the meals in the cafeteria are less than 10 yuan, it is basically equivalent to a free meal card. Some unemployed substitute teachers in the school don't even get the teacher's meal card, and now they are specially approved to give Song-hee a new student. Song-hee quickly thanked him, pleasantly surprised. The principal is really worthy, he is giving out money and meal cards, so loyal. 10 minutes later. Lulu's office. Song-hee looked around in the corridor. It was not time for the afternoon class, and there was no one in the corridor. He turned around and flashed into the office, closing the door swiftly. When Lulu saw Song-hee coming in, her eyes lit up, and her smile was almost radiant. I have been a teacher for many years, and I have never liked a student so much. He actually helped to find the position of the question group with ease. He is not just a teacher who sets the questions, but the leader of the review team. Teacher, you said earlier that there is a big reward for me. Song-hee looked forward. What kind of big reward? I originally planned to give you a meal card full of money, allowing you to eat for free at school, but I didn't expect the principal to take the lead. Lulu smiled. So the teacher hasn't figured out what to reward you yet. Bonus money. Song-hee took out 1,600 cash from his pocket. Although the principal has already awarded it, I don't mind if you award it again, teacher. Giving money directly is a bit vulgar, right? Lulu raised her eyebrows. Vulgar is good. Who doesn't like vulgarity? Song-hee stared eagerly. Is there anything else you want besides money? Lulu tilted her head. Song-hee also tilted his head and thought for a while. Tangchen Yippen. You can't buy Thompson Yippen even if you sell the teacher. Lulu was speechless, and her eyes lit up immediately. I just thought of something to reward you, give you something very useful, and you must like it. Could it be another test set? Song-hee had a bitter expression. Of course not. You have helped the teacher a lot, and the teacher will not be stingy. Lulu said, let's keep this reward a mystery for now. I will give it to you after you finish the quiz in 2 days. Don't, teacher, you can tell me what it is, and let me wait and guess for a few days, scratching my head. Song-hee smiled wryly. Then you can scratch your heart and scratch your liver, and torture you. Lulu covered her mouth and smiled lightly. While Song-hee was in Lulu's office begging for an award, his gossip was spreading rapidly throughout the school. Just before class in the afternoon, students from all classes gathered in the classroom, and the contestants who had finished the meeting had just returned to their classes, and the students immediately swarmed to eat melons. A class in the second year of high school. As soon as a biology competition student took his seat, the surrounding students flocked over, happily inquiring about the news. How was the meeting? Did the freshman Song-hee get fired? The principal didn't get angry with you, did he? Song-hee's fault shouldn't make you scolded. What did you say at the meeting? I guess when the headmaster said that he was negative, he didn't say Song-hee's name, but just said a certain classmate. Tell me quickly, everyone is dying of thirst, waiting to eat melon. Biological competition shook its head vigorously, reaching out to interrupt the surrounding noise. I wouldn't even think of killing you, super big melon. Ah, the eyes of the students lit up like light bulbs, and they collectively held their breath. Song-hee is not a negative model, but a positive model. He corrected 16 mistakes, the principal verified them, and they all hit. The biology competition student said with a complicated expression. The principal personally awarded him a scholarship of 1,600 yuan, in cash. After we finished the meeting, the teachers had a meeting immediately. Someone eavesdropped outside. The principal slapped the table and got angry and scolded the teacher who gave the question for half an hour. The students were stunned for a while, and then became more excited. All of them saw the expression that the funeral was not too big. The teacher oppresses the students, and the students oppress them. This kind of drama is popular among the masses who have nothing to do with it. This ups and downs. I thought Song-hee was going to send it at noon, but I didn't expect it to be sent by the teacher. The first year of high school is so fierce. How long has it been since the start of school? Isn't it true that all biology competition students in the school have to relearn knowledge? The bonus of 1,600, I'm so sore, I can't even refill my poor meal card these days. Class 1 rocket, Senior 3. When Lang Xiongwen walked into the classroom, many students immediately surrounded him. When the whole school was eating melons at noon, Lang Xiongwen tried his best to promote it to his classmates, and urged them to wait and see the good show with ulterior motives. Now that the answer to the mystery is revealed, everyone naturally gathers around Lang Xiongwen to inquire about the information. Brother Lang, how about the meeting? What will Song He do? Haha, do you still need to ask? It must be expelled. Expulsion is a bit serious, and probation is very likely. Insulting a teacher is a felony. That kid Song He doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth, he even dared to offend Brother Lang, now God punishes him. It's really God's punishment. The principal killed Song He without Brother Lang's action. The students chattered excitedly for a long time, but suddenly realized that something was wrong. Lang Xiongwen didn't have a trace of joy on his face, but instead looked gloomy. He didn't talk to anyone for a long time, and went back to his seat silently, opened the book and studied. The students were embarrassed for a moment, shut up tactfully, and began to realize that things didn't seem to be going in the expected direction. Is there any accident? But how could such a thing be unexpected? Wu Xiao suddenly came in from the door, someone shouted, and everyone immediately surrounded him. Wu Xiao looked at Lang Xiongwen, then lowered his voice, and made a long story short about the result. When everyone knew the truth, they couldn't help but gasp. Song He is so good. A student is a teacher, and he still wins. You couldn't help but exclaimed loudly. The person next to him hurriedly hit him on the shoulder. He suddenly remembered something, looked back at Lang Xiongwen, knowing that he had made a slip of the tongue, and embarrassedly found words to make up for it. What's the skill in finding a few mistakes? It's the skill to get a high score. On Saturday, the competition team will take the quiz. How many points can Song He get in the test? Immediately there was a sound of agreement from around. After all, everyone was in the same class as Lang Xiongwen. Even though many people admired Song He in their hearts, they still wanted to stand by their classmates. That's right, that kid Song He is trying to show off his abilities. As soon as he got into a competition team, he was adrift. He doesn't know how high the sky is and the earth is thick. He will know his status when he takes the exam on Saturday. Have you heard? It is rumored that Vice President Yi has ordered that Song He must be in the top 80 in both subjects before he can stay, otherwise he will have to withdraw from a competing team. Then he's done. He's been doing biological error correction this week. I'm afraid he hasn't learned much mathematics. It's inevitable that he will be dismissed from the mathematics team. Laughing, Song He doesn't even have the chance to compete with Brother Lang. Saturday quiz, Brother Xiongwen can blow up Song He. Song He is just an ant, Brother Xiongwen can be crushed by him with one finger. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was interested. Lang Xiongwen's empty eyes refocused, and he stared at the math problem book vigorously and began to study hard. Error correction and gossip are just episodes, the bet in the examination room is the real thing. The competition team must step on Song He hard in the quiz, and there is no room for loss. In Elite Class 2, Senior 1, Song He's seat is still empty. The atmosphere in the class was gloomy, and Song He was deeply mourned. It was not easy for a mathematician to rise up in the class, but it passed through the sky like a meteor, and fell quickly because of triggering the punishment of heaven, and the students were all in a bad mood. Especially the students who went to Song He to talk about the problem before, they were more or less friendly, and the mood was even more painful. Many students whispered to each other and let out a sigh from time to time. Zhao Yi lay on the table, a little depressed. At this moment, she suddenly felt that if Song He could not be fired, she would be happy to continue to be a small meal card. Although this deskmate often taunts her meanly, Song He's drive to study hard is extremely contagious. Zhao Yi's recent hard study is largely due to the infection of her deskmate. Ding Yang sighed. With mixed emotions, he spread out an exercise book in front of him, but he didn't write any questions for a long time. If Song He is dismissed, it is very likely that the competition student spot will fall on his head. But this kind of inheritance inherits the general quota, and the victory is not martial, such as eating human blood steamed buns. Ding Yang's would rather not. Recalling the time when he was studying in the toilet, Ding Yang suddenly realized that if there was no Song He, the king of papers, he would not be so diligent in studying. In the middle of the classroom, Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo were also in a bad mood. Finally, an opponent appeared and died. Zhang Jilei sighed. I haven't hung up yet, wait for the news, maybe I won't be fired directly, I will go home and reflect for a month or something. Ning Mo is more optimistic. Old Ning, do you have anything to do with school? Talk to the principal and save Song He. Zhang Jilei went to the doctor in an emergency. The biggest official I know in school is our class teacher. Ning Mo thought for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up. If we write a joint letter and the whole class signs it, can we make the principal change his mind? Hey, don't say it, really don't say it. Zhang Jilei took out a piece of A4 paper. You write beautifully, you write. What to write? Ning Mo picked up the gel pen. Just write to the principal, old thief. Listen carefully. Song He is a classmate who is willing to help others. He is a high-spirited and honest person. He helps the classmates with difficult problems. If Song He fails and the grades of the whole class plummet, who will be responsible? I hope the principal will think twice and be merciful. Don't eat, drink, and if something goes wrong, I will send troops from class 2 of the first grade elite to attack the principal's office and take your position. Ning Mo nodded and began to write, Dear Principal. The whole class was in a bad mood, except for one person, Yuan Guang. Yuan Guang got a lottery tube out of nowhere, and kept shaking it back and forth in the back row, dropping a lottery from time to time. Hey, why are they all signed? Yuan Guang was surprised. The result is the same as my calculation, Song He's turn of bad luck into good luck, good luck. If you really want to turn bad luck into good luck. The surrounding students sighed, why don't you do something about Yuan Guang, let's lower your head and kill the principal next time. What nonsense, I am a decent person, how can I practice the sorcery of lowering the head? It is very life-consuming. Yuan Guang said angrily, not to mention the result of my divination, the principal seems to be Song He's nobleman. How can there be such a noble person? Song He will be expelled. The students in the back row shook their heads. Just when the whole class was in a low mood, the monitor of the class next door suddenly appeared at the door with a shocked expression on his face. Song He in your class is against the sky. This wave is so famous. The class leader next door yelled. In an instant, the whole class collectively looked up, all eyes focused on the door. Many students rushed over and surrounded the monitor next door. Any news? Song He, what punishment? Didn't he get fired? Expulsion. The principal did threaten to be expelled, but not Song He, but the teacher of the test group. The monitor next door trembled excitedly. The students were stunned. Song He corrected 16 mistakes in the biology competition test book. The principal verified and confirmed that Song He was right. During the meeting of the contestants, the principal gave Song He a scholarship of 1,600 yuan in public. He called on all the contestants to learn from Song He. Then the teachers had a meeting, and someone was eavesdropping outside the auditorium. The principal scolded the teacher like a fire-breathing tyrannosaurus, saying that so many mistakes were a major teaching accident, and said that thanks to Song He, what if there is no Song He? After the class monitor next door finished speaking, the students were collectively stunned. The news was so astonishing and so magical that everyone was stunned from shock. So Song He is okay? Zhang Jilei asked. Of course there is. There are rumors that the speech under the national flag next week will make Song He a positive example and give a speech to the whole school. The monitor of the class next door said with a bit of envy. Most of the speeches under the national flag are made by school leaders. The opportunities for students to speak are monopolized by the top students in the third year of high school. It's a blast for the first year of high school to give a speech. The whole school will know that there is a famous person in your class. What speech? Why didn't I know? Don't believe in rumors, don't spread rumors. A voice suddenly sounded from behind. If you don't know, it means you don't have good information. The monitor of the next class was halfway through speaking, when he suddenly saw the person who was speaking, and stared. The students turned their heads with a clatter, only to see Song He coming at some time, huddling around the edge of the crowd, eavesdropping furtively, with the expression of a crowd eating melons. After a short period of sluggishness, the whole class became a sensation. Song He smiled, and everyone knew that he was really fine at a glance. They applauded excitedly, and the applause was like a wave of applause to welcome the triumphant return of a hero. Song He was surrounded by the crowd and returned to his seat, and the seat was immediately crowded. The students asked him to tell the ins and outs, but Song Hee refused, so he had to tell a long story short. He talked about having lunch with the principal at noon, about the scholarship and the teacher's meal card, and also said that he would help review the competition test books in the future. Only the reward promised by teacher Lulu was not mentioned. After all, helping Lulu to get credit is somewhat gray and should not be publicized. But this was enough to shock the students, and a new round of praise came and went. It's awesome. Yuan Guang was excited. I did not make a mistake in my calculations, this matter will turn out to be auspicious. Outrageous, I actually gave you a teacher's meal card. My cousin has been a substitute teacher at school for half a year, and she hasn't got a teacher's meal card yet. Some students complained. Song Hee, you have become the direct line of the principal. If you are not a student, the principal will make you a small official. Sorry, we were in the dormitory at noon, and we were discussing whether you would be expelled from the principal, but you were actually eating the principal's meal at that time. Hey, when it comes to eating, I also left you a pig's knuckle rice, which I left on your table. Yuan Guang suddenly slapped his forehead. Song Hee quickly looked down at the hole in the table and let out a snort. Instead of a meal, the hole in the table was filled with packed plastic lunch boxes. Take it out, and stick a post-it note on each meal. The first one was pork knuckle rice from Yuan Guang, the second was fried noodles from Zhao Yi, 2 hamburgers from Ning Mo, stinky tofu from Ding Yang's, 3 delicacies dumplings from Zhang Jilei. This is not over yet, there are still 4 boxes of lunches given by other students in the class. The names are all familiar, and they probably talked about the topic before. 9 full lunches filled the table holes. Now it was Song Hee's turn to be shocked, a little teary, such a warm feeding. Song Hee, someone is looking for you at the door. Suddenly someone shouted. The crowd dispersed immediately and looked towards the door of the classroom, and then everyone was stunned. The glamorous girl stood at the door. Although she was wearing a loose school uniform, she could still tell that she had a great figure. Her skin was so white and shiny under the bright sun at noon that she was a celebrity. Song Hee hurried to the door. Old Zhuang, why are you here? Zhuang Qian blushed slightly, and glared at Song Hee reproachfully. What a strange name, how can I call a girl Lao Zhuang? Can I call you senior sister? Sister Lao Zhuang. Song Hee quickly changed his words. Zhuang Qian was speechless, sighed and took out a plastic lunch box from behind. Did you have lunch at noon? I packed fried dumplings for you. Thank you, I ate at the principal's. Principal. Zhuang Qian's eyes widened. Did you have lunch with the principal? More than that, it's the principal's treat. Song Hee was proud. There's something. Zhuang Qian was stunned, and then smiled. I was worried that you would be punished at noon, but in the end you killed the teacher, and now your legend is reverberating in the whole school, and your reputation has shaken the world. Save the fried dumplings, I can't eat more, I'm still on a diet. Zhuang Qian stuffed the lunchbox into Song Hee's arms, turned around and ran. Let's go. Song Hee watched her leave, and was about to go back to the classroom when he turned around and was startled. The whole class stood neatly behind him, staring at Song Hee with a strange expression and a smirk. Song Hee blushed. Don't think about it, ordinary friends. Did I ask you? Don't call yourself. Someone shouted from behind. There was a huge booing sound in an instant, followed by extremely enthusiastic applause, and dozens of thumbs were raised at him. Song Hee was terribly embarrassed. Don't make a fuss, it's really not what you think, it's not good for people to spread the word. The students continued to boo, even more excited than hearing that Song Hee had lunch with the principal. I'm convinced. Song Hee returned to his seat, sighed and ate fried dumplings. The class bell rang, and the booing finally died down. This class is history, and Song Hee secretly took out the math competition questions to do it. A few days ago, I specialized in biology, and the level of biology was very high, but the math has not been pulled up yet. The quiz is coming soon, and the exam is what really matters. No matter how sensational the campus gossip is, the exam will not add 1 point. There are 3 main tasks in this exam. First, all mathematical creatures have entered the top 80 to ensure that they will not be withdrawn from the team. Second, the mathematics ranking defeated Leng Xiongwen, making Leng Xiongwen, a big injustice, pay for the reimbursement of biological experiment materials. Third, the creature strives to enter the top 50 and get a mobile phone reward. The high score in biology is not a big problem. I found mistakes a few days ago, and I have already thoroughly understood the competition question book. The scope of the exam must be selected in the question book. Mathematics is quite stressful. I only made 60 pages of the 300-page math book, so I will definitely send it to the examination room. There are 2 days left. At least the math problem book should be finished in a surprise, 120 pages a day. Song-hee picks up a pen and kills, clearing up math problems one after another. Compared with the college entrance examination math papers with fixed patterns and fewer difficult problems, the math competition questions are simply hell difficult. The types of questions are weird and changeable, and the amount of calculation is ridiculously large. Almost every question has a series of pitfalls. Song-hee did it for 10 minutes, but he felt faintly sick. He only finished one page in 10 minutes. System. Chapter 41. Open the system store and select Brain Neuron Growth Promoting Capsule. The resentment value on the book was 52,800. Song-hee bought 5 brain-boosting capsules at one go, 10,000 each, and the balance was only 2,800 in an instant. 5 golden capsules appeared in the palm of his hand, and he flicked them with his hands, completely reluctant to eat them. This thing is too expensive. More expensive than riding a horse gold. Song-hee tore a small hole in the fried dumplings, stuffed the brain-stimulating capsules inside as a cover, lowered his head obscenely under the table to hide from the teacher's sight, and ate 5 fried dumplings one by one with tears in his eyes. The heartache was as painful as eating a real estate certificate. Oil dripped on my pants. Zhao Yi protested angrily. No, don't accuse me. Song-hee reached out and wiped the oil on the thigh of his deskmate, and it felt good. Zhao Yi blushed and gave him a hard look, but said nothing. After taking 5 brain-boosting capsules, his brain still felt nothing. Song-hee frowned and continued to work on the questions. As soon as you do the question, you will feel the difference instantly. The thinking is obviously more flexible. Although it is only a little bit more flexible, it can already be noticed. Song-hee's brows gradually relaxed. It seems that the brain-boosting capsules are not just a waste of money, they still have effects, and if nothing else happens, the effects will continue until the brain declines many years later. You have to work hard to earn resentment points. Buy a brain-boosting capsule if you save too much, and eat it sooner or later to reach the ceiling of human IQ. Song-hee was busy brushing up the questions, and Zhao Yi, who was at the same table, became bored. Bored for a long time, Zhao Yi couldn't help looking for trouble, found a fruit knife, and poked Song-hee's waist hard with the back of the knife. What are you doing? Song-hee was surprised. Children, borrow a couple of small coins to spend. Zhao Yi squinted her eyes and cocked her lips in a sly manner, playing the role of a thug who robs. Not to mention, the acting skills are very realistic, from a beautiful female classmate to an evil little gangster in an instant, but Song-hee has no time to play role-playing with her. If you want money, you will die. Song-hee lowered his head to answer the question again. Zhao Yi suddenly felt bored, put away the fruit knife, lay on the table and stared at the textbook. Song-hee suddenly came back to his senses, and punched her on the thigh, with a stern expression. No way, Zhao Yi. Why don't you study in class? I think you have a tendency to slip into the abyss of scumbag. Now hurry up and study. Whined. No, I want to play. Zhao Yi shook her head, lying on the table and puffing her cheeks into steamed buns. If you don't study, you'll be killed. Do you hear me? Song-hee reached into the hole in her table and took out a fruit knife, and slammed it away with a ferocious expression. Study if you want to survive. Zhao Yi was shocked, flipping through the textbook in fear. Study, learn. I'll learn right away. The fruit knife is confiscated. Just leave it here with me. Don't let me catch you not studying, or I will go up and kill you. Song-hee threatened fiercely, like a bandit bully. The get out of class bell rang, and the teacher dragged the class mercilessly until the class bell. The second class was chemistry, and Song-hee was still doing math problems below, his eyes burning. Zhao Yi stopped studying again, lay down and yawned boredly. Song-hee took a look at her, then decisively punched her thighs twice. Zhao Yi curled up with a small face of resentment. Song-hee, you really beat me up, it hurts to death. Study, if you don't learn, you will be beaten. Song-hee's expression was ferocious. Zhao Yi's eyes were stubborn, and a blush appeared on his face. I won't learn. Keep beating me up. Didn't you eat? Song He decisively threw 2 bang-bang punches. Zhao Yi's expression was painful, but her face turned even redder. After a while, she lay down on the table and laughed. There was a hint of excitement in the laughter. Song He was stunned. Why is this reaction not quite right? After a while, he guessed something, and rolled his throat in disbelief. You don't like being beaten, do you? Zhao Yi remained silent, her face turned even redder, even her ears turned red, and she continued to laugh shyly. Song He felt trembling. Why is the plot going differently than expected? No energy at all. Didn't you eat? Continue, Zhao Yi said provocatively, looking away as if nothing had happened. I won't beat you up. Song He was afraid, so he didn't dare to punch you. I want me to beat you up. You should study hard. Zhao Yi frowned, opened the chemistry problem, and actually started to work on it seriously. Song He was dumbfounded. How did things turn out like this? Could it be that my deskmate is Princess Jianing? I didn't sleep well at night, and I don't want to study when I'm sleepy during the day. You can cheer me up by hitting me twice, Zhao Yi explained in a low voice. Song He scratched his head, at a loss. Then call me when you're sleepy, to help you refresh yourself. Okay, Zhao Yi nodded seriously, blushing like an apple. Song He stopped his wild thinking, pretended nothing had happened, and continued to work hard on the problem. For a whole afternoon, Song He sprinted for mathematics with all his strength, and passed 3 levels in one gulp, from bronze level 90 to level 93. The competition question book has also advanced 30 pages, from page 60 to page 90. The progress is relatively slow. After all, the teacher is still lecturing on it, and Song He can't be unscrupulous. Occasionally, he has to use the textbook to cover the math problem book. In the evening self-study, Song He had just started writing to do math, when there was an angry shout at the door. Song He, come out. The whole class looked up, and Ban Zhanye stood at the door with an angry face, aggressive. Song He was a little flustered, and immediately guessed the reason why the class teacher was angry. He just stood up and was about to go out when he heard another shout. Take the math book. Song He turned pale, picked up the math book from the table, and walked to the door. Ban Zhanye snatched the competition question book, flipped through it, and found that there were only 90 pages, and his face became even more angry. What did I tell you before? Ban Zhanye shook the test book violently, and the pages rattled. You will be in the exam room the day after tomorrow, and you only made 90 pages. Have you been studying biology these days? Give it back to biology. Correction of the question book. You are so majestic. Have you mastered mathematics? Teacher, please calm down. I promise to finish the test book before I go to the examination room. Song He said quickly, studying biology does not affect mathematics. I will definitely get into the top 80. What the hell? Ban Zhanye slapped the question book back into Song He's arms with a snap, like a King Kong glaring. Teacher, don't mess around. Song He shrank his neck, complaining in his head. The exam the day after tomorrow morning. You can't finish this test book without eating or drinking. The test book can't be 230 pages, and you don't even think about the top 80. From the toilet in the dormitory that night, I warned you. I ran to tell you to throw away the biology to learn mathematics. This is how you go in one ear and out the other. I'm very disappointed in you. Ban Zhanye cursed in a low voice like a machine gun. I have never seen the class teacher so angry before. He lost control of his emotions, and he probably felt betrayed. Song He shrank his neck and was scolded. A furious storm came blowing in his face, and there was a little rain in the storm. Teacher, calm down, I can really finish it. I not only have to do 230 pages, but I have to finish all 300 pages. Song He drew the cake seriously. What do you use to finish? You have only written 90 pages now, and you want to do 210 pages in less than 2 days. You think the competition questions are just a play. It's normal for a question to not be stuck for half an hour. Ban Zhanye said, angry. Teacher, trust me, I have a plan. Do 30 pages for evening self-study, stay up all night to do 80 pages, and do 100 pages all day tomorrow. It's easy to finish all of them, and I can spare some time to review. Song He was helpless said, Teacher, don't worry, I can really finish it. Still unrepentant until now. Be stubborn. Furious, Ban Janye pointed at Song Hee's nose, holding back for a long time without slapping him. You go to the office with me now. I'll work overtime and watch you write. I'll see if you can finish 30 pages in one evening self-study. You can't finish 30 pages at the end of the evening self-study. Look at how I will deal with you. Math office. Ban Janye's treatment was obviously not as high as Lulu's, and 6 math teachers were crowded into one room. Song Hee sat down behind his desk, opened the question book, and worked on the questions silently. Do it quickly. If you don't know, ask me. I want to see how many pages you can write in one evening self-study. Ban Janye gritted his teeth, wishing he could eat people. The math teachers at the next tables raised their heads and looked up curiously. Old class, dragging the poor students to one-on-one tutoring. Guan Chengfu smiled. Guan Chengfu is the head teacher of ordinary class 1. He is short and fat like a sphere. The first time Song Hee saw him, his mind was full of formulas for the surface area and volume of a sphere. It's not a bad student, Song Hee, the top math student in our class. Ban Janye blushed angrily. The competition team will take the exam the day after tomorrow, and this brat only has 90 pages of questions. He even lied to me that he could finish it before the exam. It's not nonsense that you can catch up to 30 pages by evening self-study. Hey, a 30-page competition question for evening self-study, as expected of a student in the elite class, dare to think and do it. Guan Chengfu laughed, obviously not believing in this speed of doing the questions. Assign 10 pages of homework, all of which are the simplest questions, and there are piles of piles that can't be finished. How much? A 30-page competition question for evening self-study. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. This kid is too crazy. The one who spoke was the female teacher with glasses in the corner, Ku Zhu, who taught the rocket class in the first year of high school. The mathematics competition students in the rocket class in the first year of senior high school can do 5 pages in a class, which is considered very fast. If there is a problem, it is normal to not move for half an hour. Ku Zhu laughed. I didn't work hard before. It's definitely unrealistic to hold your feet when it comes to exams. The brat is so mad at me. I told him he didn't listen. He promised to finish it. I'll bring him over to see how many pages he can finish. Ban Janye picked up the water cup and drank water, relying on the water to urinate fire. You can do 10 pages in one night. Ku Zhu laughed loudly. 30 pages is a dream. Teacher Ku is too optimistic. 10 pages is your rocket class. Song Hee is only an elite class, and he can do 7 or 8 pages. Guan Chengfu echoed with a smile. The whole math office was full of laughter, and the teachers seemed to regard Song Hee as a joke. The discussion of laughing at Song Hee did not last long. After all, the teachers had seen all kinds of students who went out of their way, and they were no strangers to it. Soon the office was quiet, and the teachers were busy working. Song Hee sighed in his heart. This group of nagging teachers should shut up. Noisy, it really affects my second question. On the way here, he secretly ate 6 mental arithmetic capsules, and the speed of mental arithmetic exploded to an unprecedented intensity. In addition, I have eaten some brain-boosting capsules during this period, and my intelligence level has increased a little. On this basis, the mental arithmetic capsules have been added repeatedly, and the speed is even faster. Thunder and lightning flashed in his mind. Song Hee took a pen to attack the competition questions, and quickly entered the state to charge. Page 91, 2 minutes, done. Page 92, 2 minutes, done. On page 93, Song Hee's attack was forced to slow down when he entered the big topic position, but he still pushed forward firmly. Enemy corpses are all over the ground. 5 minutes later, all the big questions on page 93 were in place. Song Hee took a breath, and attacked page 94 non-stop, a whole page of fill-in-the-blank questions, and the killing speed was much faster. Ban Janye's phone vibrated suddenly. He unlocked the phone screen, glanced at the message, and patted Song Hee on the shoulder. I'm going to a meeting. Come back before the evening self-study is over. You should do your homework well. Circle the questions you don't know. I'll tell you later. Thank you, teacher. Song Hee didn't look up. Ban Janye sighed and left the office in a hurry. Song Hee has no distractions, and he is getting excited about doing the questions, similar to the state of killing red eyes. The advancing speed is getting faster and faster, and the system prompts are constantly ringing. Mathematical progress detected, upgraded from bronze 93 to bronze 94. Mathematical progress detected, upgraded from bronze 94 to bronze 95. Mathematics progress detected, upgraded from bronze 95 to bronze 96. The get out of class bell rings, the class bell rings. Song He didn't hear the bell at all, the concept of time was blurred, all his attention was focused on the problem, hundreds of knowledge points and problem-solving ideas were entangled in his mind, like a group of snakes. Finally, the math level is raised to bronze 99. It's time to break through the bottleneck. 2 days ago, the biological rank broke from bronze to silver, relying on a large number of error corrections for the competition questions. Song He translated a bunch of cutting-edge biological papers according to the dictionary, and broke through the bottleneck relatively smoothly and entered the silver realm. However, mathematics must not be done this way. Song He has not found a wrong math problem so far, and the literature on the frontier of mathematics is by no means comprehensible by himself. There is no other way. Song He can only bite the bullet and continue to brush the questions. After brushing a certain number of questions, if the quantity changes and the quality changes, maybe it will automatically break through to silver. On the other side, teacher Guan Chengfu stretched his waist. He was short and fat, and he looked like a swaying tumbler when he stretched. I'm done, I'm going home. Guan Chengfu got up happily. Go slowly, Teacher Guan. Teacher Ku Zhu pushed his glasses and continued to work in front of the computer. Guan Chengfu leisurely walked towards the door, and suddenly saw Song He fighting on the desk beside him. Curiosity drove Guan Chengfu to stop, stood behind Song He, and took a peek. It doesn't matter if you don't peek. Guan Chengfu was taken aback by this peek. Song He has reached 121 pages. Before, Ban Zhanye said that the kid could only do 90 pages, but now it's 121 pages. Evening self-study is not over yet. This kid hastily wrote 31 pages. The task has been overfulfilled. How could it be so fast? Guan Chengfu subconsciously reacted. It should be that there is a blank page in front of this child. But standing behind and holding his breath for a minute, his face changed, as if he was really doing the questions fast. Fill in the blank questions can be answered within a few seconds, and you don't even need to write calculations. The big questions also take a few seconds to write the steps without thinking, and fill them up as smoothly as flowing water. If it is an ordinary math homework, it is normal for the top students to do the problems so quickly. But this is a contest question. The difficulty of the competition questions gave even the teacher a headache. When he asked himself, Guan Chengfu was surprised that he did not have the speed to solve the questions. Teacher Guan. Teacher Ku Zhu looked up and was surprised to find that he hadn't left yet. Guan Chengfu made a booing gesture, pointed to Song He who bowed his head and brushed the questions in front of him, and then gave a thumbs up. The expression on his face was like, this kid is a bit aggressive, come and have a look. Teacher Ku Zhu raised her eyebrows in surprise. She had never seen Guan Chengfu behave like this before, so she couldn't help but become curious about Song He. Getting up quietly, Ku Zhu tiptoed to Guan Chengfu's side, and peeked at Song He solving the problem together. Soon, Ku Zhu also showed surprise. This speed is too outrageous. How can this kid be so fast? As the math teacher of the rocket class, Ku Zhu is well aware of the horror of the competition questions. She has done it herself, and it is far from the speed of Song He in front of her, not even half of it. Even the math aces in the rocket class are far behind in comparison. Could it be that the student in the elite class in front of him is quite outstanding in mathematics? He didn't use scratch paper. Guan Chengfu whispered, don't you need scratch paper for competition questions? It shouldn't be. Ku Zhu noticed it now, with a puzzled expression on his face. There are a lot of calculations in the question, how could it be possible not to make mistakes? He can't write nonsense, can he? Make up some answers and fool the old class. Guan Chengfu frowned. As an old teacher, he has been fighting wits and courage with students for many years, so he couldn't help being suspicious. Ku Zhu hesitated for a moment, then reached out to pat Song He on the shoulder. Song He was startled by the sudden shoulder pat, and turned to look at the two teachers. Why don't you use scratch paper for the questions? Ku Zhu asked seriously. Teacher, I do mental arithmetic. Song He remained calm. What's all the fuss about? Mental arithmetic. Can you do mental arithmetic on competition questions? Guan Chengfu next to him looked skeptical. Don't write nonsense. You are good at mental arithmetic. How about I test you? Ku Zu probed. Song He nodded, with a nonchalant attitude on his face. What is 753 times 951? Ku Zu asked. 716,103. Song He blurted out. Ku Zu and Guan Chengfu stared. Song He's counting was too fast, both of them were startled. The two teachers took out their mobile phones to calculate at the same time, and the result was calculated after a few seconds, which was completely correct. The third power of 44. Guan Chengfu suddenly attacked. 85,184. Divide by the square of 22. Guan Chengfu immediately pursued. 176. Song He replied calmly. The two teachers did the math again with their mobile phones and computers, and then gasped in unison. Both Ku Zu and Guan Chengfu's eyes changed, as if looking at a monster. This is human, not an alien in human skin. Teacher, these are too childish. Song He shrugged and smiled lightly. It's okay, I will continue to do the questions. Wait a minute, I'll try your limit. Guan Chengfu snapped a piece of paper from the side, took out a gel pen and wrote quickly. 910867 times 23.15 times 2,781,033 divided by 0.69 times 87,621 divided by 1,120 times 4,940 equals. Song He glanced at the formula, frowned slightly, and hesitated for 2 seconds. Before the decimal point is 32,845,822,822,650,710,753. After the decimal point is 870,641,641,906,832,298,136. The two teachers were in a hurry. Song He said the answer, and Guan Chengfu desperately wrote it down with neutral notes. Ku Zu was busy checking the calculations with the calculator on her mobile phone. It took Song He only 2 seconds to complete the mental calculation and began to report the answer, but it took Ku Zu Guang half a minute to type on the calculator, and another minute for the two teachers to check the results together. It took. The result is correct. All go. Guan Chengfu swears, his pupils tremble. Song He, you are a genius. Being a teacher for more than 10 years, this is the first time I've seen a student who is so good at mental arithmetic. Ku Zu was as excited as a little girl, covered her mouth and exclaimed, so there really is such a person. Eye-opening. Last year on a business trip, a teacher from the number 8 middle school told me that their school's number 1 student in mathematics could calculate the 12th power of 6 in 5 seconds, and multiply hundreds of thousands by hundreds of thousands in 2 seconds. At that time, I didn't believe it. I thought that teacher is bragging. Guan Chengfu raised his head and sighed. It turns out that our school also has such geniuses. Basic exercises, Mr. 6. In fact, mental arithmetic is not very useful, just to save money to buy a calculator. Mathematics is more important than thinking. Song He remained calm throughout. The office door opened suddenly, and Ban Zhanye appeared with a serious face. How many pages have you written? Ban Zhanye glared at Song He and asked sternly. I finished writing 31 pages, teacher. Tonight's task is completed ahead of schedule, and the topic is simpler than expected. Song He said. I've only been away for 2 hours, and you've written 31 pages. Ban Zhanye was taken aback, and became angry. How dare you lie to me? The two teachers next to him laughed in unison and looked at Ban Zhanye with strange expressions. Ban Zhanye sensed something was wrong and was a little confused. Teacher Guan. Teacher Jai, what are your expressions? You are Teacher Song He, don't you know how powerful this kid is? Jai Zhu almost looked at Ban Zhanye with a smile like he was looking at a clown. Old class, you are overthinking. Song He, as long as he is willing to do the questions, he can get high marks in the exam. It's just a competition question, 30 pages a night, it's easy, okay. Guan Chengfu is also a smile of caring for fools. What's the situation with you two? Ban Zhanye was confused. Look at this, Song He figured it out in a few seconds. Guan Chengfu picked up the calculation paper he just used. The performance of the brain is comparable to that of a calculator. It's faster than a calculator. It took me half a minute to type this string of calculations, and Song-hee only took 5 seconds. Jai-Zhu added, with a tone that seemed to be a loyal fan of Song-hee. Ban Zhanye looked at the formulas on the paper, and then reached out to flip through Song-hee's math book. His face changed drastically, full of disbelief. What is 12 to the 6th power? Ban Zhanye sneaked up and stared at Song-hee. 2,985,984. Song-hee reported the number without hesitation. How about multiplying this number by 125,648? Ban Zhanye said quickly. 375,182,917,632. Song-hee sighed. Is this kind of boring calculation fun? I'll go. Ban Zhanye took out his mobile phone to count, and the result was correct, so he couldn't help but swear. The student in front of him surprised him from the first day of school. I didn't expect that these days, he would be able to shock his 3 views again and again. Ban Zhanye suddenly had a premonition. Could it be that there is going to be an extraordinary person among his students? You don't have to be complacent, old class. Song-hee will definitely be promoted to the rocket class in the final exam. You can't keep the master in your elite class. Jai-Zhu suddenly thought of something, and stared straight at Song-hee. Song-hee, you can come to my class. I will talk to the teachers of each subject, and focus on cultivating you. Jai-Zhu's tone was joking, but his expression was very serious, especially when he extended an invitation to Song-hee. His fiery and sincere eyes were undisguised, like a jeweler encountering a rare diamond and eager to grab it immediately. After all, she is also a mathematics teacher, and she has a strong love for talents. Which teacher would not want to snatch such a genius? In case the student becomes famous in the future, the teacher will also have a bright face. School has just started, and the final exam is still far away. Why are you poaching me in front of me? Ban Zhanye was just fantasizing about teaching a mathematician student, but suddenly his fantasy was punctured, and he couldn't help being annoyed. Mr. Class, accept the reality. Are you leaving this child in your elite class? Isn't it a waste of money? Jai-Zhu smiled, then turned to look at Song-hee, and couldn't help reaching out to touch his head. Ban Zhanye made a sudden move and slapped Jai-Zhu's hand away. What are you doing? Take your claws away from my lover. Your lover is very good, but unfortunately it will be mine soon. Jai-Zhu walked directly behind Song-hee, put his hands on his shoulders, and looked at Ban Zhanye provocatively. Ban Zhanye was very angry, but he couldn't say anything. Song-hee was indeed qualified to enter the rocket class, and he was inferior to staying in the elite class. Ban Zhanye turned his head and stared at Song-hee with a complicated expression. Jai-Zhu also tilted his head, looking at Song-hee amiably. Song-hee was caught in the middle, full of embarrassment. Ban Zhanye is the current pro teacher, so he can't be offended, and he might be assigned to the rocket class led by Jai-Zhu in the next semester, so he can't be offended either. Lulu and Ban Zhanye had similar conflicts before. Why are the teachers jealous of me? Song-hee has a headache. Is this the trouble of being a top student? I will continue to be the teacher. Song-hee turned to the question book, resolutely acting like a turtle. At 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, the toilet. Ding Yangs and Ning Mo couldn't bear to go back to the dormitory. Song-hee was left alone to kick the wall and turn on the lights. Holding the math book in his hand, his face looked like an enemy. Card segment. Evening self-study in the mathematics office. I reached the bronze level of 99, and now I have studied at midnight, and I am still at the bronze level of 99. Even though he had done a lot of questions, the grades did not move at all. Grandpa System, do you want to update your level? System Dad, I should be silver in mathematics, right? Shoutong is too much. I stayed up all night to do 50 pages of questions. It's time for silver. Do you have eyesight? Song-hee grumbled in his heart. The system didn't bother to hang on to Song-hee. No matter how much he asked, he didn't say a word. Some systems are very smart, talkative, and even insult the host. But Song-hee's system is like a ruthless vending machine. It only has the function of buying things with resentment, which is purely boring. However, the resentment value on the account is only 6,000 points, and he still has to spend 5,000 to buy a famous teacher capsule, and then he can't get rid of it, so he can't try to break through a violent lottery. Song-hee was at a loss for the first time, but he had no other choice. The top information in his hand was the test book, so he could only do it honestly. 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. 150 pages, 180 pages, 200 pages. The voice-activated light went off again, and Song-hee suddenly realized that there was already light outside the window, and he could see the title without turning on the light. It may be that I am eager to make a breakthrough. This night's study is quite immersive, and time seems to pass very fast. Song-hee is in a hurry. Today is Friday and tomorrow Saturday is going to the exam room. When I was in the bathroom with Leng Xiongwen last week, Leng Xiongwen was already at the silver level. After these days of study, he must have made some progress, but he was stuck at the bronze level of 99, and he was so anxious. The most urgent thing is that I don't know what operation to improve the ranking. If the system says, math textbooks soaked in water can increase the ranking, Song-hee will not have to worry about breakfast. Full of anxiety, Song-hee learned at 5:30, left the toilet and went to the cafeteria. While queuing up to buy steamed stuffed buns, a familiar figure appeared in the fritter line next door. Leng Xiongwen. Leng Xiongwen seemed to sense that someone was watching him, so he turned his head and looked over. Seeing that it was Song-hee, he immediately showed a contemptuous and hostile expression. Song-hee remained calm and took out the combat power detector. Leng Xiongwen, mathematics, silver level 08. Sure enough, this guy has been upgraded again, and there are still 9 levels left. The combat power detector is the action of pulling the trigger. Song-hee thought it was very concealed, but Leng Xiongwen saw it. Leng Xiongwen was startled for a moment, then raised his arm straight up, and ferociously gestured to Song-hee to shoot and kill him. Take the exam tomorrow. Leng Xiongwen was furious, don't forget the bet. Leng Xiongwen's actions were too conspicuous, and the students queuing up all turned their eyes over, watching curiously. Song-hee was sweating. The gesture of shooting a gun is too secondary. Leng Xiongwen, are you a secondary? You are not ashamed, I am ashamed. But you can't lose in full view, Song-hee responded, just don't forget. Leng Xiongwen snorted disdainfully, took the fritters from the window and turned away. Compared with the last time we met, his dark circles were thicker, and his eyes were bloodshot. I am afraid that he has been studying hard day and night for his bet. Song-hee was anxious, and trotted all the way to the classroom after buying the buns, and raced against time to do the questions after sitting down. One after another, students entered the classroom. As soon as they entered the door, they could see Song-hee frantically brushing the questions, which made the students very stressed, and sporadic resentment values were produced. The morning reading class passed by in a flash. First class, math. Ban Zhanye hurried into the classroom with a large bundle of test papers under his arm. I'm going to a meeting, everyone will do the test papers for this class. The test paper questions are difficult, and they are also today's homework. I will ask my classmates to talk about them in class tomorrow. Those who don't know will stand behind. After finishing the order domineeringly, Ban Zhanye hastily handed out the test papers, turned his head and left. There was a tense atmosphere in the class. After the students got the test papers, they looked at the questions one after another, and then there were complaints. Outrageous, what the hell kind of topic is this? It seems that my knowledge is too shallow, and I can't do it on the first question. Not at a glance, just wait for the copycat. I'm convinced. Why is mathematics so difficult? Can you know this question? If so, there were many complaints in the classroom. Fortunately, it was daytime. If it was midnight, the concentration of resentment in the room could summon ghosts. Song-hee took the test paper, frowned slightly, read it carefully from beginning to end. It took a total of 10 minutes, then put the test paper in the textbook and threw it into the table hole. Zhao Yi noticed the movement of the tablemate. Her eyes were surprised. Why don't you write? Don't you know how? It's done. Song-hee quickly brushed up the competition questions without looking up. Finished. Zhao Yi was taken aback. Have you done this paper before? No, I just did a mental calculation. Song-hee said casually. The answers to the multiple choice questions are ACBBC, BDDCA. The fill-in questions are cos 60 degrees, 1084, 114,514, 2.5, and the answers to the big questions are 77.5, 8, 206, 95, and 2600. Quote. Zhao Yi was terrified by your speed of doing the questions, and her resentment value plus 100. Ding Yangs overheard your answer and was frightened. Resentment value plus 300. Math freak. Zhao Yi kicked Song He angrily. Don't make trouble, I'm in a hurry to do the competition questions, and I'm going to the exam room tomorrow. Song He was anxious. Suddenly, a note was passed from behind. Song He unfolded curiously, a line of beautiful small characters. Teacher Song, can you know the last 3 multiple choice questions? Please explain. Zhang Jilei. Presumptuous, Mr. Song is also what you can call. This seat is the emperor of numbers. Song He slapped himself in the heart, stopped the absurd thoughts, and wrote the reply. Huh, you can't do such a simple question. When did you get so lazy, Zhang? The last 3 DCA questions. After writing, pass the note to the back. Zhang Jilei is secretly angry because of your taunt, resentment value plus 50. Here comes the note again. Song He thought it was Zhang Jilei's reply, but he didn't expect a replacement. Good roommate, the math paper is too difficult, please copy. Thank you, Yuan Guang. Before I could write a reply to Yuan Guang, several notes came over, all of which were letters asking for help. The emperor of numbers, you don't even know how to fill in the blanks, let's give a lecture. Kneel and beg for the answer to the math paper. Saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. The man looked at the test paper and the silent woman shed tears, and he also hoped that the Emperor Shusheng would save Wanman. There were more and more small notes, and Song He almost couldn't read them. He was annoyed at first, but when he looked at the table full of pleas for help, he suddenly changed his mind. More trouble than opportunity. It just so happens that there is still resentment value to buy famous teacher capsules. Since so many students can't do it, let's talk about the papers together and study for the whole class. Wouldn't the knowledge rebates explode? The more Song He thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. In order to break through the silver rank, he had to change his method and give it a go. Just as he said, he took out a large white paper and quickly listed the question numbers of the entire test paper. There are too many students with questions, and it is inconvenient to explain them one by one. Please deduct 1 from the questions you don't know. I will write the analysis of the questions with the most 1 deductions. After the questionnaire was completed, Song He handed it over to his deskmate. Zhao Yi bit her lip and looked at it, then wrote 1 after the first question number, followed by the second question, the third question, the fourth question, and the fifth question. No, you don't know the whole paper. Song He watched helplessly as she wrote 1 for all the questions. Zhao Yi stared back resentfully, and passed the questionnaire back without saying a word. 20 minutes later, the questionnaire came back. Song He was dumbfounded when he got it, densely packed 1. Countless ones covered the entire questionnaire. Good guy, Zhao Yi in the class, right. All of them are ignorant and incompetent, they are simply idiots. See, I'm not an idiot. Zhao Yi glanced at the questionnaire, her face was filled with joy, and she suddenly gained confidence. The idiot thinks he is a smart person in the idiot's nest. Song He was not polite. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes at him, brushing out 50 resentments. Song He took a deep breath. Since everyone doesn't know anything, then he has to teach the whole test paper once. He intends to try a way to step on bugs, not sure if it will work, but if he can, there is great hope to break through the silver rank. I flipped through my school bag and took out a few blank answer sheets. The size of the answer sheet was about the same as the test paper, so there was enough room for development. Pick up a pen and write the question number on the answer sheet. Each question number is very far apart, and even choosing to fill in the blanks leaves space for the big question, while the big question directly leaves a small half blank. Next, start writing. The correct answer to this question is A. The solution to this type of sequence problem is usually divided into 2 steps. The first step is to determine the type of sequence, arithmetic sequence or geometric sequence, and the second step is to convert the numbers. The logarithm of converted to exponential. Song He's lecture method is very simple. Like the answers to the tutorial materials, he writes out the problem-solving ideas, knowledge points involved, and step-by-step answers in detail, trying to make it easy for students to understand. If the lecture topic is like feeding someone a meal, the reference answer without steps is to give a piece of bloody raw meat, and let the students find a way to cook it and eat it. The step-by-step guidance material is to boil a bowl of rice, and the students pick up the bowl and drink. Song Hee wrote more detailed things at this time, which is equivalent to cutting off the sharp ends of the rice before cooking, so as to avoid scratching the throats of the students. It can even be said that Song Hee chewed up the rice and fed it to the students mouth to mouth. After the feeding, he thoughtfully gave a stomach and digestion tablet. After a long time, Song Hee finally finished the analysis of the multiple choice questions. Well, as expected of me, the writing is too detailed and easy to understand, even a fool can understand it. Song Hee looked at the analysis written by himself with satisfaction. Pass it to Zhao Yi. At the same time, he took a famous teacher capsule, full of anticipation. Zhao Yi read it carefully, and the analysis of the topic was obviously to her liking, because she frequently exclaimed with meanings such as, "So it is, it's so amazing, I understand." It took a long time for Zhao Yi to learn the analysis of multiple choice questions, and then pass the analysis of the questions to the next post. The students in the back row quickly gathered together, staring at the analysis and reading attentively, and soon let out a sound of admiration. The feedback from the market for multiple choice questions was very good. Song Hee didn't take a break, and quickly finished the analysis of the fill-in-the-blank questions, dumped it to the deskmate, and then wrote the analysis of the big questions without stopping. The corners of his mouth gradually curled up, because a system prompt began to pop up in front of him. 2 students were taught some of the topics by you, and double the math knowledge will be returned. 5 students were taught some of the topics by you, and they will return double the math knowledge. 12 students have been taught some of the topics by you, and they will return double the math knowledge. Song Hee was in high spirits. Before giving lectures to students, only a few knowledge points were returned, like a trickle. But at this moment, new knowledge is constantly emerging in his mind like a mighty river, and the speed is getting faster and faster. Several topic explanations written by him were circulated in the class non-stop. The students got together to read the explanations. Everyone continued to learn the topics. Sure enough, the rule of teaching other people's questions in the famous teacher capsule is very flexible. Speaking directly on the topic is a church, and writing an analysis for everyone to read is also a church. Whispering voices soon sounded in the classroom. Everyone was discussing the topic analysis written by Song Hee. Emperor Shusheng is really powerful. I actually understand it. It feels better than what the class teacher said. It's the first time I've heard of this method for the third question. Is this the thrill of flying with a great god? I'm getting goosebumps, a little bit of an expert. Mathematics is so simple. Is it simple? I think this analysis is terrifying. How did these tricky ideas and overbearing and arrogant problem solving come about? Sure enough, mathematics still depends on talent. If you are born with a bad ability, you really can't do it. I also took a few math self-study classes before, and the atmosphere in the class was sluggish. After all, math problems are hard for most students to cheer up. The atmosphere in the first half of this class was similarly depressed, but in the second half of the class, the face changed drastically. Many students gathered together excitedly to discuss math problems. Warm scene. The reason for this huge change is naturally the analysis of several topics written by Song Hee. It is no exaggeration to say that the students regard Song Hee's topic analysis as a rare exercise secret book, as a kind of fetish bathed in the holy light, and pass it around excitedly and devoutly. After reading it, they feel that their hearts have been baptized and their understanding of mathematics a big step forward. Laymen watch the excitement, while experts watch the doorway. Most of the students followed the analytical thinking, tried to solve the problem, and then worshipped Song Hee and it was over. In the middle of the classroom, Ningmo and Zhang Jilei looked at the problem analysis, and they both showed hellish expressions. No, can this kind of problem be solved in this way? Ningmo was stunned. It seems possible. Zhang Jilei calculated, oh, what an outrageous idea. How did Song Hee come up with such a tricky style of play? It's so weird. Ningmo looked more and more horrified. This is a sorcery. This method can save half the time if you are proficient. Zhang Jilei's face turned pale, and she put her hand on her forehead. I've been working hard on math recently, and I wanted to catch up with Song Hee, but now I feel. Do you think the gap has doubled instead of shrinking? Ningmo's face darkened, and he felt very uncomfortable thinking about it. I also feel this way. Song Hee is a monster, right? It's not just doubled, it's even squared. Zhang Jilei sighed, it's so uncomfortable. I can't bear to have someone who suppresses me in mathematics all the time. Ning Mo was silent for a moment, then suddenly grinned, very relieved. You can't stand it. I have been suppressed by you for so many years. Thanks to brother Songhe, I let you taste the feeling of being suppressed to death. Lao Zhang, you also have today, and the law of heaven is reincarnation. The get out of class bell rang. Songhe had a smile just now, but now it's gone again. The level is still bronze level 99, why is it so difficult to break through the rank? Is it possible to cross the thunder disaster? The door of the classroom. The monitor of class 1 next door wandered over. This person seemed to be keen on diplomacy, so he wandered to the door of class 2 when he had nothing to do. Are you also working on this paper? The monitor of class 1 had sharp eyes and saw the math test papers of the students at the door. Did your class do it too? The troublemaker asked. Making wool, it's too difficult. Lao Jiao, a math contest student in my class, was hit with his head against the wall. The monitor of class 1 had a bitter face. We handed out papers for self-study last night, and many students endured it. One night, half of the questions will not be solved. Then you guys are rubbish, I've done it all. Someone with good intentions took out a full test paper to show off. The squad leader of class 1 was shocked. God. You teach me. Save the lives of 52 people in our class. I can't teach you, but there is someone in our class who can teach you, and he taught the whole class this paper. The troublemaker smiled. Who is it? Who else could it be? Of course Songhe. Could it be me? The troublemaker said speechlessly. Master Songhe is very busy. Don't be empty-handed. Go back and bring some presents before begging him. Maybe he will give you 1 cheats or something. Your class will be brought back to life. Next door class. The squad leader brought the news back, which immediately caused a quarrel. No, someone slammed the table. I am an elite class 1, and I want to collect gifts to curry favor with the people in class 2. Absurd. It's ridiculous. Someone next to him echoed, filled with righteous indignation. Is there no one in my class 1? Isn't it just a test paper? Mother Exapi, the squad leader is incompetent, losing power and humiliating the class. The class leader was annoyed. I don't know what is good and what is bad. If you can't do it before math class, everyone will die. You are useful, so I need to bring a gift to ask someone. Could it be that no one in my dignified class 1 can make a test paper? It's ridiculous. We also have masters. Old Zhao, someone shouted. The bespectacled man named Lao Zhao shook his head decisively. No. Let's collect a gift and ask someone. Old Zhao, give me some strength. Songhe is a contestant, and you are also a contestant. Are you inferior to him? We have confidence in you. Everyone was excited. Strength is something that can't be changed with confidence. Old Zhao said badly, I've been drained by this paper, there is not a single drop left, go and invite Lao Song from the next class. Everyone was silent, and the atmosphere was very embarrassing. The squad leader took out a large plastic bag from his pocket and opened it with a snap. Immediately afterwards, dozens of bottles of drinks were thrown into the bag one after another. Stop it. It's so humiliating. I don't agree. Someone sternly said, if the news gets out, what face will my class have? Wouldn't it be ridiculed by other classes that we don't have math experts? You are lofty, don't look at the answer later. The squad leader stared. There was a solid silence for 2 seconds, and he took out a can of Coke and threw it into a plastic bag. Songhe was sitting on his seat with a sad face and asking questions. Boom. An oversized plastic bag fell on the table. The bag was full of beverages, including cola, orange juice and green tea. It was quite spectacular, as if it was pieced together by many people. The Emperor of Numbers. I am the monitor of Elite Class 1. Please prepare a small gift, and ask the Emperor of Numbers to give you the math cheats, and save my classmates from the fire. Songhe looked at the class monitor next door who was giving gifts, and was speechless for a while. The name of the Emperor of Numbers has actually been passed on to the next class. Is it really okay for everyone to be so secondary? I still prefer the title of All-Night God of War. They're all brothers classes, you're too polite, how can I accept such a big gift? Songhe declined. Is the number of emperors too few? I don't mean that, and don't call me the Emperor of Sushang. Then accept it. If you don't accept it, how will our class improve? The monitor spoke righteously. Song Hee was speechless again. This dialogue is so strange. After some communication, Song Hee learned that the next class also wanted the analysis of the same math paper. He was overjoyed, and immediately wrote the topic analysis, rewrote what he had written before, and sent someone to the next class. In the self-study class at noon, the next class began to circulate Song Hee's problem analysis, so he rushed back to remind him. 8 students were taught some of the topics by you, and they will return double the math knowledge. 14 students were taught some of the topics by you, and they will return double the math knowledge. 39 students were taught some of the topics by you, and double the math knowledge will be returned. Continuously pouring new knowledge into his mind, Song Hee used his strength to speed up and launch a final sprint to the competition question book. The competition questions in the last few units were extremely difficult, and there were dozens of question types that had never been seen before. Fortunately, the knowledge rebates provided by the next class were endless. Song Hee hardly got stuck, and continued to do it smoothly. Working hard on the questions and returning to the knowledge point, his mathematics level has improved by leaps and bounds. Finally, there are still 5 minutes before get out of class ends. Song Hee wrote the last set of numbers in the math competition book, throwing the pen. 300-page competition booklet, all completed. Almost at the same time, the long-lost system prompt pops up. The host has completed a large number of math exercises, and through the knowledge rebates of famous teacher capsules, the boundaries of knowledge have been greatly broadened, and the understanding of mathematics has reached a new level. Specially awarded the Silver rank. The current math level is Silver 01. Song Hee was so excited that he almost burst into tears. After being stuck for so long, he finally broke through. Fortunately, the homeroom teacher sent out a paper that was difficult to cry to all the students, and also fortunately he pioneered a new way, writing questions and analyzing batches to earn knowledge rebates, which is equivalent to opening a wave of super acceleration. Otherwise, even if you study hard for tomorrow, you may not be able to step into silver. Thinking of this, Song Hee broke out in a cold sweat. I have no experience in rushing for the first time, and the time limit is too dangerous. This is undoubtedly a lesson. The next time you have to reserve enough time for the rank. It is so difficult to upgrade bronze to silver, and I am afraid that it will be difficult to die when it comes to gold. Song Hee was making flash calculations in his mind, and was horrified to find that there was not much time left. There are still about 20 hours until the math test tomorrow. Deduct 1 hour of sleep and 1 hour of eating and hurrying, leaving only 18 hours of study time for yourself. Lang Xiongwen won't stop and wait for silver level 08. It is estimated that he will be promoted to silver level 09 before the exam. If this guy is enlightened, it is not impossible for him to reach more than 10 levels in a wave. Therefore, Song Hee needs to increase his math level by more than 10 within 18 hours. He will only be on the same starting line as Lang Xiongwen in the exam tomorrow, and he dare not say that he will win. The get out of class bell rang suddenly. A figure flashed out of the classroom with a whoosh, and ran away in an instant. The students in the class were all taken aback. I'm Joe, who runs so fast. Who went out just now? Flash, it's Song Hee, his seat is empty. What the hell is the number 1 born with a talent for sprinting? This starting speed is outrageous. What Song Bingtian? I would like to call it the god of war in the cafeteria. Contrary to what the students expected, Song Hee didn't go to the cafeteria, but ran all the way to the school library. The math competition question book is done, the college entrance examination questions are bad, and there are no math problems that can be upgraded, so I can only go to the library to find some new cheat books. Students came out of the library one after another, and strange faces greeted them enthusiastically. Song Hee responded with a blank face. After a while, he realized that the last time he was on the 5th floor of the library, there were too many onlookers, and someone probably remembered him. Soon, Song Hee appeared in the math book area. At least 80% of the problem book area is high school math problems. Just skip it, it is not worth wasting time. Song Hee came to the end of the bookshelf, where college mathematics textbooks are concentrated, and there are not many students borrowing them, and they are brand new. A slightly familiar figure stood by the bookshelf and turned to look at Song Hee. Song Hee recalled for a while, and suddenly remembered, hello, grade director. The grade director also recalled Song Hee. He went to the principal's office to deliver dumplings. He thought it was the principal who wanted to treat him to dinner, but it turned out that he invited the student to have a good time. Afterwards, he was depressed for a long time. Song Hee, isn't he? Come to find a problem to do. The grade director had a kind attitude and couldn't figure out the student's background. Yes, director, are you a mathematics teacher? Are you looking for materials to prepare lessons? I'm a physical education teacher. I want to take part-time postgraduate entrance exams. I'm here to find a set of college math materials. After the grade director finished speaking, he kindly explained, this is college math. You're looking for high school math problems on the front shelf. I'm just looking for college mathematics. I've finished linear algebra and advanced mathematics, and I'm going to study probability theory and mathematical statistics. Song Hee said casually, looking for the bookshelf. The grade director stared, his pupils trembling. Have you studied mathematics in college? That's right, I'm a math competition student. Song Hee said casually. Have you finished learning high mathematics? Can you understand it? The grade director asked hesitantly. I understand the textbook, and I have done the exercises after class, but the textbook and the homework are very easy, right? I have to look for the exercise book to consolidate it later. Song Hee said lightly. The grade director almost vomited blood. He has been studying high mathematics hard recently, and he has a headache after reading many chapters, and he can't do a lot of homework questions. As a result, the student said, it's very easy. Simple, your sister. Is it all Chinese cabbage when it is a math problem? Have a meeting casually. Ah. The grade director burst into tears, and suddenly doubted whether he could be admitted to graduate school. Should he just give up? I found it. Song Hee was pleasantly surprised, and pulled out a book with a blue and white cover. Director, I'm leaving. Yeah, study hard. The grade director spoke in a very unassuming voice. Song Hee came to the third floor of the library, found the old place, and sat down to study. After taking 5 mental arithmetic capsules, the learning speed is not good, and the book of probability theory is not too difficult. Song Hee basically turns the pages every 2 to 3 minutes, and only stops when it involves exercises. Song Hee, right, a gentle and refined male voice sounded from the opposite side. Song Hee looked up and was stunned. A thin, bald boy sat across from him. He was not bald. His hair was about 2 or 3 millimeters long, and his scalp was clearly visible. The boy was smiling, but his body exuded an aura that belonged only to the strong. It's hard to tell where this strong man's aura came from. It's probably because of his calm smile, absolutely confident eyes, and domineering bald head. I saw you were reading probability theory. You are only freshmen in high school. Have you learned this yet? Baldhead said in a gentle tone. Just started learning. Song Hee nodded. You can ask me the questions you don't know, and you can ask me the exercises if you don't know what to do. Chu Long, Class 1 Rocket, Senior 3. The bald man commented kindly, the progress is so fast in the first year of senior high school, and there is hope to win the national award. Hearing this name, Song Hee was instantly amazed, and admiration spontaneously arose. I've heard about the name for a long time but haven't seen him. It turns out that the bald man is Chu Long. Although Song Hee is busy with his studies, his deskmate Zhao Yi often gossips with him, so some of the most famous campus celebrities still hear about him. Chu Long is the most advanced kind among the popular people on campus, a god of learning. In last year's mathematics competition, Chu Long passed all the way and won the national silver medal. He was also the only student from Jinghai No. 4 Middle School who won the silver medal last year. It is said that several strong mathematics schools in China have sent invitations to Chu Long. We don't know Chu Long's choice yet, but what is certain is that he has been able to enter a prestigious school, and he doesn't even need to take the college entrance examination again. He is so envious of his peers' people. For juniors and juniors, he is also a legendary god worthy of crazy worship. Master Chu. Song Hee was excited. Are you still on the competition team this year? It's still there. Chu Longyan smiled lightly, and he was used to worshipping his juniors and younger sisters. Didn't you win the national award last year? Why did you still win it this year? Song Hee was curious. Last year was a silver award, and this year I want to go for a gold award. Chu Long said in a gentle tone, the school has also given me a task. Let me participate for another year and take care of my juniors. Probably the school wants to use me as a yardstick. Let's see who is at the same level as me, that means we can win the national award. Come on, learn to compete with me anytime, and if you can beat me, you will book the national award. Chu Long smiled. There are many outstanding newcomers this year, but I am most optimistic about you. After speaking, Chu Long got up and left, like a fairy who drifted away after enlightening a mortal. I'm the most optimistic about you. Probably he will say it to every junior and junior, but Song He is still a little excited. This is a living national award master. A living national award master means, as long as the master is killed, I will be the new master. Looking at Chu Long's back, Song He gritted his teeth, bought the combat power detector, and pulled the trigger. Chu Long, Mathematics Gold Level 28. Sure enough, it was fierce. This was the first time Song He saw the gold rank. It was so terrifying. The further you go, the more difficult it is to upgrade, and a breakthrough in rank is also a big hurdle, and the gap cannot be simply measured by the difference in level. Based on Song He's current rank, we can only know that Chu Long is very strong at this level, but it is impossible to imagine how strong he is. He was suddenly looking forward to tomorrow's exam. After the quiz, he would know the specific gap between him and Chu Long by looking at his ranking and results. In the future, he only needs to catch up desperately and narrow the gap. Encouraged, Song He has the goal of killing the great god of Chu, and is full of fighting spirit and immerses himself in his studies. After learning the contents of each chapter, the system prompt finally popped up. Mathematics progress detected, upgraded from Silver 01 to Silver 02. Mathematical progress detected, upgraded from Silver 02 to Silver 03. A fragrance suddenly hit. Song He turned his head, and Zhuang Qian sat next to him, with his school uniform jacket unzipped, his cool white vest, and his breasts that were about to come out swaying slightly. It almost caused nosebleeds. Help, Song He. Zhuang Qian took out the wrong question book, her eyes bright and her teeth bright, and her tone was coquettish. We have the weekly exam for the third year of senior high school, and the last big math problem is hell hard. We ask the teacher, but even the teacher can't do it for the time being. Song He quickly misread the test book, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. No wonder the teacher can't do it. It's really a difficult problem, a variant that I have never seen before, and I don't know how to start it at a glance. Will you? Zhuang Qian bit her lip nervously. I'll study, and I'll give you the answer later. Song He took the wrong question book, lost in thought. You try it, it doesn't matter if you don't know it, you won't take such a difficult question in the college entrance examination, everyone can't do it, and the person who wrote the question will have to be shot. Zhuang Qian joked, and turned to the side to start writing homework. Song He didn't hear her joke and was already immersed in the topic. This question seems to be a stitching monster. It sews together sequence, inequality, derivation, conic section and normal distribution, and the question stem is stinky and long. At first glance, it exudes a kind of, absolutely can't do it, breath. Most candidates encountered this kind of question, and they slipped and knelt after thinking about it for no more than a minute. But is Song He scared? What abnormally difficult high school math problem has he never seen before? It's no surprise already. At this time, I was a little excited to see such a strange monster topic. Start by dividing the topic first, and do the work that can be done first. Sequences are continuously summed, and after the summation, an inequality is constructed to find the conic curve equation. If it cannot be obtained, it needs to cooperate with the value range of the normal distribution column in the question stem. After the value range is listed, it is inserted into the inequality formed by the summation of the previous sequence. Now you can find the conic curve equation. Finally, you can find the derivative and draw a picture, construct a new conic curve to find the eccentricity. Song He didn't use scratch paper, and a series of calculations automatically appeared in his imagination, as if there was a holographic projection in front of him. The maze constructed by the questions gradually collapsed, and the path to the answer became clearer and clearer. The other side. A girl ran up to Zhuang Qian and poked her. Yan Yan, I went to the mathematics group to ask around that question, and all the teachers couldn't understand it. The teacher said that he was going to delete that question. It was too weird, and maybe he couldn't solve it at all. Zhuang Qian froze for a moment, Song-hee is already looking at the questions, and the results should come out soon. The girl turned her head to look at Song-hee at the side, and emphasized in a low voice, the teacher can't do it. Song-hee can do it. Zhuang Qian blinked. Are you overconfident in Song-hee? The girl was surprised. Her voice was as low as a mosquito. Why do you think he will do it? He is still in a daze now, and he is stumped. Song-hee on the side suddenly said, I have solved it. The root of 7 is 33. I only know one method. I will write down the steps and ideas to you. You can take it back and show it to the students in the class. Zhuang Qian smiled. Thank you, you really know how to do it. Did you bring any snacks? I didn't eat at noon. Song-hee said. Zhuang Qian quickly opened her school bag, took out meat floss bread and yogurt and pushed them over. Song-hee took out a blank answer sheet, and while drinking milk, wrote the problem analysis. Zhuang Qian came over to take a look. The girl who just came over hesitated for a moment, and also came over to take a look. Song-hee kept writing, 1 side, 2 sides, 3 sides, 4 sides. It took a long time, the entire answer sheet was filled, and I just finished writing the analysis of this question. Zhuang Qian and the girls beside her were stunned. Song-hee wrote so fast that they couldn't keep up. I haven't understood the previous line, and the next line is almost finished, so it quickly fills the 4 sides. This question is very good. One question is worth 10 questions. The knowledge points that account for a high proportion of the college entrance examination score are all combined together, like the question of the king of GU raised by raising GU. Song-hee pushed the analysis over and said, you have learned it, remember to take it back and show it to the classmates, just show them this piece of paper. Song-hee's abacus is very loud, and the capacity of this question is extremely high. As long as Zhuang Qian shows it to the students, it is estimated that he can gain quite a lot of knowledge rebates. Okay, Zhuang Qian obediently agreed, and happily accepted the analysis. Song-hee looked up at the time, and before he knew it, noon had passed, and there were still 20 minutes for class. He went to the borrowing office, borrowed probability theory and mathematical statistics, and took it back to the classroom. Of course, he didn't listen to the afternoon class, and raced against the clock to sprint for another wave of mathematics. On the table by the window, Zhuang Qian and the girl just watched Song-hee leave, and looked down at the analysis together. This question is awesome. The girl exclaimed, the teacher shouldn't cancel this question. If you understand it, this question can consolidate a lot of knowledge points. It's like a stew, with everything in balanced nutrition. Indeed, Zhuang Qian nodded, I have math class tomorrow morning. When the teacher comes, I will show this to her. Maybe the teacher will explain it to the whole class. Hey, it feels so strange when you say that. The girl said suddenly. What's strange? The teacher didn't do this question well. He actually needs to read the analysis written by a senior freshman before he can explain it to our third class. Zhuang Qian smiled, and said in a flat tone, what's so strange? It's not an ordinary freshman in high school, it's Song-hee. What's wrong with Song-hee? Isn't he a freshman in high school? Yan Yan, you are blind worship. I don't worship blindly. Zhuang Qian blushed, I just recognize my junior's math level. Exam day. In the early morning, Song-hee buried himself in his studies in the dormitory, with an anxious expression on his face. The probability theory and mathematical statistics in my hand was just borrowed from the library yesterday, and I have finished 1/3 of it now. This speed is not to mention a rare opponent in high school, even compared with college students, it is extremely heaven-defying. It takes more than 2 days for ordinary college students to review for the same progress, not to mention that Song-hee is not reviewing, but self-study. In fact, Song-hee could learn faster, but an accident happened yesterday. All 4 classes yesterday afternoon were taken up by exams. The first 2 classes were for English and the last 2 for Chinese, which caused him to lose an entire afternoon of study time. The room was leaking and it was raining continuously. Last night's evening self-study, the chemistry teacher and the physics teacher occupied the class one after another. They were also taking quizzes in class. As a result, Song-hee didn't touch math all night, and his precious and scarce study time was almost cut in half. Song-hee was in a bad mood, and wanted to quote a famous quote from Ji Shanline's Tsinghua Garden Diary. These professors not only don't know that they are discouraged, they also take exams all day long, either you or me, what the. Mathematical progress detected, upgraded from silver level 07 to silver level 08. Finally, a system prompt pops up. Song Hee looked at the time, it was time to go out. After working hard all night, he just caught up with Lang Xiangwen's level yesterday morning. Song Hee was extremely anxious, and couldn't help regretting that he shouldn't have entangled too much in the past 2 days, which really delayed the progress of mathematics. Lang Xiangwen wouldn't stop studying yesterday, he should be a level or 2 higher now. If you are in the bronze rank, the gap of 1 or 2 levels may not be big, and it will be made up for if you take the exam carefully. However, the upgrade of the silver rank is extremely slow, and each level has a clear boundary. When it comes to the exam, it may be 5 or 10 points. The more Song Hee thought about it, the more anxious he became. Is this going to kneel? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There is still time, struggle again. Song Hee got up and left the dormitory, opened Probability Theory and Mathematical Statistics in his hand, lowered his head and studied as he walked, his eyes fixed on the pages of the book. The stairs were crowded with students, and this happened to be the peak time for students to go to the cafeteria. Song Hee went downstairs with the book in his hand, and immediately attracted the attention of many students. Everyone moved aside intentionally or unintentionally, leaving him a loose area. This kind of avoidance is more or less awe-inspiring, just like the crispy mobs in the game keep a distance from the scary big monster, in case the scary big monster suddenly grabs the little monsters around and eats them in one bite. That person is Song Hee, right? It's him, he's too eager to study. Yesterday I went to the toilet at 2 o'clock, and he was still studying in the toilet. Are you planning to get promoted in the college entrance examination in the first year of high school? There's no need to hurry, right? Master Song Hee has put his strength on again, and he can even learn to walk, it's against the sky. I've heard rumors that the great god was shortlisted for the double competition, but Vice President Yi was unwilling and set a threshold for him. Today's competition team must score in the top 80 in both subjects in order to stay. The pressure is terrifying. A freshman in high school, top 80 in 2 subjects, it's impossible. Why are you struggling so hard? Surrender. There was discussion on the stairs. Song Hee turned a deaf ear to it. If he would not go down the stairs to study normally, he would also care about his image, but right now the speed of life and death is really fast. He has to go up 1 or 2 levels before going to the examination room, so he really doesn't care about his image. Half an hour later, school auditorium, competition team examination room. The morning is the math test, and there are only 10 minutes left before the start of the test. One after another, contestants entered the arena eating steamed buns and fritters, holding a math competition book in their hands, and their eyes were bloodshot. More than 100 people have already come, and there are many people, but there is no voice, only the clatter of pages being turned. Everyone was staring at the question book with a fierce look in their eyes, wishing they could eat the question alive. All roll king. The learning atmosphere is so strong that it explodes. Although today was just a quiz and no one was eliminated, none of the contestants ignored it. The competition students in the 2nd and 3rd grades of high school are often the 2nd or 3rd entry. The failure of the previous 1 or 2 years made them feel angry in their hearts. Many have been studying like crazy, with the first exam of the year, and they are desperate to prove themselves. Fight your way through competitors all around you. The competition students in the first year of high school are newcomers, and they all want to fight for power. Even many high school freshman competition students have the strongest fighting spirit. I hope that this exam can reach the top 100 and beat some senior high school seniors. What's the matter, old man? Is the old man awesome? I beat old students. Many high school competition students more or less have similar thoughts in their minds. After all, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Are young people still called young if they are not arrogant? Song Hee huddled in the corner of the back row, his brow was sweating, and he turned the pages faster. Since he had the system, he didn't panic in every exam, but today's exam aroused the long-lost tension again. To say that the nervousness may be light, there is a sense of disaster that the exam is about to fail. Hurry up and upgrade. Grandma, why haven't you upgraded yet? Song Hee gritted his teeth anxiously. In the front row of the examination room, 2 figures sat on the table very out of gregariousness, calmly scanning the audience like spectators. The boy on the left is thin and bald, with a gentle and elegant smile, but exudes a terrifying aura of learning. It was Chu Long. The girl on the right was also skinny. Her hair was shaved close to an inch. She looked at everyone on the field with disdain, and raised her chin proudly, with an expression that belonged only to the winner. Class 2 Rocket, Senior 3, Chu Lingshan. She is indeed a winner, and has the right to look proud. In last year's mathematics competition, Chu Lingshan won the provincial gold medal and signed an agreement with Fudan's mathematics department. As long as she can pass the first line of the college entrance examination, she can enter Fudan to study. For the students in the rocket class, they can easily cross a line when answering questions with their feet. It can be said that her 2 feet have entered the palace of Fudan's mathematics department, and only a little heel has not yet entered. Both Chu Long and Chu Lingshan were winners. They participated in the competition this year just to add to the icing on the cake. It doesn't matter whether they can win another prize or not. Therefore, they were more relaxed and had a short chat before the exam. The first exam this year, I wonder if there will be very dazzling freshmen. Chu Lingshan said, with a hint of disdain mixed in her tone. I just went around, and I feel so bad. Many freshmen are still doing the test book, even 200 pages didn't do it. The first year of high school is cannon fodder, you and I have been there too. Chu Long didn't take the freshmen in the first year of high school seriously. The second and third year of high school are the main force. Even if it's cannon fodder, we were also successful cannon fodder in our freshman year of high school. You and I both lasted until the end and entered the competition examination room, but we didn't win the prize by a few points. Chu Lingshan smiled proudly. I remember the first time in the first grade of high school in the exam, you directly made it to the 70th place, which frightened many sophomores and seniors. You're not bad either. You were ranked 90th for the first time, right? It's true that both of us are successful cannon fodder in the first year of high school. Chu Long smiled. There are a few people who have more potential in the first year of high school this year. Who? A man from Nijun. I was wandering in the library 2 days ago. He has already finished advanced mathematics. He is doing math problems for the postgraduate entrance examination, and his accuracy rate is average. Gong Shasha is almost finished with high mathematics, and she is doing after-school questions very quickly. These two should be the double kings among the freshmen. It's not a big problem for Ni Junren to enter the top 80 this time. Gong Shasha should also be able to enter the top 100. Chu Lingshan nodded. I also know these two people, they are so sharp. After Chu Long finished speaking, he glanced at the back row of the examination room and saw a familiar face. Oh, in addition to Ni Junren and Gong Shasha, there is another freshman who is also good. Who? Chu Lingshan was curious, and cast her gaze to the back row. The last row, the 23rd from left to right. Chu Long glanced at it, and instantly reported the number. There are handsome guys in the math competition team. Chu Lingshan was surprised when she saw the student. What do you mean by that? Chu Long's face darkened. Aren't I handsome? You are also handsome, not as good as others. Chu Lingshan laughed loudly. What's the name of that handsome junior? Song He. Chu Long introduced. He has started to study probability theory and mathematical statistics, but I didn't ask him if he has learned advanced mathematics. If he has learned advanced mathematics, he may be better than Ni Junren and Gong Shasha some. It's very unlikely, though. He is Song He. Surprised, Chu Lingshan took out his glasses from his pocket, put them on, and looked carefully. No wonder he looks familiar. I didn't wear glasses when he received the scholarship, so I didn't see what he looks like. Chu Lingshan, you speak from your conscience. Is he really more handsome than me? You are bald. Don't you have any AC numbers in your heart? It's not like you haven't seen my heroic appearance with hair. Chu Long looked depressed, and reached out to touch his head. What's wrong with the bald lady? The key to a person is temperament. Do you understand temperament? Chu Lingshan, you have a big problem. You should go visit art museums to cultivate aesthetics. Chu Lingshan smiled disdainfully. Even if you grow your hair, you're still not as handsome as Song He. Chu Long covered his heart with his hands. His eyes hurt. Injured. Lies don't hurt people. The truth is the sharp knife. Chu Lingshan made up the knife fiercely. Chu Long sighed. He is as handsome as he is handsome. Can he get points for being handsome? I want to see how many candidates he can get in the exam this time. At this time last year, I had finished studying probability theory and started to learn advanced mathematics. What if the order is reversed? What if Song-hee finishes advanced algebra first, and then learns probability theory last? Chu Lingshan deliberately provoked. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The normal order is first easy and then difficult. Learn line algebra, learn probability theory, and finally specialize in advanced mathematics. How can it be reversed? Chu Long denied. The strongest freshman this year should be Ni Junran. He has a chance to break my first match record last year. Song-hee should rest. Chu Lingshan nodded. I don't think Song-hee can break your record, but he is a double competition student. He doesn't just study mathematics. Chu Long stretched out his hand to touch his bald head. That's right. A double contestant is indeed a bit formidable. Why do you feel that you have already lost before taking the exam? What's the use of double competitions? In the end, it depends on winning prizes. Chu Long insisted, if you can't win prizes in both competitions, it's a stupid strategy. It's better to specialize in one competition. It makes sense. Chu Lingshan nodded with a smile, but no matter how bad Song-hee is in the exam, the fact that he is more handsome than you cannot be changed. Chu Long heard that you are more handsome than him, so he was angry, and his resentment value was plus 100. Song-hee was busy studying when a reminder of resentment popped up in front of him. He was a little confused. What kind of strange resentment is this? Is it normal to be uglier than me? What's there to be angry about? Suddenly, there was a commotion in the front row, and many students stood up. Song-hee raised his head, and sure enough Yi Lianghan came, followed by several teachers, carrying thick test paper bags in file, with a terrifying momentum. Yi Lianghan stood on the stage, turned on the microphone, and said in a dignified manner, the exam will start soon. All students, put your school bags and reference materials in front, and don't leave any writing paper on your seat. Otherwise, you will be punished in violation of discipline. After putting away your school bags, sit down quickly according to the seating chart on the big screen. Be careful to leave a vacant seat between classmates, and don't sit next to each other. The big screen lights up, and a huge seating chart is presented. All students look up to find their place. Song-hee found himself at a glance, and he was sitting first in the first row. The only deskmate beside me is Leng Xiongwen. Song-hee's expression froze. The road to Yuanjia is narrow. What stinky luck is this? The auditorium became chaotic, and all the candidates were busy changing their seats. The seating chart for each exam was different, and it was randomly generated by the school to prevent cheating. Song-hee's seat was easy to find, and he quickly sat in the front row. As soon as he sat down, Leng Xiongwen also sat in the next seat. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere was like swords and swords. Leng Xiongwen seemed to stay up all night studying very fiercely, with thick dark circles under his eyes. His face was much thinner, and his image was like a villain of magic cultivator. For this bet, he trained crazily and almost died. He had a winning expression on his face, and stared at Song-hee with vicious and disdainful eyes, as if he was watching a defeated opponent. Remember the bet. Leng Xiongwen's mouth curved slightly. After you lose, keep a distance from Zhuang Qian. My biological experiment materials depend on you. Song-hee retorted. Leng Xiongwen sneered and turned his head away. Song-hee hurriedly bought the combat power detector and pulled the trigger. Leng Xiongwen, Mathematics, Silver Level 09. Song-hee's face was ugly. The study time before the exam was over, but his level was still at Silver 08. It's only one level away. Is it really going to lose? You can only adapt to the situation in the examination room. The level does not mean the absolute score. Minimize mistakes as much as possible and get more points. It may not be impossible to win by a narrow margin. The invigilator quickly handed out the papers, and the 6 teachers distributed them quickly from 6 directions. Their movements were neat and fast, like well-trained soldiers. Song-hee got the test paper and was stunned for a moment. Rather than talking about the test paper, it was better to call it a question book. The exam question book in my hand is a lot of A4 papers full of questions stapled together. I flipped through a total of 25 pages, and the total score was as high as 1,000 points. No wonder the exam time is 4 consecutive classes. Song-hee suddenly understood the rumor that the competition team exam is a sea of questions. This kind of high-intensity test, many poor students can't even copy the answers. the competition team really scored the top score per capita. Just look at this thick question book, and you can get a glimpse of the strength of the students here. After a short period of stunned, Song-hee wrote quickly and answered the questions calmly. The difficulty of the questions is not bad, slightly more difficult than the book. After a few days of surprise questions, Song-hee has already adapted to this level of difficulty. In addition, he took 6 mental arithmetic capsules before the test, and he is in excellent condition, and the speed of solving the questions is very fast. Page 1, done. Song-hee turned the page, and almost at the same time, the sound of page turning sounded from the seat next door. Turning his head to take a look, Lang Xiongwen also just finished the first side, and cast a hostile look. Song-hee hit the chicken blood in an instant, and the questions were soaring, right. The speed of pen writing immediately accelerated. Song-hee gritted his teeth to speed up, and his brain speed exploded. Complete the second and third pages in less time and turn the pages. Lang Xiongwen also heard the sound of turning pages, not at all slow. The atmosphere became heated in an instant, and the two wrote furiously as if competing with each other, fiercely competing with each other in answering speed, and there was a rushing sound when writing the pen. Fortunately, the test paper was made of paper. If it was an iron test paper, sparks would already be flying everywhere. At first Lang Xiongwen was able to follow along, but after 5 pages, he withered, exhausted, and rubbed his temples violently with his tired hands. Unexpectedly, Song-hee has something to worry about. With the terrifying bonus of the mental arithmetic capsule, not only is he not tired after 5 pages, but the more he fights, the faster he goes. The gap quickly widened, and Song-hee rushed forward quickly, unknowingly charging to the 10th page, while Lang Xiongwen was still hesitating on the 7th page. On the 11th page, Song-hee's expression froze. The painting style of the title has been greatly changed, and the difficulty has increased. The rise is more than a little bit. If the hardness of the first 10 pages is foam board, it will become a wooden board from the 11th page. Song-hee adjusted his state and tried his best to adapt to the new difficulty. Although he had done a lot of questions since the beginning of school, it was the first time that he had such difficulty, and his forehead was sweating. After a short period of exhaustion, Lang Xiongwen seemed to have regained his strength, speeded up to catch up, and soon entered the difficult area. As a veteran who has entered the palace for the 3rd time, the difficult area was completely within his expectations, and he continued to write in an orderly manner without changing his face. Song-hee barely maintained the advantage of the fast 3 pages and pushed forward bravely. He had a vague sense of foreboding. As a rookie, it was the first time he had seen the types and difficulty of the competition team's exams, but Lang Xiongwen had seen them many times in the past 2 years, and he had an insurmountable disadvantage in this regard. But this disadvantage is not enough to frighten him. There is nothing to be afraid of, just do it. Pages 17, 18, 19, 20. Unknowingly, 2 classes have passed, and the atmosphere in the examination room has obviously deteriorated. Most of the candidates fell into anxiety and exhaustion. The competition students in the 2nd and 3rd years of high school are barely doing well, and the competition students in the 1st year of high school are about to collapse collectively. More than half of the time, the 1st-year students generally only complete the 8th and 9th pages. According to this progress, by the end of the exam, there will be a large area of empty questions, and the ranking is sure to be at the bottom. There are 6 invigilators on the field, patrolling back and forth majestically, focusing on the 1st-year seniors, because the 1st-year seniors have the worst level and the slowest progress, and are prone to take risks and engage in crooked ways. A high school student like Song-hee, who has been racing all the way, is really an outlier among outliers. From time to time, invigilators walked by, and they all gave him surprised eyes. Finally, the last 5 pages. Song-hee was taken aback again. In the first 20 pages, each page is in the form of interweaving small and large questions, with at least 7 or 8 questions per page. In the last 5 pages, each page has only one big question. Leave an entire page blank for writing your answer. Super big question. The difficulty has also risen sharply, from the hardness of the wooden board to the steel plate. After reading the question carefully, Song-hee's heart sank. It was really not easy for Nishikawa Kasaka, and the big question on page 21 had no idea. Looking back, page 22, page 23, page 24, page 25. No idea. It seems that I have entered a blind spot of knowledge. There is no relevant content in the math competition last week. Probably these pages belong to advanced questions. Weaker competitors. Song-hee was in a bit of pain, and wanted to beat up the teacher who gave the question. He suddenly noticed that the last 5 pages had a ridiculously high score. Each question had 80 points, which added up to 400 points, while the first 20 pages had a total of 600 points. These 5 finale super big questions are too valuable, proper questions luxury. If you can't solve the super big questions on the last 5 pages, the final ranking cannot be high. If you can't make it in the exam ranking, losing the bet is a small matter, but being forced to quit the team is a big matter. Huge pressure enveloped Song-hee, and he couldn't help but greet the teacher who gave the question in his heart. This group of teachers counted as one, and they were all Tian Wenjing. He re-examined the question anxiously, struggling to find a breakthrough. It is also good to score the steps without asking for the whole question to be solved. One question is worth 80 points, and the steps are probably quite considerable. Next Lang Xiongwen finally advanced to page 21. He also stopped writing, frowned and turned back, looking at the super big topic on the last few pages, with a constipated look on his face. After all, he only has silver level 09, which is only 1 level higher than Song-hee, and the reaction to super big questions is also very painful, and it is rare that he has no way to start. Song-hee breathed a sigh of relief, and Lang Xiongwen wouldn't either, which was more or less a comfort. But the relaxation didn't last long. After 5 minutes of deliberation, Lang Xiongwen suddenly wrote and started to do the first super big question on page 21. Lang Xiongwen frantically calculated on the draft paper, crossing out a large area anxiously from time to time. It can be seen that it is quite difficult for him to solve the problem. However, he moved forward step by step with difficulty, and the steps gradually appeared, and the writing became longer and longer, quickly occupying more than half of the paper. Finally, after 30 minutes, Lang Xiongwen completed the answer to the first super big question on page 21. He turned his head and glanced at Song-hee's scroll. Page 21 was still blank, with only a single word, Jia, written on it. It was ridiculously shabby. The game is set. Lang Xiongwen showed a relieved smile, and looked at Song-hee mockingly. What's the use of doing so fast? If you do it quickly, you will not be given points, but if you do more and do it right, you will be given points. Song-hee also activated the scratch paper, struggling to list a lot of formulas, trying to find a breakthrough. After half an hour, I wrote more than half a piece of draft paper, but I got nothing. My thoughts were still a mess, and the more I reasoned, the more chaotic I became. The train of thought seems to have entered the ghost hitting the wall, and it keeps returning to the original point as it walks. Song-hee took a deep breath. There is no other way to go now. The 80% super big problem, it is impossible to pull out the 80% by other places. If you want to win, you can only do the super big problem. There are 45 minutes until the end of the exam. Pay attention to the timing. Yi Lianghan on the stage turned on the microphone. Song-hee's pressure increased sharply. 45 minutes sounded like a lot, but math puzzles took even more time. Getting stuck on a problem and not making progress for an hour or two was a common situation. He was about to read through the super big questions on the last 5 pages, but he had no clue. These super big questions were definitely beyond the outline, and it was probably because he didn't have enough knowledge to do it. Either he couldn't do it or he couldn't do it. In this case, even mental arithmetic capsules can't save him. In the remaining 45 minutes, if no miracle happens, the bet will be lost and the math team will be dismissed. At the same time, Class 1 in the 3rd year of high school. Fat female math teacher standing on a podium holding a test paper and lecturing. Almost all the students below had troubled faces, with expressions of severe constipation. This is a kind of self-protection. Teachers often call on students to give lectures. If the expression is too arrogant, they will become conspicuous targets. After half a class, I finally finished the test paper. The last question, we had a discussion in the mathematics group yesterday, and the teachers also had a headache. This kind of question is definitely not tested in the college entrance examination, so cross it out and don't do it. The teacher asked casually, has anyone done it? Should it be done? No. As the teacher asked, he couldn't help looking at Zhuang Qian in the front row. Zhuang Qian is the number one student in mathematics in the class. As long as she can't, the class will be wiped out. Zhuang Qian raised her hand. Teacher, I asked someone else for an answer, and it was written in great detail. Oh, did you really make it? The teacher was surprised, and stretched out his hand, and immediately handed her an analysis filled with four-sided answer sheets. The moment the topic was analyzed, the teacher was taken aback because he had written so much. The problem-solving steps of this question are almost comparable to 8 or 9 big questions. Taking a closer look, the teacher's face became more and more surprised. The real problem-solving steps are only 1.5. There are more things written on this piece of paper. It's clear. The person who wrote this topic analysis has a very high level, and the clarity of thinking is far beyond ordinary people. Moreover, he has a perfect grasp of the examination marking rules. After reading for a few minutes, the teacher suddenly realized, this question is not beyond the outline. One question combines the knowledge points of 6 or 7 big questions. It is a very good question. I will project it on the whiteboard. If you study carefully, you can improve a lot. The teacher quickly operates the projection, and the topic analysis appears on the whiteboard and zoomed in. The whole class looked up and read curiously. Some unbelievers in the class tried to attack this problem by force. Unfortunately, they suffered heavy casualties and were forced to give up after a long time. Now that the answer appears, everyone is naturally curious about the real solution to the problem. The teacher didn't speak, but just projected quietly. The analysis is very clear, even clearer than the lectures. A few minutes later, the students in the front row were the first to sigh. I understand it. Is this stepping on a horse a question made by someone? Excellent, such a tricky angle to solve the problem. If I encounter this kind of problem again, I'm afraid I still can't figure it out. It's easy to read the analysis, and you can't do anything by yourself. Awesome. To be honest, this question is quite ingenious. The one who came up with the question is also a genius, and the one who solved it is even more immortal. The teacher seemed to have been reminded, and looked at Zhuang Qian. Who did you ask for this topic analysis? Is it a teacher from another class? Or a student from the rocket class? I got it from a junior. Zhuang Qian said. Student, from the sophomore rocket class. The teacher was taken aback. She could see that this analysis was written by an expert, not a teacher, at least a student from the rocket class in the 3rd year of high school. It's too good. It's not the 2nd year of high school, but Songhe from the elite class of the 1st year of high school. Zhuang Qian was afraid that the teacher wouldn't believe him, so he added, he's from the math competition team. Grand 1. The teacher was shocked. Songhe. Songhe who received the principal scholarship 2 days ago. Yes, that's him. Zhuang Qian nodded. The teacher gasped. How long did it take for freshmen to start school? This question involves a lot of difficulties in the big questions of the college entrance examination. How can a freshman in high school master it so proficiently? This is no longer a question of whether he is good or not, he is definitely a genius. I'll take it away, and I'll return it to you tonight. The teacher shook the problem analysis in his hand. Teachers in ordinary classes haven't solved this problem, but this problem is worth doing. I will copy a few copies and give it to other teachers. Let every ordinary class learn a lesson. Zhuang Qian nodded obediently and agreed decisively. Remember Songhe asked her to bring back the analysis to teach other students, presumably including students in other classes. He carefully wrote this analysis, and he definitely hopes that more students can see and understand it. Zhuang Qian thought for a while, it should be like this. The students in the class were still poking their heads out to watch the projection, understanding the vast analysis of the topics. From time to time, some people understood and learned, and made voices of admiration. School hall. 10 students are taught some of the topics by you, and they will return double the math knowledge. 28 students were taught some of the topics by you, and they will return double the math knowledge. A prompt popped up in front of my eyes. Songhe was surprised. Where did the knowledge rebate come from? With a short memory, he suddenly remembered, Zhuang Qian. I wrote a problem analysis to Zhuang Qian at noon yesterday, but there has been no rebate reminder since then. Probably she is only now showing the problem analysis to the students. And judging from the intensive knowledge rebates, she may have shown it to the whole class in class. Survival from a desperate situation. Survival from a desperate situation. Song he was almost in tears, and quickly sorted out the new knowledge emerging in his mind. He ran out of ammunition and food in this examination room, and seeing that he was about to be defeated miserably, Zhuang Qian actually airdropped a bunch of new bullets. Lao Zhuang is really a savior. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.